Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clout, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? My black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto F to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing it like we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Let it get the block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bombs and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us taking true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yep, back in the house once again. Made it. There we go. What's up with it? One second. There we go. All right. All right. Back in there once again. What's up? Oh, man. Woke up to the land of deja vu again. Looks like that tape that was playing on the last stream was, I think that was from last summer. Yeah, that was pretty wild. What's up, Vyasa? Frank, what's up? Yeah, we was coming right at the 18-hour mark. I caught it at the last 30 seconds. 30 more seconds. All that info on the last stream would have been lost. Wouldn't have been able to load. So we had to get that loaded. Yeah, some very valuable information regarding circuit boards and the plan of action for some curriculum coming up for the Institute. Brother Q is in motion. He's got a lot of stuff going, a lot of stuff happening, trying to make it happen. We're just going to rock this out till Psycho should be in the next couple hours or so. Won't last that long. Was going to try to make it educational, but it's Saturday, so it's all good. You know, a few of y'all had y'all moderator status stripped. Trying to get a little bit more engagement. So if y'all could, y'all the ones that do still have your mods, keep up the good work and monitoring the chat. Trying to do a little housekeeping. Pass the link around. And what we have found, notice, some people don't have the capacity to stand up for black folks, whether they say they want to or not. So it's all right. Everybody can't go. Don't get in the way, though. That seems to be the issue. So a lot of people getting in the way, trying to prevent others from moving forward, and keeping the people that don't necessarily have the desire to go down the wrong path, strictly for personal ego or whatever it is they feel that makes them feel satisfied, and that causes conflicts and unnecessary turbulence within the community. What's up, Stab? We definitely want to keep promoting black businesses. If you have a company or a service that you provide for your area, feel free to drop your info in the chat, come up on the panel so we can get the word out. It's all about networking and helping others in places and circumstances where it may not be necessarily economically possible, logistically possible. A lot of people using the internet for entertainment purposes primarily, and they're not really using it for productive and progressive purposes. And that tends to roll over to a lack of progress. So let's use these tools to the most efficiency if possible, and try to hook up some of the resources that we do have access to in 2025. What's up, J. Cal? Trying to get my morning coffee in, my morning routine, Saturday morning. Was going to try to go down to the river. It's a little bit cloudy. Some of y'all saw the view that I had yesterday. Maybe I'll get a chance to load up some festivities that happened on the lake last weekend. Yeah, man. Gotta get that coffee going. I'm on my last corner of processed sugar. I gotta go get some more processed.
What's going on, Dev?
Yeah, so what's up, man?
Not too much. I tried to hold down the fort, but my stupid signal dropped and kicked me off the panel, so.
Nah, man, you good, you good, you good. Q puts in the tape from I think it was from last summer. I remember that stream. I wasn't for sure. I lost track of the time. It's coming up on 18 hours, so we had to make sure that get loaded. First 12 at least. But it's all good. We'll have a few people roll through in the next couple of hours. Before the wake and bake. Maybe we'll get an update on all the political info that's been going down. I know there's been a lot of Trump talk. I see some a few more people making some videos about the Black Essence Festival last weekend, saying that they didn't necessarily like some of the more Afrocentric themes that was promoted, which really doesn't make any sense to me. If you're Black in America and you don't like, or you seem to have an issue with people trying to keep up and preserve their Afrocentric culture and history, where everything that you do is the only thing that's separating you from America. You want to keep up your American history. You want to make sure that you celebrate all them holidays and keep up them heritage and traditions. You don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. That's backwards to me. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I don't have the capacity to stand up for black folks, because you standing up for Anglo-Saxon, Roman, Greek, Roman empire culture and tradition. That's crazy.
I can't think of a time in my life where Black Pride didn't have some kind of African symbolism within it. Whether it's wall art, your clothes, jewelry, this is a new phenomenon to me, and I can't wrap my mind around it. This FBA shit is ridiculous.
Yep. Definitely seems to be like a dysfunction. I don't know what to call it. It's easy to say self-hate, but I don't know. Kind of hard to determine whether people really want to identify with their ancestral heritage.
Is it self-hate or ignorance of the heritage?
But I'm saying we say ignorant, meaning
By
not
that I
knowing.
mean
Yeah, it's not.
they
Yeah,
may not. A lot of these people out there may not know the, if you want to say, Africanisms within Black American culture, and not necessarily see the connections to it. So they have a certain ignorance versus a reason to have a hatred towards Africa. Kind of that what's that old saying? People hate what they fear and fear what they don't understand.
I mean, I would accept that if there wasn't just as much info and just as many obvious different signs and artifacts and you know, let alone documentation. I mean, what in America that's associated with black food is not associated with Africa? Even if you try to take you know, music, rhythm, fashion, the foods, the the way we braid our hair. I mean, what I just don't get it. Damn, they're going out on the boat.
Yeah, I can't think of anything, Dev. And the flip side to it is, for how long was the diaspora included to create Black pride amongst African Americans? Whether it be the stereotypical we was once kings and queens, or we had Haiti and we took over. You get where I'm going? Like they took the greatness where they could cherry pick from, but now all of a sudden don't want anything to do with the table at all. It's just weird to me. Like how you go from Hidden Colors to FBA, it don't make sense.
Yeah, what what was being hidden? Your secret desire to hold up English Anglo-Saxon tradition and heritage. Yeah, the mayors are black, the sheriff is black, teachers is black. Yeah, you have a lot of black people in the community in the South, Southeast, and other parts as well. Plenty of black judges. No, I ain't never met nobody coming over from Nigeria or any African country pretending that they are colonizers. I I see a lot of black Americans born here pretending that they support or trying to push colonizer rhetoric. Yeah, when you get into defending certain laws that were created and then repeating what they hear other people speak about, who who is deemed the enemy or the problem with the immigrant situation, targeting certain immigrants but not saying anything about other immigrants. When you see black people saying that people that run over the border in Mexico are getting in their way, or people that are already here on temporary visas, and now it's a problem. if they let their visa run out, or if they going back and forth to immigration court, and they stand up and support uh, law enforcement in recklessly causing a scene in public, sending them to random places across the planet, like Sudan and Venezuela.
What up, dude? Dev, what's happening,
Will,
Young?
what's up?
What's cracking? Hey, I got a question. I got on the last feed late. Where did that guy get that 100-year conspiracy? Where did he get that from? Where did he get that information
Uh-huh.
from?
What? Which one you talking about?
There was a guy on the right before you ended it. Psycho was asking him about something he said about 100 years ago. They made this plan for today, like whatever the hell he was, some nonsense he was talking about. I was just curious. Did they ever find out where he got that information from? Where did he get it?
I think that guy was trying to repeat something he saw on the internet. I think I remember what you're talking about. I kind of was in and out. I was trying to set up this stream,
Yeah, he
but
was mentioning that, let's say the forefathers of the country
yeah,
made up all new dates for, like, the beginning of the Civil War, all that, saying all the dates that we got today is wrong. And I'm like, where the fuck is the right date? Where you get this from? Where's the right dates at the end?
yeah. I think it was some other conspiracy theorists at the time that he may have seen repeat. Because they like to really call Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin their ancestors. Black folks don't have no problem. Some black folks don't have no problem. Yeah, that's my father. That's our father, nigga. But as
Right,
far as the plan, uh, yeah, that's all conspiracy conspiracy theory rhetoric, man.
right. I'm with you with that. So then my question becomes to these guys, these abos and all these weirdo ass dudes. At what point does common sense come back to you, where you start applying common sense and logic to what you're saying? Does that ever start working again in your mental state? Because it don't sound like it's working with these motherfuckers at all.
Common. What's common to them is what we're hearing. That I mean, I see. I know what you're saying as far as being common or logical. Maybe a more definitive word, but if they don't have no problem trying to say, yeah, we just popped up out the dirt, and won't have had nothing to do with Afrocentric ancestry, and yeah, we uphold the colonizers, and we support the original Constitution and the institution of slavery and Jim Crow. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna automatically, you know, hit them in the head, or they come to the realization that they don't see no problem with it. They don't see no problem with it. Why would they? I mean, I would think.
Yeah, but I'm like you just said. At that point, you working for you working for your oppressor now. At that point, if you trying to push information that has no support at all, to me, now you're working with your oppressor. You get what I'm saying? That's the logic to me. Because if you hate the fact that your ancestors were slaves, our ancestors come from Africa, and then you get into this echo chamber of everybody saying the same nonsense. Now you're working for the white man now.
They don't have no problem with that. They don't that that they love that. They feel that sense of entitlement.
So this is the new AI coonage. That's what we're dealing with now. New coonery. This is a new level of coonery.
They don't have no problem with it, man. They don't have no smoke for the white man. They got all the smoke for black people that's trying to stand up and defend their black heritage. And the more people that they can get to agree with them, they feel that they justified.
Yeah, there's no logic in that thought process. There's zero logic because I if you can tell me why they would lie about something as simple as the day, let's say the day Martin Luther King got shot. If they lied about the day to us, and we got parents that saw that witnessed it, what's the benefit of lying about it? What's the benefit of lying about something that happened 100 years ago? That's the logical question for me to ask. What's the benefit of that? For the people to lie about it, give us the wrong dates. What's the benefit of that?
You don't need no logic if you're trying to promote a lie. There is no logistical. It's strictly I mean, people and organizations and groups that feed on self ego strictly for the purposes of feeling good. Man, all that logic should go out the window.
Yeah, but is it really a a, a good feeling result when you know that you're lying? Is that
I mean, you keep saying motherfuckers know that they lying.
they
Some
got to know
people, I get it. They got to know.
they
That's what
got
I
to
was
know
trying to say about the African shit. Nigga, damn near everything black in the United States has its origin somewhere coming from Africa. Shit, that ain't no. You don't need to go to school for that. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They by now as much as guys to stump their souls out their body with information, they got to know that they've been ill informed or lying. This I don't even this shouldn't even be we shouldn't even be having this conversation no more. You know what I'm saying? Not
You would
saying
think.
we shouldn't, but I'm saying this shouldn't even be part of the conversation no more. After 5-6 years of guys just providing information after information, source after source after source. Like, I don't know what else to say to these guys.
Yeah, it's only so much talking. Everybody can't go. I mean, they're obviously going to be an issue if they open their mouth or they do anything to impede the processes of networking, learning, being educated, having access to information that's going to progress others. If you're in the way, you got to get out the way. Shit. Motherfucker just ain't gonna keep saying get out the way. Shit, you gonna have to get moved out the way, yo. Then you gonna the gate gonna have to be locked. Junebug gonna have to put the hook on the door, yo. Nah, man. 30, 40, 50 years down the road, motherfuckers gonna be looking back and say, what did they do in 2022, 2025? Now this Abo, all that pseudo talk, and it's not gonna be a good look if they can't really something that's progressive and beneficial.
Well, it definitely can be beneficial because, I told somebody the other day I was on this stupid ass panel. I don't even know why I was on there. But I got to arguing with, somebody that claimed that we wasn't black, and this motherfucker, he's Nigerian, pushing another agenda. And I had to stop and say, hold on, do y'all see what's going on? We fighting with each other, and then these other motherfuckers is coming in and fighting with us too. How the fuck does any of us win? I'm fighting you and another motherfucker still on me. Like it don't make it's not helping us. It's not helping the black community at all. Zero help.
Yeah, some people see how black folks react when being contested or getting jumped on. Yeah, that can go either way. Some people gonna stand up for you and try to get hold you back. Other motherfuckers gonna be like, oh yeah, they got him down. Let me get my lick in. But they won't do that to a white motherfucker though. They won't do that to a redneck or a known goddammit white supremacist, like the one that came up on the panel yesterday saying we should be tired of talking about slavery, and we already got our reparations.
Wait a minute, where was I at when this happened?
Yeah, I was gonna say when this. I was busy yesterday, but when we get our reparations, when will that happen?
Hey, good morning. How you guys today, man?
What's up, Waller?
I just came up to try to clear up something for Mr. Daniels. He was talking along a certain line, and as you know, I don't try to just go for one individual like Mr. Daniels. He's not alone in his thought and perspective. So I'm not really talking directly to him as an individual person, but the people with that perspective that he maintains. And I like to look over like me, I like to look at the worldview. And I ask people, who are the people of Melanesia? What do they look like? And then do they have any relativity to the continent of America? And then I would ask, who are the original people of Hawaii? And what do they look like? And do they have any relativity to the continent of America? And then I ask again, there's a couple of places like Melanesia, Tanzania, I forget his name, I'll think of his name, and Australia. All of them people are around the Americas and actually very close to America. And I was wondering if you have any idea who those people are and how they got there, where they come from, any of that kind of stuff, or you haven't been given a story on that yet. So once you look at those people, you can see why people say, and then there's another thing I was just looking at yesterday, came across my feed, where they have this complexion map that shows some about complexions. According to some guys, say people in this particular zone have this particular darker, lighter skin relative to north, south, central. What's that other thing called? Being near the equator. They got a map like that all over. And it shows clearly that just that along the map, it shows clearly that there were, if we don't say African, because I think that's a trick word, African, I think there's clearly dark-skinned people all over the continents. So I was just curious as to why is it so difficult to understand people saying simply that, that in essence is what everyone is saying, that is referred to as Abel, is simply saying there are other things. What did the guy say? There's more to something he said to Horatio. You know what I mean? Maybe there's more to life than you can see, or something like that, Horatio.
But if you got indigenous peoples from other lands, that don't automatically make everybody that has a dark complexion indigenous to wherever land they at. So I don't know what your relation is. But go ahead. He was talking to you, Will.
Yeah, I clear it up real quick. First of all, Wale, I don't know if you was listening or have listened. We're talking about Black Americans. We're talking about the abos here that's claiming that they're not African. Did you not hear that part?
Oh yeah, I agree with that part. As a matter of fact,
Okay. So I don't know how the Melanesians and the Hawaiians and I don't know how these people come into the conversation because we're talking about the people here that we know that majority of us came as slaves out. Our ancestors came as slaves out of Africa.
you
I'm not
have that, or you know that, or you were told that. Where do you
No, I
get
know
that from?
that. I know that from a fact. I have a mother that had a mother and a father, and she got a mother and a father. We don't have to go get
That's
stories
what they
from.
told you, and that's
Hold on, Wale. Let me finish. Because this is the part that really makes me mad when guys like you come on here and try to say, was it a story you heard from somewhere or you read it somewhere, they taught it in school? No, we actually was taught this and learned this from our parents that got it from their parents and so on and so on. And you keep trying to erase that. We don't need a book to tell us our story. Our stories has been in front of our faces for hundreds of years. How do you keep trying to erase that?
I'm not trying to erase that, cousin. Whatever your folk told you, go with that. I never said don't go with that. You're mostly though, whatever our folk told us, people say, oh, your folks lied. See? So now your folks told the truth, but my folks lied. Don't make no sense to me.
Well,
I'm simply saying, when your folk, let me finish, dude, like you said, okay? Let's have a conversation, not a screaming match, okay? When your folk tell you this is your heritage and your lineage, I say go with that 100, cousin, just like I'm doing. What's the problem?
The problem is you're lying, Wale. That's the problem.
Oh,
Now,
that's the problem.
hold on.
The
hold
problem
on.
is you're lying.
Wale,
No, the
hold
problem
on.
is you're lying.
Wale,
See how we get when we get stupid?
Have some respect. You asked me to let you speak. Have some respect. I know it's gonna trigger you and get you upset, but grab some Tylenols. Because I know for a fact you a liar. The other day you was on the channel, on Smoke's channel, and you said that the word African didn't exist 100 years ago. Where'd you get that information from? Because I can show you the word Africa, it existed well over 100 years ago.
I
Where
didn't
did you
say
get
that.
You definitely said that because I was listening.
I'll show you what you might be mistaken as something I said. Hold on a half a second. I didn't say that, cousin. I don't care about that kind of stuff much.
Well, I care about it because there's other people that's listening to you that listen to it and they fall for the nonsense.
And when you come up with something that was said years, whatever time ago.
No, this was a couple days ago. This was 2-3 days ago.
Talk to me about right this second.
Wale,
otherwise,
that was
you
2 or 3 days ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, you're lying. I just say you're lying. And I'll show you what I say about Africa, because I have a statement about Africa that I always use.
I'll go get. You know what I'll do? I'll go get the video real quick because I know exactly where it's at. I'll screenshot it and I'll put it in the back chat, and then you can deal with it from there. How about that?
No, you do it. Put it on the screen, present it, and show us where.
Yeah, I'll go get it. You know what? I'll go get it right now. Give me a minute, because I know exactly what day it was. Give me a minute.
Please. I would love to see that personally. I mean,
but if you said you didn't say it, this shouldn't exist, right?
Hey, man, you say I said it. Present it.
Wale, all I'm saying to you is
present it. If you're not presenting it, let's
hold on. Wale, relax. Mm-hmm. When you get on these other panels and you start pushing information that's not accurate, why do you do that?
Cousin, you lying.
Okay, now I'm not gonna be a liar, so let me go get the video. Hold on a second, Dev. I'll be right back.
Oh man, you got to defend his reputation. You ain't gonna be able to get no sleep at night if you go to bed having somebody else thinking that he's a liar. So he definitely gonna go. But I haven't met anybody on planet Earth that hasn't told at least one lie in their life, yo.
There we go.
So why would you be any different though? You saying you ain't never told no lie on this panel?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you. Everybody else gone.
Definitely I could say that without any remorse or hesitation.
All right.
Or reservation. Now you asked me about my entire life. That's different, but you asked me about the current events. I'm gonna tell you where I'm at today. I wasn't where I'm at today 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I'm here today.
No, you corrected yourself on your statement about the black man having a car company on Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I was mistaken. And I'm so happy you caught that and corrected me, because now I can present it with even more confidence.
Sorry.
And guess what? I'm still running across people who are disbelieving. Right to this second, I run across people who are disbelieving of that statement you just made. It was niggas making cars back at the turn of the century, 1900. The actually was making them before 1900. They started in the 1800s. They just continued through the 1900s. And people be like, huh, that didn't happen. Where you getting this? You making up shit. I'm like, God, we don't even know our own story. That's what I'm talking about. 70,000 niggas were taken from Melanesia and moved to America on purpose by the United States government. So when I talk about the Melanesia thing, and this guy don't even know nothing about Melanesia, but he just stuck on his finger. You know what I mean? So I say, hey, just look at the world. Don't look at a story. If your parents told you they from Nigeria, go with that, cuz, and I ain't gonna never tell you not to do that. If your parents tell you they from Africa, go with that, do 100. That's what I do. I go with what my parents tell me, what my people tell me. And that's what I go with. I'm not arguing with nobody about them following their ancestral line or their lineage. Do your thing. I have also the intent to do my thing.
When was these Melanesian people shipped to America?
You have to check that out yourself, cousin. I don't know the rest of the story.
But you just said it.
Hold on half a second. You know what? We got what's the name of them guys' name now? AI. I have forgot about that. Cousin. Hold on, I'm AI in it now, man.
Yo, don't attack yet.
AI in it.
I already know you got your sword out. Don't attack yet.
What's going on, y'all? What up?
What's up?
What's up?
Say,
man?
Can y'all hear me clear?
Yeah, you good, man.
So what's going on now, y'all? What's been talked about? I heard something about Melanesia.
Don't drop the guillotine yet. Let this be a slow walk.
What's going on, Vibe? What's going on? We were all over the world again.
Yes, sir. Melanesians was shipped here, and we trying to figure out the root of that sentiment.
They were shipped.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, Sabio. Just sharpen the guillotine, but don't drop it yet.
Like how? What's going on?
That's what we waiting on. Is the how and when. I believe AI is going to answer the question for us. I think that's what we waiting on.
AI is making people dumber. I don't know how that's possible.
Oh,
But AI
gonna get that answer.
But I'm
And the
saying that
information you're looking for.
yeah, AI and Google also says that we're
Game
descendants from Africa.
intelligence. Huh?
Yeah, AI and Google also can validate various different sources saying that we're descendants from Africa, transatlantic slave
You
trade.
breaking up.
Hold on. All right. Is that a little bit? Can you hear me now? A little bit clearer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So AI and Google also says that black people in America are descendants from Africa, came over transatlantic slave trade, uh, and you know various people were split up from their native tribes. But that information in AI and Google not necessarily true. But we're supposed to put a little bit more credibility in this other rhetoric that's going around. So I'm trying to see how that works. What's up with it, Tel?
Right. I'm right. That shit crazy, ain't it, Dan?
Yeah.
That shit crazy. How these revisionists, mythomaniacs
I keep asking
have their
for
own
Melanesia.
stories. Keep asking for Melanesia.
You find that yet, Wale?
Is this thing on? Oh yeah. Hey, every time I look for it, they give me Malaysia, and I keep saying I wrote it down Melanesia, but they keep giving me results on Malaysia. So I'm looking through this stuff, through it for some reason. It seems to have an issue.
There's like a weird fascination with rewriting history. And it's getting to the point where the people that do it, it's like, oh well, if I want to say it, I can say it, and it don't matter. I'm gonna go get AI to back me up. AI.
Not at all. That don't have nothing to do with it. The guy asked me a question that I told him he should investigate, and then I remembered AI is a substitute for immediate, research. Okay, AI. And so that's all they got to do with it, man. Secondly, yeah, well, you don't use it. Secondly, the thing about what's being done is not rewriting history, cousin. It's just telling our story. If you want to rewrite history,
our story. It's not our story has been our story has been told every day. No, it's their story. It's their story. We have nothing to do with the people of Melanesia, of the island of Melanesia.
You have nothing to do with them.
And you don't either.
See, that's what I'm saying, but you're not paying a fucking you're not paying attention.
And you don't either. And you don't either.
Because black books and things,
because black books and things had nothing in there talking about the Malaysian people, the people of Melanesia.
You don't have no idea about what you just being funny.
Because you didn't know nothing about the people of Melanesia.
As a matter of fact, I do. I have friends. That's what I'm talking. You don't.
Right.
You just ignorant.
Don't do it yet, Savion.
All right, now let's do this. Let's do this part.
There's something about those.
I'm still working.
Those
I'm still working
people,
on that thing for you, man. Gula,
these ammos is gonna shoot themselves in the foot.
They shoot themselves in the foot every day.
Gula,
but you know who who do they call the natives to be insultive to them? Starts with an S.
Oh, I know the Siberians,
right? Right. Well, guess who the Melanesian people have ancestry DNA with?
Siberians. What the fuck wrong with this nigga? As if we don't know these things. Like, this shit crazy.
Right.
That's why them Olmecs look Polynesian to me.
Right.
So is that a no, Wale? We can't find anything to find out when they were shipped here?
I'm still looking, dude. As a matter of fact, I'm just wondering.
I'm just wondering. Take your time.
I will. Ain't no doubt about it. Whatever amount of time it takes, that's what I'm going to take. Meanwhile, like I said already, that you should check it out, but I'm checking it out. And now when I find it and I bring it to you, be served. That's all.
AI overview, since you wanted to play that. There is no evidence of Melanesians being shipped to the Americas.
Tiger
in the
uppercut.
same way that enslaved Africans were.
Duking.
However, there is growing evidence of ancient genetic links between Melanesian populations and some of the indigenous people in South America.
Where are you reading, cousin? Because I didn't see that part.
I'm reading that
Where are you reading
overview. I just
well, that's what I was reading, and I don't see what you're saying.
I'm on Google. It just simply typed in Melanesians shipped to America, and this is what AI gave me.
Oh, okay, I got you've got a different word. Okay. Okay. Go on though. I'll find you in just a minute, man. I just changed the word here. Continue, man. Whatever you read. Reading.
Should I go back to there is no evidence of them being shipped here?
Yeah, go start there.
Again, there is no evidence of Melanesians being shipped to the Americas in the same way that enslaved Africans were. However, there is growing evidence of ancient genetic links between Melanesian populations and some indigenous in South America. This suggests some from a prehistoric migration or contact, but it was not forced transportation like the transatlantic slave trade. So in essence, they was not shipped here.
I think.
Oh shit! Now you finna make some excuse.
No, the answer ain't no excuse. The answer.
But he was finna go get AI. Now AI lying.
The answer qualified itself. No, cousin, the answer qualified itself. If you will read it,
I want to hear the excuse.
Okay. No, as it reads, it'll say. I'm trying to find where you were at so I could read it back to you.
Yo, you want to know what's funny? The word excusages is mainly used for apologists. But I'm going to just start applying excusages to people that make excuses when history don't or sources don't say what they want them to say. They got to make an excuse.
Okay, right. Okay, so what you were saying, my dude, Gullah, what you just read, it said it qualified itself by saying, it said they were not shipped as the Africans were, or something to that nature. You remember reading that part?
Correct.
It was near the end of a sentence. Where you read it, ain't no excuse, cousin. The paper itself qualified itself. I don't need no excuse. The
that
paper itself qualified itself. Read what the
shipped to the Americas.
Said. It said
people
not the way
were not shipped to the Americas in no way, shape, or form.
That's not what we just read, though. You making up shit now.
Now you making up shit.
Just read what the guy read. That's why I wanted to find it so we wouldn't have this problem.
It's not going to say what you wanted to say, Wale. You can't force it to say what you wanted to say. You cannot try to force your interpretation into what the paper said. Either you're going to accept it for what it said or you're not. If you're not, then why have him read it?
I haven't found the actual page that you're talking about. I found separate pages an AI Gullah. So I'm asking you to please read that one sentence and we could be done with this. Or you can go with this guy here and muddle yourself in whatever you care to, instead of actually going by what the paper reads.
Which one sentence?
The one that ends with the word Africa in it.
It doesn't end with the word Africa. But that sentence was the first sentence. There's no
Go ahead.
evidence of Melanesians being shipped to the Americas in the same way that enslaved Africans were.
Exactly. I never said that. That's not my contention. They qualified themselves. The statement qualified itself. It's not the same. And I never said it was the same. I simply said it occurred. So as far as that being the thing that said, oh, they never get, oh, that's not what it said. What they said is not in the same way. Am I replying to what you read, Gula? Because once again, I don't have it to keep myself opinion to the exact words, but am I saying what those words said?
Yeah, but
okay, thank you, guys.
Where are you taking that? Because there's still no proof of them being shipped.
Oh, I got that. I'm working on that part myself right now. I'm almost there, but I had to clear this part up first. So that we
show the evidence of them being shipped.
I'm saying I'm working on that now.
Could it be that they made the voyage themselves?
Oh, a lot of that's possible. And what I said was also possible because I'm reaching where I'm going. Almost up here soon. Hey, Gullah, let me ask you another question because it came up with my niece. We were just talking the other day. The so-called Gullah Islands were discovered by the United States in what year?
What do you mean by the Gullah Islands was discovered by the United States? Like
right.
when, like, where are you going with this? I don't understand that question.
I'm asking you don't understand. Okay, I'll AI the question. Maybe
because it's implying that it was Gullah Islands before they got there, and that's not how this comes about. That's not how the terminology is rooted.
Before who got there?
Europeans or Africans.
Okay, I'll AI the answer. I won't. I'm good.
Man. And you want to know what's crazy? With all these Abo indigenous people or original people, whatever they want to term themselves, they say they don't need white man information or they.
Okay. The only I found two things so far.
And they don't hold to the idea that race is real, and they'll say shit like that. But they use the racial designations and terms and shit like that. Shit hella crazy. Shit hella crazy. And they're so Eurocentric in their thinking. It's hella crazy how they will apply the same racist terms that the white man was using, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch was applying to people when they sometimes didn't even know who these people were. They might have seen them in passing, land on their island one time, and now they finna write a whole tale about these Malaysian people that got dark skin and they look like this, and they made up a whole story, and now you sitting here in 2025 spewing that shit. The shit is crazy. If you read some of the shit that I actually presented, you will see why I say this shit is crazy. Why like y'all are racist and y'all thinking y'all don't even know it. Y'all are so racist.
Yeah, that's your opinion, man. It's good. I'm cool.
Nah, it's what I hear y'all say.
It's cool, whatever, man. I'm good.
When y'all try to force people into a category because they have melanin, that's you might as well call them, like the word, apply the word athiops to them.
Okay,
because it says here athiops to a lot of different people, and that meant ugly and black and evil and dirty and unclean. They apply that to the whole continent of Africa at certain times. But everybody ain't from Ethiopia. Ethiopia ain't the only country on the continent of Africa.
Okay, Gula, I found a reference, but I have to read through it to give you the exact wording.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to link this tab. If you want the link that I did find, I'll give it to you, and you can peruse it at your leisure. However,
yeah, go ahead. I don't mind looking at the link. I have a question though before you get started and before you share it. Are you staying with Gullah Islands as the research question, or are we going into Gullah itself?
Right now, I'm still dealing with the Melanesia.
I thought you was looking for the Gullah Islands at this point from the conversation with your niece.
No, I asked you
just so we stay on the same page.
I asked you an aberrant question, and I thought I presented it as such about the Gullah Islands. I thought you would tell me a number, like whatever the number you had in your mind as far as a date or time or something. Because I've seen it before, where the United States said it can't, the records say the United States was unaware of these islands until la-di-da, whatever date and time that was. And then I just thought you'd run that off and I can continue because I'm trying to see if whether it correlates with the stuff I'm finding on the Melanesian move. However, since you stalled, I just put that to the side and went back into my Melanesian thing I'm already working on because you asked me for something that I feel a certain obligation to present to you, man, which is about the Melanesian.
Not to cut you off, the United States never discovered a quote unquote Gullah Islands. They've known about those. They've known about those sea islands off of Georgia in the area
because
since the inception of creating the country.
When
what?
Oh, this is
okay.
insane.
I find it because I'm asking you the same question over and over. You pretend and you are behaving as though you have no idea.
I'm asking you a question about what do you mean by when?
This
what?
Shit is crazy.
Okay, according to the reports,
the first encounters with these islands would have been in 1526. But it's not called the Gullah Islands then, and it's not called Georgia then.
And who was that first encounter with, since we're talking about? That was before the United States. So tell me, who was that first encounter with?
What do you mean?
Okay, what do I mean? Nothing.
What do you mean encounter? What do you mean? Like the overall encounter, like all parties involved?
You said the first encounter was something, and I said, who was in that encounter? And now you're saying, what do I mean?
Type this in, Wale.
Oh no, I'm doing something already. I'm not typing nothing else in. I'm working on this thing. I'm all right. I just told you.
Well, if you want the answer, here's the answer. San Miguel, Guadalupe, 1526.
Oh, okay. You just told me. Thank you so much. Oh, the thing I just gave you too. The link I put it in the back chat because these long links I can't put in the regular chat. So I put it in the back chat, and that link will. I think it's right. Is that the link? Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. The link should take you
in Papua New Guinea. Where are you going with this?
Okay. The thing I was saying to you about if you read it, just the first few lines, you could see where I was going. I was saying that enough of them people were sent to the United States, la-di-da, and you say, when did that happen? And so here it is.
This is talking about people from Hawaii.
it says Hawaii, Fiji, British Columbia, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, Queensland, and another reference simply says the Polynesian Islands. How did they put it here? Yeah, they just say the Polynesian Islands or the Melanesian Islands, because them different islands. The Melanesian Islands and the other ones are different. And that's what we talked. That's what I was referring to, and that's what I showed you, and that's what I was telling you. And you say, when and where did that happen? And I said it wasn't like the slave trade of Africa is being reported. I agree with that 100. I never said that. Never really implied it. I simply said some of the people came over here, and I just happened to know. That's all. And then I show you, because you say, oh, no, show me. So I'm showing you. Do with it as you will, as usual.
But I mean, where are we going with this? If these people know who they are, how are you tying that in with the overall collective story of Black people?
First of all, I thought you knew me better than that. I don't go with no overall collective story of Black people. I don't even understand that concept.
The conversation, the beginning of our conversation was talking about Black people.
But where? I'd never seen one. So our conversation has never been about Black people.
The beginning of the conversation today was the beginning of this stream's conversation was centered around Black people in this identity crisis.
I see. That's part of the
Black people.
That's the identity crisis.
You came in and you made a mention of people being shipped here from Melanesia, and I said, when?
And I showed you that. Go ahead. You're doing a fine job.
How does that tie in with the conversation of Black people?
Cousin.
Because in order for these people to know that they got shipped from Melanesia and that they are Melanesian, they know what their story is.
And you don't?
You
don't know what your story is?
How does that get tied in with the story of Black people? Like, where's
you don't
the
know
connection?
You don't know do you know what your story is?
What story?
Oh, here we go with what story? Your story.
Story?
Your story. Your story. You just funny all over the place, man. I bet your kids like talking to you.
These ambiguous questions. What story? What part of my
story?
You
just said their story, this story. I ask you, what's your story now?
Yeah,
story? What does that mean? Story? Why you say story? Where'd that come from? Story? What do you mean by story?
Individual. Do you not see where there's a difference in that?
Cousin, do your thing, man. I answered your question. Whatever you want to do with it, as I said before, at your bidding, do your will.
But you didn't answer my question.
I did.
No, you didn't.
You asked me about when did these people come and under what circumstances, and I told you about what circumstances these people came and under what involvement we were dealing with at the time. Now, if you want to say something else,
that's the question I'm asking you. Who is we in the involvement? Where is that connection?
If you want to have some, I don't know what connection you're looking for.
You just said it. You just said it, Wale. You talking about people being funny, but look at what you just did.
Oh, I'm a hoot.
A hoot and a holler. In the meantime,
there you go, my man. Which question is it now that you
question? Where do you tie this in with what we was talking about? What do these Melanesian people have to do with Black people and standing up for Black people? Now, if you want to say dark-skinned people, I'm with you. But what does that have to do with Black people?
I don't know. I don't know any Black people, cousin. I came, as I said, when I first showed up, was to talk about this guy. Oh, God. I came to talk about that guy. What?
Dev, Sabio, if either one of y'all there, are y'all Black people?
Yeah, this is what the whole show is about. Standing up. Do you have the capacity to stand up for Black folks in America? Black ain't never been disputed as being identifying of a certain group of people.
Cousin Wale, meet Uncle Dev. Uncle Dev is a black person. Now you know a black person. How do we tie Melanesians in with black people? Where's the we in that story?
As far as I know, we are all here. That's where it ties in at. Anything other than that, you have to do your own thing to get there, cousin. I just told you what I got, and if you don't want it, please just leave it.
No, he never made the claim, so he don't have to really tie in shit. You want to keep saying that black people were shipped over from Melanesia, so he was still waiting on you to post the information up in the back chat. Did the information you posted to him, did it say that the United States went over to Melanesia and brought black people back to the United States? Is that what it said?
Oh no, of course not.
No one will use technology. That's what you said, though. That's what you said.
No, that is not what I said.
Oh, okay.
It's elementary. That's not what I said. Patently.
So why are we talking about Melanesia then if you didn't say that?
Because I was referring to the fact that, like I said when I first came, is the guy Willie was saying that it's odd or crazy or even ludicrous, even. I don't know different words he was using. Unconscionable. That niggas in America will say they are not from Africa. They were here before the cracker came with that noise. Their lineage, their people, la-di-da. I also prefaced that before I got deep into it with the mapping of color and coloration of people. Did all of that work. And then I came back to the thing to say, when you look at it, you'll see people who look like us all over the place, not just in one spot called Africa. Because in spots called Africa, them niggas don't even look like us. And in other places still, you'll see niggas look like us everywhere. And because I have relationships with them other people, I relate to them. You don't have it. That's cool. No problem. I have that relationship. I'm good.
So you shouldn't have no problem with people holding up their ancestry history from Africa then.
Not at all.
There certainly isn't any information that black people in America have a lineage to people in Melanesia. Nobody's going around saying our Melanesian ancestry. Nobody in America that's black or identifies as melanated, as you would say, can tell you, yeah, the reason why we're melanated is not because of DNA, but this is the tradition that we hold. What do people in Melanesia do that nobody else on planet Earth does? Are you able to name that, identify that lives in America? No, you're not.
Sounds right to me. No, I don't know nothing they do special. I don't know nothing a lot of people do special that nobody else in the world does except them. I really don't. But hey, man, if that's your qualifier, if that's the thing you're going to sit on, that's your mountaintop, stand. No problem. I'm good.
Yeah, black people braid their hair in a certain way. That's something unique to people who have ancestry to various regions in Africa. White people don't have a history of that.
Oh, white people now. Okay, you went from black to white. Damn, it's all over the place.
Well, I'm saying the braiding of the hair. That's what I was speaking to in specifically. Did you hear that part? Did you hear me say about how people wear their hair?
Yeah,
dreadlocks, Rasta.
I've seen that all over, cousin. I don't.
Oh, okay. So I see why people trying to copy it too.
I'm not. I never said nothing about white people. That's your daily way. I don't do that. Yeah, well, I could dig it. Let me see what's on that link. Cause I think you hit that link, you'll see people with braids, or they got dreads. Okay. Yeah.
I did all that damn research and can't find shit that links people that identify as black in the United States that come from some island called Melanesia. You can't even find the goddamn word Melanesia.
These is Hawaiian people. The people that came to the United States came from Hawaii. The people that he wants to tie into Melanesia went to Australia.
Yeah, meanwhile, you see the people, you see what I said about them, you see what the thing says about them, whatever you want to do with that, of course, you will. I can dig it. The reason I had asked you about the islands, Mr. Vasa, is that how it goes? Hold on.
You can call me Bubba.
Nicolo, huh?
You can call me Bubba.
Bubba?
It's Vasan Nicolo, but you can call me Bubba if it's easier.
Just have to, I was saying Gullah or something at the time, but Nicolo, it's whatever you want, man. I don't care. You got all kind of names. I'll go by them. That's your thing. My thing is this. I was just, as I said, talking to my niece. She did a genealogy on the family, right? Because we had a lot of stuff. Family trees. Our family tree went back, and she found the original book that everything was transcribed to. All the different books were transcribed to one particular book, and she found it from I think she said she found it through my uncle, and through all of them people. They some of them come from islands just outside of Georgia. None of them. She had a name, and that wasn't the name she gave me, but it's cool. And I haven't gotten the paperwork from her yet. She was telling me off of her memory. She has to get the paperwork, she said, and send it to me. The hard copies. And none of them, all the way up to my mother, had ever been enslaved. Not one. That was her contention.
How far back did she go?
She said 16 or 1700. I don't recall one of them things. It could have been 16th century, 17th. You know how I get them mixed up. 17th century is 1600.
Yes.
But 1700s is not the same as 17. So I'm confused with that little part, but back that far in that area of time.
So y'all can trace your family tree back to the 17th century in the Americas, correct? This is your niece, so that's your family, right?
She said further, yeah. Because because she's my niece, her what you call it? Her lineage, her genealogy took a different turn because she turned off of my family, right? Which was what she told me about. And then when her dad was added, her father, she had to include him for her genealogy. And he has a different path.
Is her surname the same? Like where's the switch? Where's the turnoff?
What do you mean? I don't
Last
understand the
name.
question.
The last name.
What are you asking?
Is it one long story of, I don't know what the last name is, so I'll just say X's. The X family goes back to the Sea Islands, 17th century, or is there multiple names included?
Or some other names included. However, the bulk of the people itself traveled. The bulk of the people are from the same place, the same places. They actually moved. Over the generations. They moved 50 miles one generation. A few generations later, they moved about 25 miles, like that. And then the next generation, the one I was closest to, they moved yet again, but not far at all, because they were all still in the same community setup, according to what I'm getting from her. And then when her father came in, her lineage peaked to another place almost immediately.
And this is all in Georgia?
Oh no, that's why I was telling you about the migration. They moved from mostly southern type Georgia to northern type Florida, because we weren't dealing with those names and conscious boundaries. We were dealing with land. You understand what I mean? The consciousness is different, but I'm just trying to give you an awareness by what you call that space today. Yes.
Do you happen to know when they made the shift from Georgia to Florida?
Not at all.
Well, if it's in the 17th century, 18th century, and early 19th century, it could be very, very well that they shift from Georgia to Florida in pursuit of freedom. Not saying that's what it is, but it's highly possible that that's why you see a shift.
Okay.
Especially if they own the Sea Islands.
Okay.
Now, if that's one continuous family, one continuous story of a free family going back to the 16th, well, not 16th, but 17th century, that's amazing. It'd be nice to know who these people are, because that's a monumental feat in African American history, to say we had a free family that established itself from the 17th century to modern day and has all their paperwork together and can prove who they are. That's some FBA shit out this world.
I be hearing about that all the time. I didn't know it was odd. Even though her and I just had the conversation a week or two ago, when she delivered the information, I didn't find it odd at all, because I hear it from people all the time. I'm surprised that you're even saying the statement that you're saying at the moment. A bit surprised, right? I'm not just a bit surprised. God, that's cool. And just from my own personal perspective, freedom is not something that you seek. Seeking freedom is something that you maintain.
Well, Wale, to speak to that sentiment, you're not going to see majority of black people with a birth certificate pre-14th Amendment.
Say that again?
You're not going to see majority of black people with a birth certificate pre the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
We have to become citizens. Even the concept of a birth certificate is fairly new, just on the mass whole of people. So to sit back and say you got a direct line of birth certificates going back to the 17th century that is monumental for any family in the United States, let alone a black family. That's not normal. That's not normal by any means.
That's your determination, and I find it to be quite normal, and even more normal as time goes on, because it's quite a natural thing. But natural and normal took different courses a while back, and now they're rejoining.
Show us 5 people that, not 5 people, show us 5 black families that can do that.
At least as far as I know.
Show us. Name these names for the audience.
I will not. I suggest the audience, as you put it, actually have their own genealogy checked, do it themselves, whatever they want to do. It took her almost 12 years. So it's not a short thing to do. So I'm just saying, according to her, that's what she said. I mean, she got children and a job and all that. So, okay. It wasn't 12 years on the grind. But everyone should know that. Don't be like, I don't know my own people, where they come from, where they went, who they were. Know something about them. To talk about your ancestors, then talk about them. Know them. Have some understanding of life, actual, not no movie or something you read in a book type of life, but get it from them. Go through their records and see where they were born, when they were born, under what conditions, stuff like that. Is that what you're calling a birth certificate? It exists. A lot of people.
So for the people that don't know how to begin this pursuit, being the fact that your niece has done it and acquired these documents or stories, however it came to her, what methodology should the people in the audience who have never done this or don't know where to begin, where should they look to see if they got family in the 17th century?
The first thing to do is see if they got family in the 20th century. You got family now, you probably had family then.
Okay. So where do they look? Like what do they need to establish this?
First thing they need is the intent. Once you get the intent, almost everything else comes naturally.
Okay, let's establish that they have the intent because they're willing to start this pursuit. What are they looking for?
The first thing the first thing they should do, intent is, you don't look for something, you just look for everything. You're not looking for something, you're looking at everything. So you start with your parents. Go talk to them, see what they tell you. They might tell you where you could go and find this information in 10 seconds, man. Don't ask me, because I thought some people, well, you go to Google. No, go to your parents. Go to your
go
aunts.
to our parents and just get oral tradition, or do we go to our parents and say, hey, parents, do you have anything of tangible means to give me for our family tree?
There you
go. Or
go.
do we just go by oral tradition and just go to the story?
The store?
Story.
Go to the.
Do we go by story, or what tangible evidence are we looking for?
What
did your niece just listen to? Did your niece just go to her parents and get a story and came back and said, "Uncle, my parents told me the story and I want to share it with you"? Or did she go and find some tangible evidence that put the family in Georgia in the 17th century?
That's what I'm saying to you now about what you asked the question, whether what I would suggest to a person who might develop that intent at this moment. Then I would say to them, start where you are to get to where you're going. Your immediate family is where you are. They may have information that you are unaware of. Always start there. They tell you a story, write it down, because all history is a story. Absolutely no part of it is not. So take the story, record it if you can. A lot of people were doing that in the 80s and 90s, taking recorders to their aunts and uncles. Recording machines, you know, so that they can get the actual transcripts and stuff. And they still do, because my aunt just went through that exercise. So what you do is you get whatever stories they give you, you get whatever information they tell you. I don't know, but mama used to have something. Then you start check with your aunts and shit, older aunt, a younger aunt, or older uncle or something, and say, hey, mom told me that grandma had la-di-da. You know anything about that? And see what their story is and record that. And see what they could tell you as far as how to find other tangible information that you can use to kickstart some other line of questioning. And you keep moving in that venue. And that's why I say one must have the intent to actually succeed at something. And then as the venue, as the time, as the opportunities arise, you will know which ones to take, which ones not to take. And if there are mistakes, that's still good, because sometimes mistakes help you get on the right road. You know, not that road ain't the one. Now you can go really more confidently down the next road.
So when my niece comes and asks me, Uncle Bubba, I'm trying to put our family tree together. Where do I start? How do I do this? I say, go look for la-di-da.
Cousin, if that's what you got for it, then
no,
that's what
you just said. That's what you just said to the audience.
No, I said go and talk to your
people. You didn't say go look for birth certificates. You didn't go look for family journals.
No, I didn't say none of that.
You didn't say look for newspapers to see if they might print it out that this person was born on this date. This is all I have is grandma's birthday and the year. You said go look for la-di-da.
Okay.
But this is coming from a family that's established these records, and you don't even want to share with the audience what these records are. We just supposed to start where you stand. That's going to take you where you're going.
Oh, that's the best way to get to where you're going, starting from where you are. If you can tell me any kind of way to circumvent that, I'm listening.
But the question was asked to you of what tangibles did your niece find?
Dude, I don't know. That's why I say she hasn't sent that to me. She said she told me what she recollected from her search. And then she said she would follow that up with the what you're calling tangibles. I don't understand why you seem not to have caught that part. I said it more than once. But it's cool. I'll say it again if need be. No problem. I'm good. Truth is like that. Yes, it is.
You still there, Sabio?
So Gula, I mean, I could dig it. I could dig it. You need Sabio. I could dig it. I don't need no harm.
I don't need Sabio.
I could say to the
audience, he's still there.
I would say to the audience that
I wasn't. I just got back.
Oh, beautiful. I would say to the audience to please look up these people that I have given you a thought about, and just see what you think. Be like I was when I first started dealing with this stuff. Be open-minded. Don't stand on a narrative. Just stand on what you find. See what you find and what it looked like to you.
So what's the new claim? What's the claim? Because like I said, I just returned.
Wale's family has been in Georgia free since the 17th century, according to his niece.
Mm-hmm.
But when we say, okay, how did y'all establish this? We start where you stand. That's going to take you where you're going. And la-di-da. Sabio.
What?
Right.
Hold on. Those people were
free. Oh, that's a unique retelling, right?
Hold on.
Oh yeah, I want to hold on to.
Your family was free. Your family was free in the slave state of Georgia in the 1700s.
In the 1700s, and they got the records for it. Continuously free, Sabio. Even moved to Florida.
Just show one source. Show one, and the conversation's done.
About that, Sabio, I'll tell you, but actually I said to him, and he condensed it to whatever manner he sees fit, of course, is this. I just had a conversation with my niece a week or two ago now.
Okay, well,
she had
on and let her present the evidence.
She had done the, I'm still saying something. If you want to hear what transpired, I'm saying that. What transpired only. Whatever you want to go past that, that's up to you, and you're well to do such. Meanwhile, I'm telling you what simply transpired, right? And that she gave me a recounting from her memory of what she came up with.
Why didn't you record it?
She said that she was able to go back to the first that she found of the people were on the islands off the coast. The first she was found of our family was off the island. I mean, islands off of the the area we now consider
right,
Georgia.
I got you, Wale. That's cool.
I asked her.
You didn't think what she was telling you was important enough for you to record? Like, hold on, let me go get a tape recorder, a video, so I can record this.
Absolutely not. That didn't even cross my mind. I wasn't thinking about you when I was talking.
No. I didn't want you. You see, you're projecting.
You're projecting.
No. Because I'm asking you a question because that's important. So I would have wanted to record this.
That means you're projecting.
My cousin, or no, I'm letting, because when you're telling us as if it's a fact, and you want us to take it as a fact. So if I'm telling, listen, because I'm listening to what you're saying. So the reason why you
listen to what I'm saying, you just heard enough to argue.
It's for you. It's for you also. It's not for us. It's also for you. But you will have that recording. So all you have to do is listen. Boom, press play, and then we're listening to her. But it could also be for you to listen to and do research on. So it's a double-edged sword. It works both ways.
Okay, if that's how you want to do it, no problem. I'll finish telling you if you would like.
I don't want to keep hearing it. I don't want to keep it because I've heard enough. It's a story that may not be true. Yeah.
There you go. Every story may be true or may not be true. That's the reality.
There's no evidence. What evidence did she give you?
What evidence did she give me? I guess her word.
Just like the Bible is a bunch of people's words.
Cool. A bunch of people that I don't know in the Bible. I never met them. I have no quality of.
And we never met your niece. And you're giving us your word. You're giving us her word that you interpret.
There you go, my man.
It's conjecture.
Yeah, it's all conjecture is what I'm saying. Everything is conjecture is what I'm saying. You can tell me no thing that is not.
What? I don't know. No thing that is not. What?
That's right. You have the big brain, right? Tell me, answer.
I don't know shit. I learn something new every day. I try to learn at least 5 things new every day, at least.
Oh, that's so beautiful. That's a good intent. I like it. That's beautiful. Like I say, to me, I think you're a smart kid.
I ain't been a kid since I was 8.
See? Oh, that was another thing she said too, because she traveled during those 12 years. She actually went to Nigeria. She went somewhere else too. She went to some islands. She was following different people in the genealogy that she was finding, and who they were, where they came from, that kind of stuff. And she had the ability at that time to travel to those places, and she did. She actually went.
She found some Nigerian ancestry.
Yeah, she said through her father, yes. Her mother is my sister. Or was my sister, as it were. As it is, I mean.
I'm not going to ask any more questions.
That was beautiful, man. So what I was saying is, We have to follow whatever our own path shows us. It's not a one size fits all. Different people have different paths and different lineages, and I think they should know that and follow their path. That's how we can know what we are and not just be saying, well, I think I'm from Africa. My thing say I'm 50% Africa. I guess that's where I'm from. That
but ain't nobody said we thought we was from Africa though, and just left it like that.
That is kind of ignorant to me.
I ain't never met nobody that said, "Oh, I think I'm from Africa." I ain't never met nobody like that. But I have met somebody that said that we got straight hair and now we Indian. I've met plenty of people like that.
I've met that too.
Let me ask you this question. Hold on real quick. Hold on,
Fabio, because Debbie might not have caught this part. He just said his niece was tracing down family in Nigeria.
That's right.
Exactly. The fuck wrong with this man?
Nothing's wrong with me. What's wrong with you?
No, there's something absolutely wrong with you if your niece traced DNA to Nigeria.
She wasn't doing DNA. She was doing actual
ancestry, lineage. Same difference.
No, it's not.
Oh shit.
One is a shoreline. The other one is, whatever they tell you.
Oh, fuck.
You get something from your mom.
And your dad. You get 23 from your mom. You get 23 from your dad. And they go to a place and a people in certain places on this thing we call the earth. Land masses and peoples.
I was just saying, Sabio, not to argue with you.
No, you're arguing with yourself.
You're actually insane, actually. But what I was saying, and I'll repeat it so that maybe this time you allow the entire sentence before you make a reckoning, and then you won't even have to make a reckoning. I said, as far as she is concerned, she did not invoke DNA in her conversation with me. She told me only about invoking the information from the actual people and the follow-up as she could best from whatever she got from the government, wherever they were born. She went through records, birth records and stuff like that. And all that. She went through all of that stuff. Even in other countries, she went through those records.
How do you get DNA? Through sex?
Huh?
You get DNA through
sex. You're stuck on DNA. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh shit. You get lineage, ancestry, and all that shit while they through sex. What the fuck is wrong with you? People fuck and make other people and pass the fucking genes on. And that makes lineages and families and shit. What, nigga? This shit gotta be stupid. Insanity.
I agree. You are patently
insane. You are totally lost.
She actually went to the people and asked
she knows
who was your grandmother,
so how did she get that Nigerian ancestry? It just popped up in her shit magically. Nobody fucked somebody from Nigeria to get that ancestry.
Cousin, I would
somebody from another place had to fuck somebody from Nigeria.
You don't want to
get Nigerian ancestry.
You ask
because the answer is obvious. You get ancestry through sex. The fuck? I didn't get my Nigerian ancestry just magically. My Eastern ancestry just magically, nigga. The fuck?
No,
it just popped up.
From 23andMe.
No, fuck. Nah, actually, before I even took a DNA test, and I've said it before, I had stories from my family, my auntie, my mother, my grandmother, my grandfather.
So you know about that
we had ancestry from Nigeria, from Africa.
Wow.
What are you talking about? This shit ain't new. DNA just confirmed their stories and helped me trace it further to tribes and specific land masses and shit. That's all the DNA did.
Oh, wow, isn't that beautiful? That's what I was saying simply about what I understand my niece to have done.
But it's all through sex. The fuck?
Oh, it's all through search, actually, not sex. It's an S word, but it's a different X word. It's called search. And she searched through all the people, through all the documents that she could.
And all the people that she used, that she conversed with, that she met, that she read, whatever, they had sex.
If you say so, cousin.
They here because somebody had sex.
All right.
So their lineages is connected to those land masses. And you can't make them in a place where they weren't, if they weren't there till they got there.
So she recanted at the time how, because I asked her how she get there, and she told.
So she took something back.
Oh, okay. I should say recite.
Okay.
No, she didn't say nothing. A cantation, and then she do the cantation again. But it's okay.
A recant.
So, she went on to say that she followed her father's genealogy back to Nigeria. That's how she got to Nigeria, cousin. You asked me how she get there, and
so her daddy had some Nigerian ancestry. So again, somebody fucked somebody from Nigeria.
Okay. And when she went there, and I was about to ask her, but she had to go, because when she went there, I recall she told me about it right after she got back, and she was so disappointed about something, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So I haven't yet to have that discussion with her.
The denialism of certain people.
What's that mean?
How people want to deny being African.
Why would you say that?
Because that's probably what she was upset about. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, right. You're just talking shit. Of course, you probably
like
are. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea. You're right, and you don't need it.
Yeah, I know my niece. You don't.
Trying to make your niece say something. So what was your niece ultimately saying?
I just said to you.
So let me ask you this, a better question. Mm-hmm. So her having Nigerian ancestry, do you have Nigerian ancestry?
Not as far as I know.
But I
say, of course she is. I practically raised her. But
so how did the Nigerians skip you?
I practically raised her for long periods.
How did the Nigerians skip you?
What's that mean? Her father and my father are from different places.
Okay.
But her mother and my mother are from the same place.
Oh. Okay. So you might not have any Nigerian ancestry. That could very well be true.
I know a lot. I know enough, not a lot. I know enough Nigerian people. I know niggas from Ghana. You know, I'm an international nigga. I know people. And I talk to them. I'm an international nigga. And I just met
I thought you was Aboriginal.
What you think a nigga is?
Not an Aboriginal.
Oh, well then, now you know. A nigga is Aboriginal, yes.
No, they're not.
Okay, whatever you want to say, you know better than, you know, hey, like you say, you know all things. Was that Jedi thing?
No, I know that.
You know what?
That niggas are not Aboriginal.
Oh, okay, if you say so, cousin. Do your thing.
As
much as you want to do. Oh, hold on half a second. Hold on. I got something that I clipped for this very moment. Hold on a second. I got it from maybe you could check it and see, you know. I'm gonna put the whole reference, and then you can decide how you want to approach this reference. That's all I'm gonna say about it, because I ain't gonna say it's correct. I'm not gonna say bow down, this is what it is. I'm just gonna present to you a reference. Will you please just look at it, read it, and see what you think of it? It has a date and everything, and I'll read it to you. It says, American race. They have a copper-colored skin, long and short, woolly black hair. I think that was R short. Woolly black hair, I don't know. Small, dark eyes, and very thick lips and broad noses. Beecher Stowe, 1833. Do with it, like I said, hey, I'm telling you, I present, once again, I present to you information, and you do with it as you will.
Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin. For real. For real.
What? Hey, dude, this
for real.
Is that from? Is this out of Uncle Tom's Cabin? Is that a statement out of Uncle Tom's Cabin? I doubt it.
All right.
But if you say so, you know, la-di-da.
Harriet Beecher Stowe.
It just say Beecher Stowe. I don't know. I put the date there. You can look it up for yourself. That's why I say I put the reference, and you do with it as you will. So I'm not going to claim anything.
So somehow.
So you're a funny guy. So
somehow that reference of the Native Americans somehow made you think of Africans. How?
Not at all, actually.
Niggas, black people.
Yes,
how?
Niggas for sure.
How?
Because I know because I told you this 100 times. In the same era, so to speak, the dictionary said the original American is called nigger.
Oh shit! No, it doesn't.
Okay.
This shit's crazy.
You're black. You're a funny guy. You said the name Wale. The name Wale is, as you say, a name. It wasn't given to me so much as a name, as a description of my path. However, it's only, as you say, Nigerian is not actually Nigerian. It's Yoruba. It's not Nigerian. It's Yoruba. I'm going to say that again so for the people in the back. It's not Nigerian. It's Yoruba. That's a whole different thing. Now we're talking about people. Nigeria is a country like the United States of America. Is not the American continent. It is the United States. It's a country. Nigeria is a country, corporation, if you really want to go to it. But that they are not. That's not the people. That they have to become citizens. Like in America, you got some people in America who are not citizens of the United States. Though you don't have to be a citizen of the country to be on the government in order to be on the land.
So again, there's so many documents that's been presented where the colonizers, the Europeans, whatever you want to call them, when they came into contact with the indigenous, the natives, whatever you want to call those people that was on the continent of the Americas, the American continents, North and South America. They described them differently from the people of Africa who they had been having contact with for centuries. So who are we supposed to take into account?
Are you talking about that Negro de Terra, Negro de Guinea?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hell no. That shit don't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. Don't even bring that shit up. Please.
Why is it shit? I don't understand. Why do you
Because that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Negro de Terra. What the hell? For real? That's what you, for real?
I thought that's what you were talking about, cousin.
No.
You said there's some kind of records you were referring to and stuff, and I thought that's what you were getting at.
Absolutely.
But hey, it's cool.
Not.
You got
so
upset
again,
about it. Wow.
No, I didn't get upset. I just needed you to slow down.
So you got upset
because you started overshooting.
Oh, okay.
That's where you need to slow down.
Okay.
So what I was saying is, we got all these references and all this shit about how they reference the Africans and why they call them Negro. But you want to sit here and say they applied that term to Native Americans, and they did it because they knew who the Negroes were. They had been having contact with them for centuries. Are you going to say the things that the that the Moors did when they was up in Spain, that didn't happen?
You know what? I'm not really versed on what the Moors did in Spain from the perspective that you are.
Okay, but they were. Are you willing to say they were there?
I understand that to be as what we call Spain, that landmass. Yes.
Okay, so at that point, what are you talking about? Because they've been having contact with these Negroes or Africans for centuries. So why would they somehow mistake a person all the way thousands of miles from the continent of Africa with African? And they knew what an African was. Doesn't make sense to a person that sees the history. Doesn't make.
Hey, you know what? I had just thought about something when I went to turn on my water for tea, because I'm having tea this morning, of course, and I thought about a question to ask you. What do you think is on the birth certificate I have? What do you think, the one that my parents filled out at my birth? What do you think? The race is on there, as it were. I think it says race. What do you think it reads? I'm just asking.
I would say Negro.
Negro or colored.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be similar to what my father say.
What does your father say?
I believe it says colored.
That's right. Colored. I was just taking note of
them for colored when it's regard to race in the Americas.
Black.
What is wait a minute, what is Two Brothers' favorite saying about colored? Everybody that's colored is not Negro. But everybody who is Negro is colored. I think that's how he put it.
What?
Hey, Dev, I've been looking for that goddamn video. I just found it. So I just came back to let y'all know I ain't dipped out. I found it. I'm about to find it where Wale made that horrendous lie, told that horrendous lie, and I'll be back.
Oh, right.
Oh, shit. You go with it.
Yeah, he gonna slip into that I don't have no reason to lie to a bunch of grown ass men. But I'm gonna go get it. It's a long ass video. I'm trying to find that part, and I'll be back.
That happened. It will gonna do that today. You're gonna find that goddamn clip.
Boy, I admire that kind of diligence. I really do.
I admire the kind of diligence it takes to make up these tales to run from Africa.
What's that?
I said I admire the kind of diligence it takes to run and make up these tales to run from being African. That shit is admirable.
What tales are you?
Admirable.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're a funny guy.
Making people things that they aren't and all that shit.
You can't make people things that they are not, cousin. It's a done deal. Either they are that thing or they are not.
Y'all attempt to do that shit all the time.
Y'all. Oh, y'all. Y'all.
The wabble.
bada bing, bada boom, baby, all night
And I
long,
wanna
baby.
brew
Don't wanna
that shit all day long.
bada bing, bada boom, baby, all night long, baby. Meanwhile, those who want to just see what it is, look at it. I put the information, I put the links and shit. Check it out for yourself. You know, stay where you at. Okay, where you at might be a good place for you.
So Harriet
And you
Beecher
want
Stowe,
Les
her
McCann,
reference,
Les
her description
Brown.
of the native now makes them niggas. Now makes them Africans. Harriet Beecher Stowe.
No, I'm saying. No, not that. The dictionary itself said how did they put it? The original American or something like that is nigger.
Where?
Nigger.
Where?
That's the same thing, huh?
Where?
I saw it in 2 dictionaries. Well, no, I saw it in 1 dictionary. Somebody told me it was in another dictionary. I haven't seen that dictionary either.
However, I heard that right.
Mm-hmm.
The original American was an Nigger, according to a dictionary.
That's right. And as a matter of fact, you can get that.
Can you show the dictionary?
No, I don't have. I didn't pay for that service.
Oh.
I think it's Oxford. It's either. Yes, I think it's Oxford. I don't think it's Cambridge.
Now you're lying on Oxford.
Okay, and then in the dictionary, it's 1804 dictionary. Some guy told me he also found it in an 1824, 1828. I don't know what he was saying.
We didn't read these dictionaries already.
I don't have that. I never saw that. He just told me about that. The one I know about and the one I was able to find is 1804. Yeah, BYT Gold is 1804. That's the one I was able to find, and that's the one that says exactly what I'm talking about. So, I mean, you could say this and that, Sabio, but you know you can't find an 1804, look up the word nigger and don't find the information. So prove me wrong.
So, again, they have...
Again, he says. Again.
Yes. Again, they've been having contact with the Nigger or the Negro since the 3rd century, 7th century, and from then on, consistently.
I'm sorry, I didn't
trade, and this is north and the coast of West Africa, specifically Northwest Africa and East Africa and North Africa, those regions. So,
hey, Sabio, you know that that quote that Wale dropped in the back, it's not defining American people. It's talking about Asians. It's talking about Asians.
Who?
Oh, it
Harriet Beecher Stowe?
Yeah.
What is
she's basically giving a geography lesson to kids, and she's defining the people of the world.
Okay.
That's not a full statement. She's making a comparison to these people, these Asian people looking different than the white people in America and Native Americans themselves. That's why if you look at it, what it says, if you look at it, Sabio,
say it again.
Where it says, if you look at what Wale posted, American race period. That's the end of a sentence. That's not how we would define a word. The actual source for that is, what's this called?
Give me the link for the actual source. I don't have it.
It's in the back.
Oh, back of what? Oh, okay, thank you. I'll go check it now. I don't see it. Oh, okay. I see where you put it in. Thank you, man.
Well,
it starts off, the inhabitants of this world are different in their appearance. According to, it's called Races of Men, Lesson 13th, the
I had that
13th
book.
for children, 1833. Catherine and Harriet Beecher. The inhabitants of this world are different in their appearance according to the country they inhabit. Some are white, like the people of America. Some have a dark, yellowish complexion. Some are copper colored, and some are black. They are therefore divided into 5 classes according to their appearance.
The 5 great races of men.
These classes are the European, the Asian, the African, the American.
Hold on, Wale. Dev, you still there? Or is there a mod in here?
What's up?
Get Yorkshire in the chat. I'm not
What's
on
that?
YouTube. I'm not on YouTube. I'm just on the StreamYard. But get Yorkshire in the chat.
Yorkshire.
You'll see.
Somebody Ebony Knowledge already took care of that.
Okay.
Way to go, Ebony Knowledge, be on the job, man. You got him right away too. Before I could look to see what was up. It was that's so beautiful. See? So I was reading this thing here. Here it is. I didn't finish the paragraph. You know, it's obviously it says races of men at the top. I could share this if you like. I could present this in the back. You know, everybody can read.
I got the book.
Okay, okay, fine. I'll finish this particular paragraph. It has one more sentence. These classes are the European. He said they are therefore divided into 5 classes according to their appearance. These classes are the European, the Asiatic, the African, the American, and the Malayan. All the people in Europe, excepting in Lapland and Finland, belong to the European race. That's interesting. I got to look them guys up. If they're not European, what are they? Curious. The people in the western part of Asia, as far as the river Ob. Sounds familiar? Those in the Barbary states, in Egypt, and Abyssinia, also belonging to this race. Interesting. They have far, is that far? I'm looking at far. Maybe it want to be fair, but it says they have far complexions and their features are more regular and beautiful. Ooh, talk about the eye of the beholder. They have far complexions and their features are more regular and beautiful than those of any other race. Any other class. That's what it reads.
Oh, I know what it reads.
That's the European race. And they're from the Barbary states, that's around the Barbary shores, Egypt, western part of Asia, Abyssinia. Abyssinia. I hear people trying to say that used to be the name of Africa, Abyssinia. So it's Abyssinia. I don't know. I'm going to leave that alone. All belong to that race, the European race, the Abyssinians, Egyptians, according to this paper. Believe it or not, they say. The white people in America, Huh? No, they didn't get there yet. They just say European. That was the European class. The white people. Now we get to the white people. The white people in America belong to this class and came originally from Europe. There is, however, a difference in the complexions of this race. Those natives who live in the south part of Europe are darker than those who live in the north, and those in the Barbary states and in Egypt are darker than those in Europe. Here are pictures of an European and an Asiatic, whatever that is. Before the white people came over to America, it had many tribes of people in it. Some of these tribes still remain in the United States and in the countries north of it and in South America. These form what are called the American race. They have a copper-colored skin, long black hair, small, dark eyes, and very thick lips and broad noses. If you look on the map of Asia, you will see a country called Malaya, and you notice the islands around it. This country and all these islands, together with Australia and Polynesia, are inhabited by the Malay race. These people are different from the American in having a brown instead of copper-colored skin, and in having soft, curly, black hair instead of straight and coarse. Many of the Malay race are handsome, for their complexion often is not darker than some of the darkest ones in our country. The African race have black, woolly hair and black skin. They live principally in the middle parts of Africa. Here are pictures of an African and an American. Hard to see what either one of them is. All the rest of the countries of Asia are inhabited by the Asiatic race. These people have dusky yellowish skins and the color of dried orange peel.
Damn, they're not describing African or anybody related to them.
That's a long-ass paragraph.
All the rest of the countries of Asia, they're talking about Asia, are inhabited by Asiatic race. These people have dusky, yellowish skins of the color of dried orange peel, which reminded me of Donald Trump anyway, and sometimes a tawny white. They have coarse, straight, black hair and small black eyes. The people in Lapland and Greenland also belong to this race. So
Hey,
yeah,
Deb, I put the video in the back, but I forgot to go look at the timestamp when he said it. I'm gonna go back and find it.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that'll be determined sooner than later.
Hey.
Oh, it's in there. It's in there. Trust me. But before I go, I don't want to jump subject, but I did hear some funny shit in there, Wale, that you said.
Oh, beautiful.
Did you say you had a motorcycle accident and you flew 154 feet through a windshield of a car into a passenger seat and didn't break a bone?
I didn't say I went through the windshield. The rest of it is correct. I did not go through the windshield.
How'd you end up in the car?
I didn't get into the car. I rolled off of the what's they call it, the hood of the car, up, and I took the windshield. Rolling up the windshield, I rolled my body up the windshield because I was coming at such a rate and speed and all that. I used the car was moving actually because the people were coming to stop at the red light I just got knocked from. And as they were slowing down, I used their car's momentum going in the opposite direction to give me a spin. And I took that spin off of the windshield and pushed me up because I needed to clear the road. So I had to go back up in the air again. And I did so coming off the windshield. And it gave me another 10, 15 feet almost. So that I wouldn't be nowhere in traffic when the rest of the traffic came through on that particular road. That's what I actually described. Oh, I've described that experience on this channel more than once.
Well, you do know I race motorcycles, right? And I'm an avid motorcycle rider. And I've never in my life heard somebody tell a panel how they decided to crash on a fucking motorcycle. That is the craziest shit I've heard in my life.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Well, for sure, according to you, I am not your average nigga.
Well, you definitely not your average liar. I know that. You great at that.
That's what you want to say. That's what you want to say. Meanwhile, bring the tape. Bring the tape. We talking about something.
The tape is in the. I put it in the back chat, Wale. I just got to go back and find the timestamp when you made the statement.
Okay, go ahead, do that. Do your thing. Nobody mad.
While I'm finding a little humor into it is when you start talking about crashing a motorcycle, and then you're able.
Oh, that wasn't the first time. Go on.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You're able to tell somebody how you decided to bounce off a windshield and turn the bike another direction, getting hit at 75 miles an hour, to bounce up in the air and travel 175 feet. It just blows me away how you make this stuff up. How do you make it up?
I don't. You can't make this shit up.
Yo, you definitely can. Because
that's how you feel about
forces at B, when something hits you at 74 miles an hour, you don't have the option to say, I'm going to grab the windshield and push up and go up 15 more feet. That's some shit in a comic book.
Why? Have you ever been hit at that speed on your motorcycle?
I done fell at almost 200 miles an hour and didn't have an option.
I'm talking about falling.
I'm not talking about. Let me finish.
Okay. So say no first. Say no first. And then
no, you're not going to tell me how to answer it. I'm going to answer it how I'm answering it. even at those speeds, you don't. Even at 30 miles an hour, you don't have the option to determine. Oh, I'm gonna grab a windshield and push myself up and go up 15 more feet in the air. I don't know who you think you be talking to. Well, I mean, when you on those channels, I know who you talking to. But over here, you can't run that game over here.
As I said before, I've actually told about that experience more than twice, maybe more than twice. It's more than twice for sure now on this channel alone. Just because you're new to the story, it doesn't matter to me. And whatever you say about it doesn't really matter to me either. The experience was mine. To say I'm lying about my own experience, that's up to you, cousin. And that means if you feel like that, then what am I supposed to do with what you say?
You ain't supposed to do anything with what I say because I'm the professional.
Bring the tape. Bring the tape.
I'm the professional at it. You're not.
Bring
so at the end of the day, My point is, what are you gain by these extraordinary stories? What are you gaining by it?
Oh, just to get it out, because of course my children can tell you about it because they were living, at the time when that occurred.
Okay, I can agree. You got hit by a car, you had a motorcycle accident, but all that other stuff you add to it, that sounds like some shit from Steven Spielberg's.
Tell the cop that. Tell the cop that, the one that called the coroner, because when he got there, he told me. He said, when I got here, he laughed. He said, I called the damn coroner, man. I said,
but why
what
did
you
he
mean?
call it? But what would been his reason for calling the coroner if you didn't break any bones or anything?
I'm telling you now.
Well, let me say something. Before you go into that elaborate story, let me clear something up with you. When you have a motorcycle accident and you hit the ground, your first instinct is to get up off the ground and check your body to make sure you ain't broke no bones if you can. So if he got there and called the coroner, that means you was incapacitated somewhere.
Okay, now I'll tell you what actually happened now that you have finished with your conjecturing. Should you allow it to be happening? Okay, so when he got there, according to his story, when he got there, he saw where the car was. He saw the skid marks from the car. He saw where the car was. He saw where the bicycle was, the motorcycle. He saw where that was and in what condition it was in. And then he looked down the road and saw where I was. And where I was, I had went from the far side of a 4-lane highway that has a median strip in it. I had went all the way to the other side of that highway and came up on the sidewalk curb on that highway is where I stopped moving. He looked down there. He said, when he saw them 3 things, he said, no one could survive that. He called the morgue. Meanwhile, I'm talking to the people. I was on this, like I said, I was at the sidewalk curb because I wanted to be sure I was out of traffic. And it was actually a where people could pull over. And that parking space, that's where I was, because that's the 3rd lane, but it's mostly for parking. The 2 lanes I had cleared. The final lane I cleared off of that woman's, what's her name? Windshield wiper. I mean, a windshield. And threw me back up, but it gave me that extra space I needed to reach as far as I could to the damn, what's they call it? The sidewalk. And I didn't want to actually hit the sidewalk coming down at that speed because I know about cracking your neck on the sidewalk. So I was done with that. I came down, and when the people came around me, especially the woman who car, she pulled over to the side, came to see what, because she thought she had something to do with me. The thing is, her nor her child who was in the passenger seat had ever seen me except coming out of the sky. That's all they knew. This nigga was coming out of the sky with a helmet on. And that's when the boy saw me first. And he tried to tell his mother. And I was making it to their window, before she put on brakes, because I didn't want her to put on brakes and I go under the car. So I had to stretch my body a little more just to make sure for that. And then I hit the hood, rolled up the hood, took the doggone rest of that stuff on up the windshield wiper, and took the rest of that flight on home. And when I got there, when the second bump slowed me down, the first bump when I hit her car, it slowed me down. That's where most of the impact was when I hit her car. But because I hit the bumper, and as you know, bumpers are kind of soft, they give. That most of the stuff was dealt right there, and then I rolled up the window and the windshield, and then I went on over to the other landing where I actually stopped moving. And anybody that came around me, because as you say, being an expert, you know that not to move when that shit happens. Something of that magnitude happens. Do not move a muscle. You just
that
wait.
Ain't what I said. What are you talking about?
I know you didn't say it. You wait, right? Because the actual experts say this: do not move a muscle wait until the paramedics come, because if you have a broken bone or something like that and you go to move and you could pierce your organs, do not move at all. If you're still alive, wait for the real people, the actual whatever the people name, to come over, because the cop came over and he said, man, I saw you talking. I thought you were dead. That's how me and him started the conversation. He said, I looked over there, I looked over here, I thought you were dead. You still here. I said, right, and I'm telling you and everybody else, don't touch me. When the other people come, they can check me. The people who know about medicine and trauma and shit. And he said, okay, cool. And he called the ambulance. And the other people were talking and this and that and the rest of the story. There you go, la-di-da.
Hey, Dan, this is what I was fussing about the other day.
Okay, where is that? You got the tape?
We got these retarded motherfuckers coming on YouTube making up these goddamn crazy ass stories.
Where's the tape?
And we and nobody's challenging it. Like, for real. First of all, Wale, when you fall off a motorcycle or have a motorcycle accident, most of the time your instincts take over and you want to get up. If you're hurt bad, can I finish? I don't even know what that was. Was that a goat or what? Mm-hmm. But if you broken a limb, you know it. You know exactly what's broken. You can feel it. I don't know if you ever broke a bone, but I have.
Never.
If you haven't broken a bone, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get up. You're going to squeeze your hands, wiggle your toes to make sure none of your limbs are broken. So all that you laid there and told nobody not to touch you and all that. 2 minutes ago, you said you was sitting up on the curb. Now you saying you laid down and said nobody touched you.
No curb. You're a funny guy.
Listen, you gotta be able to, when you telling a story, you don't have to go to such extremes with it. Just say you had a motorcycle accident, you survived, you ain't break no bones. That's it. But all that flying 155 feet at 75 miles, how you know that?
The guy told me. I just told you.
How you know what speed you was traveling at? You was flying in the area. How you know that?
I just told you. The cop told me all of that. He said the skid mark said that the car was going at least 70 miles an hour.
But I thought you said the car was coming to a stop sign.
Oh God, you're a funny guy. It went through a red light.
Okay. And it T-boned.
Exactly.
Okay, so where did he T-bone you at? Did he T-bone you at your hip, your knee, were you riding a motorcycle with your legs up above the handlebars? That impact right there would break your leg.
Right now, I still have that mark on my leg.
I'm saying that a car running a red light at 75 miles an hour, T-bone a motorcycle, right away, you're going to have leg injury. It's going to break your leg immediately.
Okay, that's going to break your leg immediately. I get you.
And then
meanwhile, I still have that mark on my leg.
175 feet. You flew 175 feet.
Oh, no, 154 according to the policeman.
Okay,
according to the police.
154 feet. Do you know that's Wale? That ain't 10 feet.
I know it's 154.
Yeah, that's extremely far to fly through the air and then hit the ground off a windshield, off a bumper of a car, and don't break no bones. And then you sit on here. That's like the
off the hood and the windshield, not the bumper. Off the hood and the windshield.
You did say the bumper because you said the bumper takes the impact.
I said the hood.
And you also said the bumper. Which lie you telling?
I said the hood. Run the tape. Run the tape. Run the tape. Run the tape.
Wale, you just listen. The more I listen to you guys on here, the more I get nervous.
Because you realize that you can't
listen around none of my family.
You have no listening comprehension.
No, you have no. You think that you can just tell any story and everybody's supposed to believe that. Well, some people are experts in those fields, and I'm one of them.
Oh, you think so? But that mess you talk.
I've been racing motorcycles. I've been racing motorcycles for damn 30 years. You wouldn't consider me an expert in the field?
I don't care how long you've been riding a motorcycle. Your response to what I just told you and your response to what you say.
Well, I've been riding motorcycles my whole life since I was 5 years old.
Wait a minute. That's what crossed my mind. That wasn't the first time I had a motorcycle accident. The first one, I went up under a school bus. It was raining and the school bus stopped. And I couldn't get around it or nothing. The only thing I knew was to pan out. So I panned out. And I let the bike go right up under the school bus.
Okay, but let's talk about this extreme accident.
What?
The one that you went across the windshield and her son told her mama, the son told the mama to look, there goes some guy falling out the sky. Where you get all this shit from?
I saw it when it was happening. I was looking right at him. Shit, that's where I play in the land, nigga.
You saw her son you saw the woman's son tell his mama, here come a guy falling out the sky. You saw that?
No. I saw him hit her leg and point.
Wait, say that one more time, Willie.
I saw him hit her leg and point. Matter of fact, I saw him when he first saw me. I had already seen him because nobody was looking up or expecting to see a nigga coming down.
Did you have a helmet on, Wale? Did you have a helmet on?
Of course, I always rode with a helmet. I don't play around. I was taught by professionals. And the one thing I learned, because I had watched a lot of what they call it,
the movies. I heard it when you say you watch movies and they taught you how to fall off a motorcycle.
Listen, dude, you ought to listen before you just start talking. Your mouth gets foul.
No, I'm listening. I can't listen to bullshit all the time. I'm allergic to bullshit. I'm allergic to it.
Well, you should die because you're full of it.
I'm dying right now. Listen to this bullshit you telling me.
You're full of it.
I'm on life support.
Are you allergic? You're full of it. You're not allergic.
You just said you were flying through the air and you saw her son tap her on the leg and say, look, mommy. What the fuck?
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said, I'm going to say it again. I saw him hit her leg and I saw him point. I don't know what the hell he said. He spoke
while
Spanish.
You flying through the air.
Wait a minute. He spoke Spanish, so I couldn't even read his lips. I didn't even expect to know what he said. You were saying what he said. You're making that part up. You're on your own.
So
see,
you saw this
flying through the air. Carry a story. You're a funny guy. You can't even carry a story.
You saw this flying through you saw all this flying through the air, right? You saw this flying through the air.
You promised the people a tape.
You saw this. I'm gonna go get it.
I'm waiting on this tape.
Wait, relax. Because you're trying to get away from. I got the tape now. I found it. I just gotta go find out. Go find the moment you said that dumbass comment.
Go do that.
Just like you just said. Hold on. Just like you just said, you was flying through the air, and you saw a young man tap his mama on the leg, and pointed at you.
That's right.
At what speed you was flying through the air again?
I can only tell you whatever speed the car gave me is what I had going on. And at that distance, because of course, if you know about speed and stuff like that, a trajectory, things in the trajectory, they leave at a certain force. And that force puts them up. I had already reached the pinnacle of the apex, as it were, of the flight. So I was coming down at this time. I had just it was within 20% of the apex of the event, and I was coming down at that time. So I was looking where to go, where I'm going, all that kind of stuff to plan out how I'm gonna get through this. And then I saw how the people were coming, and I devised this plan to hit her. What's it called? The hood of the car. Try to give it everything I can that this projection has given me, and roll up that windshield so that I can reach the sidewalk as best I can. And that's what I did. If you don't move that fast, or you don't have that, you know what? To me, I thought everybody did this. I never thought it was odd. People tell me it's odd, but to me, it's like that's what I do. It's not odd to me. This is what I am. I've been up in the sky before. I told a story, cousin. I was a child And my dad flew me up in a kite. I'm no stranger to this, what I live. This is strange to you. Okay. I'm not telling your story, I'm telling my story. And you're saying my story is a lie. That means I got to say your story is a lie. Or at least it must be a lie, because you expect people who tell their own story to be lying, and therefore by experience, and you must be that person. That's so beautiful. Life is good. Yeah. You know what? That Birdman thing. Since I've been here, I've carved only carved 2 birds. I carved a fisherman. They call a fisherman bird. I carved that one with a fish in its mouth. And I carved another bird, a hawk. And it was in the process. The hawk had just broken the pigeons, because it preyed on the pigeon. And I saw the event. And just as the hawk, I was wondering what it was doing. And just as it cracked the pigeon's neck with its talons is when I could see the whole scene. And I put that in wood. So I carved that in wood. So the pigeon neck is broken in the carving. And then the hawk took the pigeon right off by his head, just holding his head. And he took off in the sky. So I have that with the wings of the bird all out in his effort to gain height, because he put his arms out and then pushed them down and gained height and took right on off with that bird. I thought it was beautiful. So I carved it. Those are only 2 birds I've carved so far since I've been, in this environment. But I plan to carve more. I want to carve that doggone a hummingbird. They come to the house every day. I'm going to carve some hummingbirds. I've carved hornets. I've carved a hornet before, because the guy wanted a hornet. He didn't want a bumblebee. He wanted a hornet. I was like, what? So I cut him a hornet. He was grateful. He wanted a hornet, and he got it. No, I live in a mosquito cage, Bull, not a bird cage. Well, it's a bird cage. The birds keep trying to run through it too, but they bump off of the doggone, what they call it, the screen. They bump off the screen. So maybe it is a bird cage, but I call it a mosquito cage because that's why I put up the screen for mosquitoes, and that's where I live. But the bird be bumping every now and then. A bird will bump right off that screen. They pretty well got it together now. They've done it enough. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I plan to carve another bird. I want to carve a big bird, because there's a big white bird that comes to the yard. A pelican, I think it's called. They got the long neck and stuff. I want to carve one of them too. I think I want to hit it in a log, though, because mostly I carve walking sticks, because I like to carve when I walk, because I don't just like to walk. I found myself, especially in my earlier years, I would be walking and doing nothing. I couldn't take it. I had to do something and just be walking. I'm like, I can do a lot of other things than just walk. So I started carving when I walk, and it worked out real good. I've walked a lot of places. Carving. Been through a lot of neighborhoods and stuff like that, because I want the children to see it. At least one or two, I don't know exactly two, but one confronted me some years later and told me I influenced, oh, excuse me, he was influenced by seeing me carving, walking down the street. He was influenced by that. And he took that as encouragement. Got a degree in art. Yeah, well, right now, the animals, especially the birds, they don't have any place to go. People are cutting down all the trees, building these doggone buildings without regard of the animals. And the birds, sometimes I see 2 or 3 birds in the same tree. They got nowhere else to go. Cutting down all the trees. You don't get as much atmosphere, oxygen in your atmosphere. And just any degree of a change in atmospheric oxygen belittles the workings of the brain. You want your brain to work, don't be inside, be outside, so you can get fresh oxygen to the brain. I never understood. When I first went to school, we did school outside unless it was raining, because we can go in shade, we could build, go under this and be in the shade, and the teachers would teach us outside. They didn't teach us inside, no building. A building came later, when the place became incorporated, as they call it. I think it was unincorporated when I was born. But I'm just saying, if you want to educate outside. Even that guy Plato, I think it was Plato, Socrates, one of them guys, he favored outdoor teaching amongst nature, because I think it must have been in Plato then. Whatever, one of them guys is said to have done that. He preferred the outside teaching, so you're closer to nature and you could use those things for your inspiration and edification. And that's what it's all about. Even mathematics explains nature. How did this thing happen? They call it some kind of curling thing. Damn, they got a name for it. Sounds French or something. Where it curls into a little curl, like a conch shell. You slice a conch shell in half and you see it goes into these little smaller and smaller circles. That's repeated all throughout nature like crazy. It's all over nature. I almost thought of the name of it, but I've never been good at that name. Kind of French or Italian or something. Fabigi curve or something. Fabinici, something they call it. Yeah. Yeah. My first teacher, you say that, but my first teacher was my mother. My dad taught me a lot of stuff. He was different.
So we done ran out of lies. That's it. That's all, folks.
I don't know, Deb. What you think?
I don't know. Y'all was up there going for the last couple of hours.
That's right.
I thought y'all wanted to stand up for Black folks. I know y'all was gonna argue about what happened about another group of people in different areas across the earth. And how that related to people in here that's going through stuff in 2025.
That's what I be talking about all the time. What I call our people and what I call right now.
Well, we don't have to be so vague when we say the word our people. We can be specific, so it won't be no confusion. So if you want to call them something else, if you want to pretend that the masses, the people are not related to or had no affiliation with countries that are in the continent of Africa, don't get in the way of nobody else, and don't make it pretend to seem like no black people in America have any affiliation with Africa.
That sounds reasonable enough. Sounds very reasonable. Tell your friends. Maybe.
So if y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about, we'll shut this down and y'all can go over to Psycho. I thought y'all wanted to come up and talk on Saturday.
I was just about to ask if he went live yet.
Oh yeah.
My bad. So what was that?
Oh, I was just about to ask if Psycho went live yet.
Yeah, I think he's doing that. Story about the black lady that got jumped on by the Latinos.
I don't know that one yet.
Yeah, I think he said he was going to try to get together one of the engineer guys for tomorrow, and we'll be back on our education segment. That way, people can actually benefit from information that's being passed down. We can kind of keep the ego to a minimum, at least for the rest of the weekend. Since nobody had no education information that they want to pass off for today. And like we have a lot of smoke and we have a lot of energy and a lot of motivation to argue and yell, but when it comes to the education part, it's slow real quick.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yesterday, I kept trying to say something in the educational forum. And I think the guy said, you know, if I wasn't invited to the party, it's genetics. So, you know, I could dig it. But that's how you want to play the game, play it. I'm just saying that I had something to contribute and I can do it now. Still, it's still affordable and it's still applicable. But, you know, people want the thing they want the way they want it. Some people like their cucumbers pickled.
Yeah, you ain't having no problem talking on the panel. I don't see why yesterday was no different.
You stopped me yourself once or twice. Told me to hold on. Let me know.
Were you trying to speak while somebody else was giving information, or?
Apparently, that was your perspective, and I said, okay, just let me know. And for hours, you did not. so I can appreciate that.
Yeah, he was in the middle of speaking. So, I mean, you have a problem with that? We just let you read off a whole paragraph of a book a minute ago. Well, I mean, how you going to interrupt somebody else and not let them complete what they was talking about? If what you said, I'm not even sure what you had to say. What did you have to say? Was it related to what he was talking about? Or was it just some random topic?
No, at the time it had to do with at that time it had to do with teaching children the concepts of what people call math. And what I do with the children is I just call it numbers. And I tell them why, because they're intimidated by the idea of math. And so I have to make it smaller for them. So I call it numbers. And I show them that there's right away, it don't matter what their age and stuff. I show them that there are only 9 or 10 numbers, depending on your preference. And then it's only 9 or 10 numbers. Everything else is the manipulation of those 9 or 10 numbers. And so it makes the child more relaxed to see that there's not a lot of work in this thing. It's only 9 or 10 numbers. And the behavior of each one of those numbers is different. And from that point of view, they soak the rest of the stuff up. The ones that I deal with. And I usually, like I said, I deal with children who don't get it in the regular classroom. If they need like special tutoring or they have problems with this concept or that concept, that's when I deal with them. When they have a question. They don't have no question, they're getting everything they need from school, they feel like they're good, that's fine too. I don't bother with them unless they ask me a question.
Well, if I recall correctly, they were speaking about advanced mathematical equations, things that are actually practical in their everyday use in the United States of America, since that seems to be most of the children that we're dealing with. And you don't have a foundational or basic understanding of advanced math like algebra, like calculus, like trigonometry, then you're going to have problems trying to operate in a society. This society has a lot of other stuff going on other than basic math. So do you prepare your students for college?
No.
But do you prepare them to communicate and operate with people that are in various financial and economic related job fields or business when it comes to accounting and you prepare children to compete with other individuals that are not Black when it comes to economics and business planning?
I don't use that conceptual verbiage. However, understanding that's how you speak, I would say yes.
And they return positive and successful results.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone that I know, like results wise. The ones that have reported or give me some feedback, whatever, la-di-da, see them somewhere, I was one group had asked me for some information somewhere. Oh, they were talking about something. I was at an event, a roster event. And they were talking about something, and I heard them. It was math. I said, "What y'all doing?" And they were lamenting the instructor. They said the instructor this and that and the other, and it was about math. So I said, what is the problem? So they told me what their issue was. And I said, okay, I'll tell you how to do it. And I think it took about 20 seconds. And the little girl's eyes brightened up. And she ran and got her father and her brother, her older brother, and brought them over and had me explain it as well to them. Because our older brother also went to school, but he didn't understand the concept either. And I explained it to them all at the same time. I saw him in the past few months at some Rasta place again. He said both of them have become, I don't know if both of them have become, but both of them went to become doctors. They took what they did, what they understood, because what I showed them was like, you know, I do universal understanding, so they could put it anywhere. It don't have to be in one place or another. And that's what they did. They're both brilliant children. I didn't do that. I just gave them a plank in their board, a plank they could put in their ship, you know, to build their ship with. But yeah. And my personal people, they travel, so they might be anywhere. I have students in 3, 4 countries right now. Yeah. So that's it. You're right. No problem. No more lies. Speak the truth. That's where our ancestors left for us. People say our ancestors didn't leave us anything. They left us a reputation that's out of sight. I don't know if you could comprehend how monumental a reputation of speaking the truth is. People write books and novels and everything on that. That's a hell of a damn reputation. Yeah, it's royal. It speaks of royalty. To be able to speak the truth all the time means you ain't scared of nothing. You royal like that. Our people had laid that reputation down for my ancestors. I'm gonna say that my ancestors have laid that down over the generations, that our people speak the truth all the time, and our word is bond. You even grew up hearing that word is bond, because it is. And that's where our power lies. And we keep spitting it out. We keep pissing off our power like it ain't nothing, like our ancestors meant nothing. They like, oh, they didn't. No, they did something. We just ignoring the power that they left us and not utilizing the strength and the abilities that they made sure we have. We didn't just learn how to run fast so we can run fast for the cracker. We learn how to do, our bodies do stuff so we could do it for our own people. Oh yeah, you're a smart boy. You'll be able to play basketball. For who? When they told me that, when I turned 6 feet tall, I was like 14 years old, maybe 15. Yeah, I was 14 because I was young. And people told me, you gonna play basketball? I said, for what? I went to see the basketball players make all of this money and all that money. I said, I don't want to play basketball. I want to be the man who pays them all that money. I don't want to be out there sweating and shit, throwing no ball around as a grown man, throwing a ball around like a child. No, I want to be the one that signs their check. And that's the kind of attitude, that has to go down. You have to want to be the one that set the thing up and make it happen, not just the one that reaps the benefits because you just happen to naturally be tall or something. Maybe so, but my goodness, take your natural ability to tell the truth too, because it takes guts. A person got to have guts to make that kind of commitment to speak the truth all the time. Not what you heard. You got to have guts to do that, to make that kind of commitment. Anybody can lie. That's easy. Everybody do it. But to have that commitment and then become reputation, that's stellar. That's stellar work there, baby. People be calling you, you know them niggas? They angels, man. They don't lie. They tell the truth no matter what. They real. That's a reputation we had over the world. And we just kicking it away like it ain't ours. And this is the biggest reputation we have. Well, how you think America is in, I mean, the United States of America is in such a big debt? It's because our word is bond. Their word don't mean nothing. You see, they make that paper every day. They don't give a fuck. They know that the world respects America because of what's that? Say it. What's up, man? Who that? The world respects America because of us.
No,
not because
that's not true at all.
Go ahead, tell me what's true then.
They don't respect America. They fear America because of the military. Nothing else.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't need to say nothing else.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. In my immediate family, four actually, but three of them actually went to, foreign country in wartime. Two of my brothers and my father. Of all of them, they told me the same story. The people said every time, they got no fight with us. Why are we here? Every time. Vietnam, Korea, because my brothers went to Vietnam. One brother went to Vietnam twice. And he said, they said, they got no beef with us. Why are we here? We did that. And that's what I'm talking about. You want to say the might of the military? Niggas was in that military. And niggas fought for the cracker. Same with every other they fought with. If niggas were in the 1776 war, whatever you want to call that war, niggas was in the 1865, 62, whatever you want to call that war. Niggas was in every war, the World War I, II, III, IV, V, and VIII. Fighting for America. And I say, the world that I have been encountering respects America, respects, not fear. They don't fear us. Any respect, though, they have, in America they have, because of us. And our respect is bounded by us speaking the truth. That was our reputation worldwide. They recognize that it's a recognizable thing. It breeds some, I was thinking about, because I used to do real estate, commercial real estate. Actually, I like that. That was my bailiwick. I love that. I mean, it's for something to do. Commercial real estate, right? The numbers are bigger all the time. So, right? So watch what happens. You get a let's say a gas station, because that's what I dealt with, mostly gas stations. The gas station over here could be making $60,000 a day. And the gas station over there is making $60,000 a day. Okay, fine. The line, one of the lines, not the line, but one of the lines that is also has to be checked off, besides just the money, is the goodwill of the people. Goodwill sells. You ain't got goodwill, you can't sell it. You have to have goodwill with the people, like the people, or they racist or something like that. If they racist, that's not goodwill, and I'm not buying that. If I go around the neighborhood, because I used to work with buyers, and we ride around the neighborhood, because that's how I learned the game, was from the people who played it. We ride around the neighborhood and see how they respond. They all nasty and racist and shit. We ain't buying there. 60,000, both of them guys, we go around the next neighborhood. The people be kind of cool and stuff. We be like, hey, man, what's up? They be chilling and stuff, then we gonna buy that one. because the goodwill of the people. The goodwill of the people is very important. You go to a neighborhood, you want to open a business and the people don't like you. What are you doing? You got to have the goodwill of the people. And you have to know that before it go down, not just assume it. When I put a store here, will the people come and buy? Will the people keep me afloat? That's a goodwill. That's business. Business ain't just buy high, sell low, or whatever it's called. Buy low, sell high. It's that too, yeah. But goodwill is a hell of a thing. I tell the story about that guy, the saxophone player. Everybody know him, you know, Kenny G. Kenny G, his first performance, I think it was at the Madison Square Garden, was sold out. Yet half of the place was empty at the night that he actually played. Because he's Jewish, and them Jews, his mom took him to all them Jew places, and they just bought all this stuff. That's goodwill. They bought all his tickets, sold him out. They did that in other cases too. Sell him out, that's goodwill. People say, oh man, it's sold out. That's goodwill. Trump be trying to use that stuff. Talking about, I had the biggest and the best audience, and my audience was bigger than God or something, you know, because he's trying to build that goodwill among ignorant people. But it's still goodwill. And goodwill sells. So goodwill likes when you say, hey, I'm going to do something and do it. Oh, man, do you know how just on that alone, we say, hey, man, I want to borrow $10,000 and I'll pay you off la-di-da. And then you do it. Shoot. Now you got what they call good credit. That's what good credit means. Your word is good. That's all it ever meant. Your word is good. It doesn't never mean nothing. Oh, you white, you this, and that. You don't borrow something you can't pay back. It ain't because you white or nothing. You white, you got good credit. No, you white, you tell the truth. That's what we be saying. We're giving away our own power. Instead of harnessing that power, it's already ours, and the world knows us for it. And that's what our ancestors left us, and we are ignoring it because, well, I don't know. I really don't know. We think the crackers ice is greener or something. However it goes. The crackers ice is greener. Yeah. And that's the only thing I be preaching is speak the truth. People say, well, what should I do about this? And I don't know what you should do about this or that. Should I look for a man? And I don't know. Yeah, just speak the truth. Okay. Because life is true. It's all very scientific. Oh, anybody else want to talk? Marie, you come up. Here's the doggone where the thing at. The link, I want you to come up. And hold on, I have a second. And then we could do just what you just said. Give you the mic. You be that somebody that you speak of. That's what I say about everything. You be that thing. You want that? You be that thing. You want somebody that you be the one. You be that thing. There it is. You come up and talk. Whatever. La-di-da, baby. I'm good.
What up, Go Man?
What up with it, King? What y'all up to?
Oh, man.
What's up?
Hey, man.
Doing all right?
Apparently, it seemed like I was doing a soliloquy.
Hey, somebody got to fill in that air. Somebody got to fill it in. He definitely was probably touching on a subject that most people don't want to touch on. You know, a lot of people have a hard time speaking the truth. Even, you know, it's subjective. You know what I mean? That's what some people would say. It's subjective. What's true and what ain't. But some of the stuff you was talking about really ain't subjective. You know, because like, okay, if you tell the person to speak the truth rather than looking for a mate or something, whatever their truth is gonna come out. So that being said, I definitely understood where you was coming from with that. I actually did a live earlier today talking about some truths that we don't talk about in our family. Like we wonder why these young folks out here in the streets. For the most part, they out here in the streets because the people in the family don't show their truth. You know what I'm saying? Don't show when they fail or where they could have done better. You know, they just push these kids to go in different lanes, and here it is, the people in the streets, they can see where they messing up at. They can see what the dude that's selling drugs, they can see what he messing up at. They can see what a woman who a street worker, they can see where they messing up at. Even if the kid don't know that that person is messing up, they can see the raw truth of that person's lifestyle. Whereas for a lot of us that's trying to live up to what society tell us we should be, we don't readily, expose our kids to the failures and the shortcomings, or even when we do triumph over, the pitfalls or the obstacles that's put in front of us. So it makes the kids be more enticed to the people that's, showing their raw truth or living their raw truth, I should say. Because you also touched on, people gearing these kids to be athletes. Somebody told you to do that. And I was, similar to you. I was like, I want to be the one who, if anything, I want to be the one who pay them. But somebody also, turned around and tried to deter me from that and was like, no, we for the most part, black people play the sports. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to talk about that though. We just gearing these young males to just be athletes or workers, which to me is no different than what our ancestors went through in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They was just the backbone for the work and the labor. All the while, the masters or the plantation owners was the ones that made the money off of it. And when we add up what these athletes make, even though they so-called making millions, it's pennies in comparison to what they actually generate for these companies. It's pennies in comparison to what they could be. Like, how we be talking about, you can send money over to Africa and it's the equivalent to $1 million something, but we can have these athletes funnel that money back into our community. Like them thousands of dollars, even if it's just thousands of dollars, it's a lot to people who don't got nothing. But that's not a truth that we willing to stick to. So the owners of these companies or these different football teams can tell our young men, hey, when you get paid, don't look out for your mama, don't look out for your daddy. I even heard Jay-Z talking about how he won't do nothing for his cousins and stuff like that because they just gonna blow the money. Shoot, but how many business ventures he done been a part of and them companies went under? You know what I'm saying? But you more willing to risk it with people that ain't your family than you are to risk it. I mean, you more willing to risk it with people that ain't your family than your own blood or people that look like you.
Ain't that a funny thing? That's a funny thing to me. It's a cliche, say don't do business with family and friends, or don't do money, or something like that with family and friends. Somebody told me that, I wanted to slap them. I was like, who, I'm gonna do business with a stranger? Do business with your strange ass? I ain't doing, you know what I mean? They trying to take your money out of your pocket. Even if you fail, like you say, at the business, at least you fail with your family. That means everybody, got up and went down at the same time. You don't really, I don't get it. But it's a matter of who you trust, Business is a matter of trust too. That's why a lot of people don't actually do business. They do in what they call it investments because they trust the stock market. But they don't really, a lot of people don't do business, not business. You have to display at least a modicum of honor and integrity in business. Otherwise, nobody will do business with you. People used to make deposits with me and write me checks for thousands of dollars. Man. I got to do whatever I'm saying I'm going to do with that money. Not because of them I can go to jail, but because of my own integrity. I put myself out. I told him this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. I think that's the bottom line. We go through ourselves on a quality of the character. The quality of the character is how much truth you can speak. If you're just a liar, the quality of your character is real low. And then when you justify lying, your character gets even lower. You know, that's how we do. No, that ain't how. No, that's how you do. Maybe I don't do that.
Right. Right. That is something like, and even what I was saying about the Jay-Z thing. You know,
Can
we
I
might
jump
have
in for a second?
Go ahead, bro.
In regards of protecting black people, standing up for black people, which is the root of this conversation. 3 Klansmen come to y'all and ask, have you seen this specific black person? And you know exactly where that person is. Do you have enough integrity to protect your fellow brother and tell a lie? Or do you just say, no, telling the truth is factual, so let me tell the truth and put my brother in harm's reach?
I'll let Wale answer that because I'm going to be facetious. I ain't going to lie to you.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie either. I ain't gonna lie, coming or going.
Yeah.
So y'all
As soon as they turn their back, we're going to drop them right there.
So
soon they head the direction to go get the
you would let the Klansmen
No,
kill this person.
This is what I'm saying. I'm going to tell them exactly where you at. But soon they turn their back to act like they finna go get you, they going to drop right there.
That's not the question, though. The question was, will you repeat the question? I'll repeat it. Do you know this guy or something like that was the question.
Do you know where he is, Wale?
Do you? Okay. Do you know? Okay. Hey, I'm taking it. There you go. Do you know where he is? I am going to say yes. That's the answer to the question. That's the truth. I will speak it. I got that much. That's where the courage comes in. It ain't no giveaway. That's where the courage came in. To speak the truth. I ain't gonna lie. They're not gonna force me or coerce me to lie and give up my ancestors like that. No. I look at it for what it is. You ask me a question, I answered the question. What's up? Where do we go from there? You got some more scenario you want to add on at this point?
Yeah, wise man. I do. Because you skipped a vital part of it. In regards to protecting black people, here's the threat coming. There's a threat coming. You will sit there and give the threat what it wants versus protect your people.
Absolutely not give it what it wants. I absolutely will not give it what it wants.
You just said you're going to tell
the truth. Exactly. So it wants me to lie.
If we are ancestors and me, Dev, Sabio, and Goldmine ran away, you going to be the one to say, yeah, these niggas ran away and this is where they went, master? Or are you going to sit back and say, no, I don't know where they at to protect us?
I didn't say all that, did I? I didn't say all that, did I? I said simply,
I'm going to tell the truth.
Exactly. And that's where I stand. Cousin, you don't understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand exactly what I'm saying. But you don't because it ain't in you. I
understand completely what you just said. No, you said you're going to tell the truth.
Exactly. That's all you got. That's all you can deal with. Whatever rhetoric and narrative you want to fix around that reality, that's up to you, my dude.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question again. Yeah, everybody on the panel,
there we go,
has ran away from a plantation. They come to you and they say, Wale, do you know where they at? Are you gonna tell the truth and say, yeah, these niggas ran here? Are you gonna have enough integrity to protect your people and say, I don't know where the fuck they at?
Oh, I ain't gonna lie. Can't nobody pull my integrity like that. You or nobody else. You and no cracker can do that to me. Pull my integrity out of me and cause me to lie. You can't do it, and ain't no cracker do it.
So you would fold and you would tell on us.
Ain't no Fold or nothing, nigga. You ain't even listened to what I'm saying yet. You
I
making
hear
up
what
some.
you just said. You
You
said, yeah,
making
you're
up
going to tell
stuff.
the truth.
You just made no. I did say I'll tell the truth to the
So
question to
you
ask.
would you
Do
can't
you
have
know
it
where these
both ways,
niggas are?
Wale. You would
You,
either say, yeah, they
hey,
ran here.
you're a funny
It's
guy.
either, yeah, they
You just say
ran
I
here,
spoke with
or
you
you would
earlier.
have enough integrity to protect us. Which one are you going to do?
Cousin, this or that is not a choice. This or that is an ultimatum. I don't take ultimatums well.
Again, Wale. Again, we've ran away from a plantation. They come to you and they say, do you know where they at? Are you going to A, tell the truth, or are you going to B, protect us by whatever means you want to call it? Lying, play dumb, whatever it is, stay silent. Are you going to tell the truth and fold on your people, knowing that they're going to get lynched for it?
I have all these options. I'll take A and C.
What is A and C? You either going to A is tell the truth. What the hell is C?
Of course, that's my knee-jerk reaction to speak the truth, for sure. Or I might go to C and say nothing at all.
Which one are you going
to do? Because if I don't speak the truth, I ain't speaking. So there you go. The question was, as I said, you're trying to make the question what you ain't making the question and infer a question. The question is, as you put it, do you know where these niggas at? And I say, yes. Now what? Continue from there as you make your story.
Okay, so now we got to go all the way down to just the mundane aspects of it. You say yes. What the fuck do you think they're going to do next, Wale?
I have no idea, but I know what I'm going to do.
Okay, so since we want to make these self-scenarios to just keep talking, they put the barrel up to your neck and say, go ahead and speak, boy. Where they at? That's when you go silent? You just going to sit there and die?
Oh, wait a minute. Put the what to my neck?
Barrel. They put the shotgun barrel to your neck.
Oh, the barrel. Oh, yeah. You don't think I've confronted a gun before?
That's not what we talking about, Wale.
You got no idea about the nigga you're talking to. Cousin.
Okay, Wale,
that
yeah. We know you the amazing immortal.
Hey,
nonetheless,
dude,
answer the question.
I'm not scared of that. You don't get it. I'm not in that. I don't say nothing at all. They might do the same thing. Meanwhile, I do what I do. I don't know who. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm just saying. The way I move is different from the way you even think. You can't even think the way I move, apparently. Because I move with the truth. I'm going to say right away, yes, or either say nothing. It depends on which one I decide, but always, when I speak, the truth coming out. I'm not trying to not do that. So that alternative B that you phrase with and say, but whatever, screw that. Because I'm willing to go down with the truth. That's my ancestry. There ain't no game to me. The power that I control or utilize, I utilize it through the essence that they left me. Speak the truth. The power is there. You don't see it. If you can't use it, you got to lie because somebody got a shotgun to your head. Then go ahead and lie, man. That ain't what I do. Shotgun, a BB gun, a goddamn. The last guy held a machete to my neck. But that shit don't scare me, cousin. What you gonna do? Kill this nigga here? Good luck with that. People are talking about, well, what they gonna do? I don't know what they gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. A dude come in my yard, talk about this, that, and this and that, and he pulls his gun and stuff. There are decisions to be made. I don't know what he gonna do, but I know what I'm gonna be doing. Yeah, I don't know. I can't be in other people's head where you know they gonna do this and you know they. No, I don't know none of that shit. If you do, bully for you. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. How the hell I'm gonna know what they gonna do? But you got it. More than likely, though, from my experience, they just go to the next nigga and see if they can get something out of him. Leave me alone. Our ancestors did not leave us powerless. Somebody say, oh, Marie Shide. Yeah, come on up, Maria Shide, because you never made it up. I put the link in, but you know. I would rather my people get away to be free. So yes, I would lie. That's a contradiction of terms. If you're free, you wouldn't lie. Because why would you? It can't be free and lie at the same time. That's a contradiction of realities. You're free to tell the truth. Anybody could lie. Any slave could sit around and lie. Oh, good, that's funny. Because I used to tell dudes that when I was a youth. Because, like I said, I was tall, but I wasn't very large. Matter of fact, I'm the same size. Ain't nothing changed. Weight, everything. And I tell the guys, I say, look, you might could beat me, but you can't outrun me. And I'm going to run. And I could jump fences. I don't have to climb them. I just go over the top. Man, you have to sneak up on me. I say, you can't sneak up on me. They would laugh and leave me alone. Mm-hmm. You got to know what you're going to do. Fuck what they going to. I mean, forget what they going to do. When they start doing it, then you say, hey, they doing this, they doing that. Meanwhile, you got to know what you're doing. Do what you're doing. Pay attention to your own business. That's what the elders told me. Mind your business. And let others mind theirs. That's how you get things done. You can't get things done minding somebody else's business. That's crazy. So I'm saying to all our people, we speak the truth all the time. We just like click right into that. What they call it? We link right up with the ancestors, man. You can't. You're just saying, oh yeah, my ancestors, this and that. That sounds nice. But most people replace Jesus and stuff like that with that ancestor stuff. And then some guys say, oh, these things are God, African God. But actually a very educated priest, not priest, a very educated guy from Togo, I think it's Benin. He said, those are not gods. The European want them to be gods because he deals in gods. We deal in natural forces of nature. And all of those so-called Orisha and Ogun and all of those forces of nature, they're not gods. You're funny. But in order for the cracker to understand it, he referred to that as gods, which it is not. Hey,
Dev, you still
I think the whole thing is funny.
If you close, Dev, we got somebody trying to join the panel.
Oh, beautiful. Is that Marie Shy? Oh, hey, Marie. Man, that's why I need the thing. I'd be to pull her right on up. like, Marie, how you doing? What's his name? Was that Goldman? Goldman split? Damn. Ruler came, Goldman split. But Rishai gonna give me a piece of her mind. Hey, I like that. She got something. Her perspective on the whole thing. I'm sure I'm about to learn something.
Okay, hey, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so no, I'm not here to cause an argument or anything like that. I was just saying Vyasa asked you a question and was saying that like A or B, like would you like so if the slave master had asked you where did the rest of the slaves go to try to escape, would you tell the slave master no, or would you tell him like you don't know where they are, or would you tell on them and you knew where they were? And so I was just saying that I was just saying that I will lie because I will want my people to be free to escape. That's all I was saying. I wasn't, trying to say anything like, but that's what I would do. I would lie because everybody tells lies every day. And if I don't want my people to, if I don't want the slave master to find my people and they get hanged or hurt, then I will have to lie to let them go to be free. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so listen to my reasoning for a moment because I like you. You're always nice. The idea that I was promoting is simply this. By speaking the truth did not, what do you call it, betray the people. The question was, do I know where they are at? And I answered the question, and I answered it two ways, actually. I said, either I'm going to speak the truth. First of all, that's first and foremost. When I start talking, I'm going to talk the truth, or I'm not going to say anything. That was my answer. Now, let's say when I said, especially what I was thinking when he first asked the question.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
So first of all, when he first asked the question, I said to myself, what would I do? Well, I've been in situations before. And so I said, oh, I know what I'll do. To that question, I would answer the truth. Or, as I said, I wouldn't speak at all. But my first preference is to answer with truth. So I would say, yeah, I know where they're at. Now, to tell them where they're at, that's a whole nother story. We're about to fight up in here. Somebody might die. Might be me. I'm good. But that's what you relinquished. That's what you didn't even empower me with, the opportunity to make my own decision about where I stand. Once I said, listen, when I stand with truth, I'll die with it the same way, baby. I ain't doing this there's no game. This life to me. This is how reality works to me. This is for real. So truth is what is. And for me to deny truth, I'm in a way denying the creator, because the creator created everything. That's how the first time a cracker would have put the gun on me. A cracker put the gun on me before. And I did the same thing I'm doing now. He put the gun away. I know more than crackers. Shit, 8 crackers put a gun on me.
All that sounds good, but the reality is, in regards of protecting black people or those that you love, the truth is there is times when deception might be a form of their protection. And to have such an ego to sit back and say, no, I'm just going to always tell the truth. I'm the most honest being in creation. It's ego-centric galore. And it's of low integrity, because at that point you can't separate from yourself psychologically, emotionally. You're only thinking me, and not the greater good of the all, which goes in total opposite direction of integrity. Because any strong man, any person thinking of the ancestors, any person thinking of the future, any person of leadership, of regal status, this royal stuff that you proclaimed, any individual of that likeness is going to put their people, their children, their loved ones before themselves. We don't even have to go to the days of the plantation. Let some fools, it don't matter what color they are, kick in my door and wave guns around in front of me. The moment they ask, is anybody else in the house, I'm going to say, hell no. I'm going to lie and make sure that they don't come to my wife and kids. Because as long as they looking at me and they not thinking of anybody else, that's that much time they have to run, to hide, or protect themselves. I'm going to put me in front of that bullet. I'm going to put me in front of that fire so they can get away. And the main premise of the posing of the question was, at what extent are you willing to go to protect Black people? Not your reputation, Black people. That's not promoting lying. This is not promoting dishonesty. This is what means would you go to protect others and to bring in the philosophical thoughts of what is the truth. What is a lie? Where does your alliance lay with that? Is it better to be truthful with your people and say, yeah, I'll protect you? Or when the first threat comes, nah, I got to tell the truth to every fucking body. So here you go, threat. Here's our plans to protect ourselves. Here's our most vulnerable spots. Go ahead, wolf. Take a bite. Yeah, I'm food. I'm not an entity. I'm food. Do you tell the wolf the truth? Or do you protect your fellow deer and say, no, I'm not food?
Yo, what's goody, baby?
What's going on, Q Butter?
I lost my voice somehow talking too damn much.
Oh shit, they gonna run with that shit, boy.
I'm like,
Master Quentin, how are you?
What's good, King?
Oh, hey, Q Butter.
What's up, sis?
Hello.
Wiley, I got to get used to that. Nobody be calling me Quentin unless they went to public school with me.
Master Q.
In the chat is nothing against anybody. I just went down the line and was taking wrenches away only because of all the shit going on in YouTube streets. So if you don't mind, there's like nobody here. Just click the link and let's hear your voice, so we can just have a little bit of vetting going on with the mods. That's all it is, y'all. There's nothing against anybody. Just so we can have a little, clarity. You see how Marie came up? We want to make sure that, we ain't got no weirdos around. So that's all it is. And I'm not saying you're a weirdo. I'm just trying to vet, as much as possible. So if you don't mind, click the link, say who you are, and then we know you're not crazy. You know what I mean? I had over 1,000 moderators damn near. Like 500 to 1,000 moderators. Crazy. And I don't know nobody.
Oh, wow. Q, Mari's
No, sis, you good. You already hit the channel.
Okay.
Yeah, you already good. You good.
That's all it was. It wasn't nothing against anybody, specifically. Like, please don't take no offense. I'm giving the wrench right back.
What up, Q? I told you about that, just handing out wrenches willy-nilly.
Oh nah, it's cool. That was part of an era, and we're still giving out wrenches. It's just, I'm
just teasing.
It's about the networking, so at least we should know some of the mods and shit. Like, we got regular people over here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that way everybody else can feel comfortable. Like, nah, we take a little time to know who we are because it's really about networking and pushing the Black community forward. You know what I mean? Vyasa be on the stream with his son. You know what I mean? Like, we got, it's real people here.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had to pull the plug on that last one. It was 18 hours, and I know that information yesterday was a little bit more interesting than a lot of people was asking for, so I didn't want that to go. We just started this one up. But yeah, we definitely want to keep the information flowing. Plenty of places to venture off to. You're only interested in seeing how chaotic and unhinged Black people behave towards each other.
I don't even think the majority of Black people really act like that, though, dude. That's far and few between.
No, you probably have a case in terms if you want to really compare the true numbers.
Because I just said white people and shit, and Mexicans and Asians and shit clowning, and Arabs and shit clowning.
Right.
For real.
Yeah, people see what other people do. If some Black people see white folks clowning and acting like animals and getting rewarded with likes and super chats and subscribers, then some Black folks, yeah, not all, but it's kind of difficult to make a case towards them to say, oh yeah, that's not beneficial. Yeah.
So the monkey see, monkey do shit is real.
Yeah, we see that with the adoption of cultures and other things. I just watched a ceremony over in Nigeria a couple of days ago. They graduated 1,000 lawyers. They just got they passed their bar exam over there, and they all bowed down and put they white colonial wigs on at the same time under the direction of the so-called leader.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's crazy because they've been like independent for how long and they're still wearing the colonial wigs. I think that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they should just be themselves. They don't have to wear the wig. Just be a great lawyer. It's that simple.
Yeah, or create your own headwear, like all the other fashion statements that's being promoted and that you feel good about. So yeah, that definitely kind of threw me. Because I knew it was in Nigeria, but I thought there were other. It was another country that actually voted to uh, stop doing that or ban that. I know there was some protest in Nigeria a few months ago about the wig situation when they was having the election recount, but apparently they didn't vote for it, so or didn't have enough votes for it.
Wow, that's crazy. They should have had more votes for it.
Yeah, it's still a relative large colonial influence when it comes to being funded with money, being funded with guns, being funded with drugs, just like America. Money, drugs, and whatever.
Yeah, there's a real bad drug problem going on in Freetown, Sierra Leone, um, with Kush, and also like the they're mixing the Kush, like they're going into like graveyards, digging up bodies and using like the people's bones. Like I guess they're crushing the bones and mixing it with the
What?
Kush. Yeah, and mixing it with the Kush, and just smoking it.
Nah,
No, I
nah.
look it up because I'm a
That's
citizen of
crazy.
Freetown, Sierra Leone, and I have citizenship
That's
there, and
so
then
they
I
trying to do the how high shit.
yeah, it's it's
They really trying
crazy.
to do the how high shit in real life. In
I'm
real life.
like, well, now I don't know if it has died down. I don't know if it has died down, but I know just like a year ago they were having a really bad problem with the cushion, like problem and stuff like that. And I'm just like, oh my God. It's a lot of young people doing that. And yeah, they're going into the graves and digging up the bones and using like the it's crazy.
Yeah, but
No
you
true
don't
skill.
pretend like you don't know the motherfuckers putting formaldehyde on the weed over here, man.
Nah,
Shit.
that's just crazy, niggas. People over there really doing that, really doing that how high shit.
Yeah, no true story. And I'm Black American. I just did a ancestry DNA test, and that's how I got citizenship in Sierra Leone.
That's crazy to just hear
I mean,
that shit.
my family's been over here in North America for 400 years, so that tells you what type of Black person I am.
Yeah, sometimes truth like to joke, but it's
Yeah,
all
that's
good.
wild.
Yeah.
People can't be that crazy. I really think that shit's gonna make them smarter. That's not help them pass the test. Smoke the bones of a dead person. For real people. Nah, that's that's wild.
Yeah, look it up. I mean, don't believe what I say. I mean, it's out there. The information's out there. That's just what I was told because I'm in a lot of Sierra Leone groups and things like that, and just hearing the president talk about it and stuff like that. It's just terrible.
That's
No, I
horrible.
don't think nobody's kind of down your story, but I'm just saying niggas is doing that over here in America and have been doing it, quite a
I
long
haven't
time.
heard nobody doing that shit in America, Dan.
You
So
you ain't
that's
heard
no.
the niggas, the YNs down in Georgia lacing the
Grant.
weed with formaldehyde.
Nah, yeah, I heard about the formaldehyde, but I'm
Oh,
talking
okay.
about bones of dead
Yeah, the
people,
bones
Dan.
is. I mean, there's only so much digging a
Right. Going to
motherfucker
dig up
Yeah,
gonna
a
do.
grave and
yeah,
getting a
Damn. I
dead
mean,
person and putting it
that's
like, nah,
crazy.
that's different.
And
That's
and the
that's
formaldehyde is no better because the
right.
formaldehyde
Formaldehyde is no
it
better.
causes
Right.
yeah, it's a carcinogen. Because I always look up what type of products I buy, and a lot of the formaldehyde is like in some of these products, and I always try to read the ingredients on the back of the bottles and stuff. So
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. They putting a whole bunch of different chemicals. I don't care.
That
It's,
shit crazy.
a desire to be buzzed. That's all the bottom line. Cough syrup.
Man.
any type of narcotic pills, painkillers. Ain't no limit. Morphine, Vicodin, ain't no limit. Oxycontin, Zyme,
Yeah.
yeah, they can
And
name all that.
yeah, it's crazy. And the morphine, it slows your respirations and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I wish people could stop using all this stuff, popping pills and doing all that. It's just not good. Yeah.
Pill popping been around since they invented pills. People been taking drugs since they figured out what they was. Shit. They was smoking weed and opium and all that shit. They used to drink opium and lace opium in drinks and all and food and all types of shit back in the day. So people been taking drugs for forever.
Yeah, I thought I saw Legend come up. He might have stepped away. You want to come back up? I'll let him know.
Oh shit. Hope you ready.
Well, I thought he hit the panel once before. Do be a lot of names out there. Yeah, he had a lot of people that was already mods, like before I even came on. So I definitely don't have no keep mod list.
Me either. He made me a mod because shit. I guess he figured I was a good person, a real person. You know, I showed my camera, I showed who I was, I stood my ground, I showed sources on the shit I was talking about. You know, I contribute to the best of my ability.
I'm most definitely thankful to have my rich. I like sharing links.
Yeah, me too.
And it's not to win arguments, it's just to spread information to those who may not know.
Oh yeah, I learned a lot of information from you, Vyasa, especially about the Ghanaian drum. I didn't even know that. That was so cool. You shared that with me on the Mossy Warrior Clan.
Yeah, that's my brother. Big ups to the Bossy Warriors. I think Sean's supposed to have a debate today. That boy can't leave them damn elbows alone.
Who we supposed to be debating?
Some random dude out to prove that we was here before Columbus.
So we got ships. You got
Yeah,
records for ships. Oh
with the
shit.
with the Melanesians.
Oh shit. The whole the whole of history will have to be rewritten if somebody showed ships from West and Central Africa. The whole of history would have to be rewritten. In the 13th, 14th century, if they showed that technology, then the whole world would be asking the question I've been asking: how the hell did they get enslaved? How the hell did Africans get enslaved if they had ship technology to run away?
As
Yeah,
much as I
I'll
love
just
you black people, I'm not leaving them damn elephants. I'm not. If my kids had the access to have elephants and giraffes in the backyard, I'm not leaving.
Yeah, I like the villages in the rural areas too. Where you see a lot of the animals and stuff. I love that.
But yeah, that should be interesting to see too. Just to see that, I would like to see that the ship technology and show how they got to America since we were here. I would love to see that. I really would. People think I be joking, be
Yeah,
being facetious when I ask that question. It's a serious question. It's a scholarly question. Like it's a research question. Like, okay, you're claiming this now. Show us the evidence to back up your claim.
yeah, right. Mhm.
But
That guy Willie Daniels still hasn't played the tape. He said he was going to timestamp it a while back. I guess he's still on duty on the grind.
What tape?
He said I lied about something on somebody else's channel about, and he said he gonna go and find it and stuff because I don't do that. But he said he got it, and he gonna go and get it, and that was a while ago. And so
But you
far,
said you was gonna pull up the Melanesian ship black people over to America.
right.
I did, and I put the link for it.
No, it never. It didn't say that.
You want me to put it up?
That link didn't say that. I read it. So
Okay, I'll read it then. If you read it, I'll read it. I don't mind. I know the one I put up. I don't know what you put up. I don't know what you read. But the one I put up, it definitely did say that. Oh, here they go.
That's interesting.
I'll get back at you. I'm going to finish my breakfast.
So it's one thing that I found interesting earlier in this conversation. I didn't really say much, but I was just listening to Wale Reed from the Races of Men. And I keep telling people that I have that book. I have a couple of the Races of Men there because it wasn't one book written. It was a couple of them. You have 5 great races of men. You have one that talks about the 4, and you have 3 great races. So you have different writers in different times classify people, and this is how these misconceptions of Negroid and Caucasoid and Mongoloid and all this shit get overlapped. So if you might come across a book later on that has 3 great races of men, and all the dark skinned races are classified under the Negroid race, and that's their races writing for those people who read that language, who spoke that language, who was reading that literature, or who thought like that. But that does not mean that all those people are from Africa or they're just classifying them as Negroid because they have dark skin. Like melanin and those types of things wasn't even a science at this time.
Yeah, exactly. Because when you look at some of the East Indians, they're darker than me, but that don't mean that they're African black. Yeah, so you're right, Sabio. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the conversation. That's how the conversation gets convoluted because they'll run with these books and the terms that they were using at that time. And it's for those times and those people and how they were classifying people. And and again, if you keep reading, sometimes they were using skulls and writings from other people. Like sometimes they didn't even visit these places. Some of the writers of these books and pamphlets and shit like that was being used. They wouldn't even visit the places. They'll use somebody else's work, go visit a museum and look at some skulls, make their claim.
So if y'all want to come up and promote y'all businesses, or if y'all are requesting any type of resource or information that you're trying to work on a project, I would rather have that on the outgoing note. You know, Q has overcome some overnight vocal issues, so we're gonna give him grace. We're not gonna hold him to that. But yeah, we have plenty of time to discuss the differences and the conflicts. Don't lose track of the primary overall objective goal. And like I said, coming together doesn't mean physically coming together from a physical sense, but the same amount of smoke we can give with the contention and all the other disagreements, we can at least try to make an effort to give some smoke to help others who may have a desire to take that in and can use it. Just try to balance it out. Yeah.
So, like right here, I can go into the three great races of men. And it's not going to have 5, it's going to have 3. Now, why would it only have 3 instead of 5? The one Wale read has 5, right? This is by J.B. Turner in 1861. They mentioned 3 great races of men. Let's see who the 3 great races of men are. And it says, with special regard to the present condition and future destiny of the black race in the United States. Interesting. Let's see. So he starts talking about a creative God. Let's see. The black and dusky men. Let's see. I am well aware that these 3 races are present, jostled and tumbled together all over the face of the earth in the most astonishing seeming confusion, by the force of avarice and passion, as well as by conquests, wars, and revolutions through a long series of ages. Let's see. But still, I have not the least doubt that the natural home of all varieties of the black man is near the equator, that of the yellow and tawny races near the tropics, and that of the white man nearest to the poles, in what are commonly called the temperate zone. The black and dusky men that are now near the poles were undoubtedly driven there by their enemies, or transported as slaves, while all the white men under the equator were forced there by the inordinate love of gain or power, or by some other unnatural causality or cause. Let's see. And if peace and righteousness ever come to the earth long enough to let natural physical causes work out their own inevitable results, we shall find in general only black or very dark men under the equator, only yellow or dusky men near the tropics, and only white men near to the poles. Hence, we may properly call the black the equatorial race, the yellow the tropical, and the white the polar race, in respect to their natural geographical location. The Baconed races of Mongolians and Esquimaux, the red races of Indians, and our half-breeds I do not include in this distinctly yellow race, although in all probability they are all except our half-breeds a degenerate offshoot from it, but by their peculiar habits, intermixtures, and wanderings, they have become a sort of mongrel, like the mulattoes of men of all climes, like the American Indians, of which classes we shall speak more particularly hereafter. Are of course use terms denoting color only in a loose and general sense, and the terms denoting location only in the same sense, since the actual causes to which make all men in process of ages who come under them, either black, yellow, or white, run round the earth in isothermal and not in equatorial or tropical lines. Nor do I now affirm that any particular race now extant will in the far future be either here or there or even continue to exist. I only here affirm that whatever race does ultimately exist, especially on the great continents under the equator, must be a black race and have all the essential peculiarities of our present black man. And whatever race exists under the tropics must be a yellow or tawny race and have all the peculiarities of that race. And whatever race exists to the north of this must be a white or ruddy race and have its peculiarities. This is as much the law of nature, the will of God, as is the law of gravity or the rolling of the spheres. I shall hereafter propose my reasons for this belief. Now, the next, he goes into the Bible. According to the scriptures, the great stream of white men flowed from Western Asia, northward and westward, from Father Japhet over Europe and the whole northwest. The stream of yellow men flowed eastward and southward from Shem over Asia and the whole southeast, while the stream of black men flowed south from Ham over Africa and the whole south. I accept this account here only on the ground of its probability, and whether the reader receives or rejects it will make no difference with the arguments or the conclusions to which we shall arrive. So he don't even care what we think, what they thought then. He has his own conclusion, and this is what he's going to propose. Each one may hold his own theory as respects to the origin of anyone or all of these races. And he goes into the zones after that. So he classified them from the biblical aspect, only 3 great races. So what are we supposed to do with that? If Wale got one that talks about 5, and we got one that talks about 3, how do we rectify that conflict?
I say we find one that's talking about 4.
So now I have to pull that one up. All right. Let's see if I can find it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wale. What did you say?
I think this is the races of men.
I was relating to his statement about 3 and 5, and I suggested we find a reference that has 4 classifications of races or peoples or whatever, because they exist. Whereas 4. Some say 3, some say 5, some say.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I thought it was astroloid, mongoloid, um, negroid, and
Caucasoid.
yeah, caucasoid. That's what I thought. It was a 4 too. No, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought it was astroloid was included.
That's a narrative. Like he just said, he found a narrative with 3, found a narrative with 5, we found a narrative with 4. I'm good.
I think I found it. I think I got that one too. The Races of Men by Robert Knox.
What you reading,
1850.
Savio?
The Races of Men by Robert Knox, 1850.
Okay, I got you.
I think this is it. I'm not sure. It's been a minute. History of the Saxon and Scandinavian race. History of the Gypsy, Topic of Jews. I don't know if this is it. It's been a minute since I used this. The most important of man's intellectual faculties, the surest, the best, the instinctive thing has ever been declared to be wanting human nature. Yada yada yada. Talking about which countries are civilized. Yada yada yada. The morale of the race. Talking about heredity. I don't think this is it. No, it is. You gotta find where he introduces the race of men. How he classifies, what he classifies them as, I can't remember. There it is. The Races of Men. Let's see. It's talking about of the Saxon race. When the word race as applied to man is spoken of, the English mind wanders immediately to distant countries, to Negroes and Hottentots, Red Indians and savages. He admits that there are people who differ from us, but not in Europe. Their mankind are clearly of one family. It is the Caucasian race as one. It is the primitive race as another. But the object of this work is to show that the European races, so-called, differ from each other as widely as the Negro does from the Bushman, the Khafre from the Hottentot, the Red Indian of America from the Esquimau from the Basque. Blumenbach and Pritchard have misled the public mind so much in this respect that a century may elapse before it is disabused. I need not repeat here the antiquated division of mankind by Blumenbach, nor its modification by Pritchard. It leads to no results. With the history of the Saxon and Scandinavian race, I shall condense the physiological history of man. So he started with the white people.
Oh, sorry, Sabio. I don't think some of the people can hear you in the chat. They was wondering if you could read a little louder. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, my bad. I apologize, y'all. Yeah, it sounded like he started with the white people. He said, when the word race as applied to man is spoken of, the English mind wanders immediately to distant countries, to Negroes and Hottentots, red Indians and savages. He admits that there are people who differ a good deal from us, but not in Europe. Their mankind are clearly of one family. It is the Caucasian race, says one. It is the primitive race, says another. But the object of this work is to show that the European races, so called, differ from each other as widely as the Negro does from the Bushman, the Caffrey from the Hottentot, the Red Indian of America from the Esquimalt from the Boers. Blumenbach and Pritchard have misled the public mind so much in this respect that a century may elapse before it is disabused. I need not repeat here the antiquated division of mankind by Blumenbach, nor its modification by Pritchard. It leads to no result. With the history of the Saxon or Scandinavian race, I shall commence the physiological history of man. So he starts with Saxon or Scandinavian race. That's crazy. He's talking about the 3,500 years ago.
You got Sussman's book, Sabio?
Nah, I ain't got it.
The myth of race, the trouble and persistence of an unscientific idea.
Nah.
Get that. It'll break down all the contributors to race. It puts it in a time frame. It gives you a backdrop of their ideologies. It even goes into the 4 and the 5 that y'all are discussing right now.
Hold on. In his book, he says, under the influence of climate, the Saxon decays in Northern America and in Australia, and he rears his offspring with difficulty. He has changed this continental locality, a physiological law. I shall shortly explain is a guess, its naturalization is. Were the supplies from Europe not incessant, he could not stand his ground in these new continents. A real native permanent American or Australian race of pure Saxon blood is a dream which can never be realized. What? The Saxon is fair, not because he lives in a temperate or cold climate, but because he is a Saxon. The Esquimalt are nearly black, yet they live amidst eternal snow. The Tasmanian is, if possible, darker than the Negro under a climate as mild as England. Climate has no influence in permanently altering the varieties or races of men. Destroy them it may and does, but it cannot convert them into any other race, nor can this be done even by act of parliament, which to a thoroughgoing Englishman with all its amusing nationalities will appear as something amazing. It has been tried in Wales, Ireland, and Caledonia and failed. Explain it, ye utopians, as you choose. I merely mention the fact. So he's basically saying trying to make a person something that they're not is not going to happen. But I don't see him really with the classifications yet. That's what I'm looking for. He's still talking about the white people. We picking up white people. That's what they do throughout all these books. Though they big up the white man, white people as if they're as if life started with them, and every other race is a degeneration. Some white people.
Buffon was a contemporary of Linnaeus, Sabio.
Linnaeus.
Yeah. And he replied to him talking about this. This is a direct quote. It's in this book. I have to figure out where the citation is actually from. But he said, in fact, in nature, there are only individuals. What did he say? Orders and classes exist only in our imagination. And I'll just bring that up to say these people have pushed back in their time. But that idea of white supremacy is so damn profound and strong that y'all know the rest.
Yeah, he
I was
mentioned.
browsing through this book. I was trying to figure out if it was Blumenbach or Laness who came up with this idea of this white supremacy by saying that their women were the most aesthetically pleasing on the planet.
Yeah, I think that was
But it goes into what you said. He never left his area.
Mm-hmm. The three great, yeah. I got that. I actually got that book. I can't remember. But yeah, that's that whole concept where they call the Caucasians the most beautiful people. People from the Caucasus Mountains and big nose ass Turks. That shit crazy though. But yeah, I'm not saying where they classify the people yet in here. Where he classifies them. And it might not be till chapter 2 or something. Chapter 1, hell alone. This motherfucker said the earth was made for man and man was made for the earth. In section 2, it says, can a race of men permanently change their locality, say continental or rather terrestrial zone? Can a Saxon become an American or an African? Can an Asiatic become a European? Can any race live and thrive in all climates? These are questions they were asking themselves. Then he said the earth was made for man and man was made for the earth. The one proposition is quite intelligible as the other. But then he throws Christianity up in here. Yo, this shit crazy.
Can someone please put the name of the book in the back chat, please? I mean, in the chat, please.
Races of Men by this is Races of Men by Jacob Sump. By Robert Knox. Excuse me. MD. Letters of Lecturer of Anatomy and corresponding member of the National Academy of Medicine of France. And that's the other thing. They were looking at it from a polygenist, from a dual humanity standpoint, or from a single, from a mono, either Adam, or there was people that other people derived from before Adam and Eve. And you had to stand on one side of those arguments. Then you had the Enlightenment thinker said, nah, none of that shit was going on. We evolved. That's why you'll see God mentioned it or Creator mentioned in a lot of this shit. So we're still having the same conversations they were having back then. Kind of weird. Even though we got the science that they wish that they had when they was making these claims. They wish they had the science that we have and the ability to type something into a chat and getting that into a search bar and get an answer. I'm gonna get it, Google. I got so much Google that'll just overload me. I have so much information. You wanted your what? Q, you crazy. So yeah, a lot of the things that people read and accept from men is based in religious talking points and them trying to force the word into their religious view or how they view the world through their concept of God and creation because they didn't want to accept evolution. So that whole, we didn't evolve from monkey shit. We don't come from no monkey shit. That ain't new. That shit started with them white people in these arguments and this shit. But I guess people don't realize that misinformation can take different shapes, but it's still misinformation. Because you blackanize it, don't make it less don't make it not misinformation.
But wouldn't you admit, Sabio, that all history is a matter of stories? And some people wrote them down, some stories didn't get recorded, and therefore they're no longer, called history. But all the stories started with stories.
To some extent. What we're talking about is a history that that has been recorded, and the things that we can follow timelines with, and things like that.
Okay. Notwithstanding, it all began with a story that was recorded.
No. So again, if there's a timeline and archaeological, physical, anthropological, and all these other evidences to attribute to the to attribute or contribute to the history, then how can we deny it and say that these things didn't happen? Because
was it Socrates?
History is something you don't agree with.
Oh no, I got no problem with the word. Was it Socrates or Plato that preferred teaching the students out in the outside?
That was the time. A lot of teachers taught out in the open because that was the time.
I know. I thought it was one or the other one preferred it. One of the other.
Plato. He taught in the Olive Garden.
He taught in the Olive Garden, but a lot of teachers taught in the open auditoriums and shit.
Oh, Plato. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. So that's where I started school. Was in
the majority of them would teach. When you start breaking into them philosophers, a lot of them would do it at home amongst their own, I don't want to say guild, since I see truth in the chat, but to their own crowd. They would mostly do it in small homes.
Yeah.
The lyceums, that comes along.
Sometimes like, that's why some of these you have to read, but you have to go further. But some It wasn't all of them, but a lot of them did teach in open auditoriums and things like that. It wasn't often, but
depends on the circumstance and the situation, of course.
Yep.
And and the peculiarities of the actual person that's doing it. All of that stuff matters. I was just trying to remember when you told me Plato, which is all I needed. I appreciate that, bro. Plato is
we
good.
can't be. This is where becoming anachronistic can be a hindrance. It's not like everybody could just produce a building.
Right. Bingo.
I got that
things that was outside this that they didn't want to be taught.
There's not going to be a school on every section of town and all that. Like it don't work that way.
Right.
Oh, no kidding. I thought for sure. No, I had gotten that from Booker T. Washington, who built his own school. Him and his students built their school. So I thought that was impressive to me. If you want a school, build it. And, you know, la-di-da, the rest of that story. But the idea is that, for me, is to always, when possible, to teach outside because there's more oxygen in the atmospheric, and the oxygen helps with the brain and all that kind of stuff. So you get actual more, to me, more a possibility of more actual learning done in a more oxygenified atmosphere.
Cool, but I was going to, because what was interesting when I was scrolling through this book, I got to a section in here, and it kind of took, because I haven't read this. I perused it when I first got it because there was some things that I wanted to look at specifically on the African race or the Black race or the Negro race. I can't even remember the title, how he got it titled in the book, but on page 77, he mentions some papers from the ancient Greeks. He mentions Hippocrates, Aristotle, and some others. And he mentions a paper that I mentioned on the next page, Airs, Waters, Places. And it's interesting that when you go back, you start seeing, when you read the shit from the 1800s, 1600s, you will start seeing that they're using the terms and the ideas from the ancients, from antiquity. But why is it? But why is that? Why would they call these? Why would they say that your land has something to do with your thinking and shit like that in antiquity? And then they bring it up in the 1700s, in the 1800s, and the same thing.
What, that the land would have something to do with the thinking?
Yes, with your intelligence.
Well, of course it would. That's what I was saying about the oxygenation. If you're in a place that don't have oxygen, your intelligence can only ride so high because the oxygen to the brain, the neglect of oxygen to the brain. Everyone knows that in order to have a high brain, the brain needs oxygen. When it's depleted of oxygen, and the oxygen get rare, then the functioning of the brain is rare.
Hey,
yeah,
I'm sorry. Oh, hello.
Hey, Marie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Vyasa said that he wants to be let back on the panel, please.
Oh, I thought that was him talking, man. I can't see who's on the panel. All I see is some guys with beret on. Oh, there they go. Let's see who did this. Who? Yeah, Gula is on there. Maybe
Yes,
just
man. I got dropped when I shared that last night.
Oh, that's so beautiful. So Marisha, you were saying you wanted about the thing. Yeah, so I had answered your question, I hope, by the fact that speaking the truth to me is more important that I stay on that than to lie. And by lying, I call it coming out of the from under the power of my ancestors, and I won't do that. I'd rather die than lie. So it's not that I would have to lie in order to save the people. It's just I don't have to say nothing, which might come to the same result. But I'm willing to die rather than lie. And if you're unwilling to do that, I mean, I can dig it. That's just how I stay. To me, I'm just saying personally, to me, a man must have a constitution.
Sorry, Wally, give me a minute. I'm eating, so just give me 1 second. Sorry.
Please take all the seconds you need. That's always a thing too. I didn't expect you to answer, but I just wanted to respond to something you said. But yeah, whatever. I appreciate that. Don't be sorry. I'm not your adversary. I'm of a mind. It took me a while to get here, but I had to contemplate it because I contemplate concepts and ideas. And I had to contemplate it. It took me a while too. But I had heard the phrase before, I have no enemies. And I contemplated that phrase, I have no enemies. And when I contemplated that phrase to a point, I started laughing and realized that's what I've been told all my life. I have no enemy. The elders were telling me I was my own worst enemy. And I didn't understand what they were saying. They were saying by taking offense, I was making offense, creating my own enemy inside myself. And now that I realize that I have no enemy, I don't take offense. I don't give offense. I have no enemy. So when people do things, they take off that they're offending me. And my contention is they cannot offend me. And one has to be able to offend you in order to be an effective enemy.
Well, Wale, we may not agree on a lot of things, and that's okay. But I'm just gonna have to disagree, and it's okay to agree to disagree. But I will be respectful to you because you are an elder to me, so I don't want to be disrespectful. But that's okay. But thank you for sharing.
There you go. As I put it, respect yourself, not me. I already respect myself. Whatever you do is a matter of expressing yourself. So respect yourself. Whatever you do with that, and your behavior just shows your respect for yourself, not for me ever. I respect me. I don't need anyone else to do so. That's what I mean. I have no enemy.
All right, my bad. I got my link there.
Oh, beautiful.
I got dropped. I just want to know, because I don't even know where I dropped off at. I probably dropped off before I even started reading. But I just need to know what he needs, what he's trying to say, because all he did was recognize that there's colored people all over the globe.
You talk about Knox, right?
Nature has darkened.
Like you're talking about the
brethren inhabiting the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yo. Yodi Jones wanted me to read page 148.
Oh, let's see that. What that say? I like Yodi already.
Because
what is colored people? I'm a colored people, baby. You want to see my? I can turn on my camera. I don't deal with we have no friends. I don't deal with that. So I know I don't have enemies.
Okay, so that means because white people.
Very good. Yeah, stay in school.
Hello. You're loving it, right?
Hey,
that's
man, life is.
So are we? So are we going to play this dumb game, or are we going to be realistic? Because as I was saying, the word colored is just a word that they use to incorporate people with melanin, to separate them who didn't have what they call color, even though they recognize that nature gave people the ability to protect themselves.
Oh no.
So what are y'all really trying to get at? Are y'all saying that Africans, or they're calling all the people black? Because no, they did it. They clearly made separation.
Well, Sabio, I think you understand where I stand. So I think you know. So yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where they stand.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't believe we're indigenous to America, North America. So, I'll just stay quiet.
Oh, you the one that mentioned Sierra Leone. You know the history of Sierra Leone. I mean, are you briefed on the history of Sierra Leone? How did it come about? Who it came about? All that kind of stuff.
Yes, some of it, but not all. Like, you know, I'm not really big on. I hate to say, I'm not really big on history. I'm sorry. I really don't like history. I mean, and I know that's sad, but I'm just not a big person that's into history. But I do know a little bit about the Sierra Leone history.
Not sad at all. It's not sad at all. It's just your proclivity. But fortunately, we have a youth on the board who does have a proclivity for history. Sabio can tell you the ins and outs of Sierra Leone, the years, who the names are.
Nah.
Sure you can. Sabio knows all of that stuff about Sierra Leone, Liberia. The boy is deep, man. He know Prester John and Prince Henry.
Yeah, I know about Prester John.
You know about that thing. That's Sierra Leone.
I know a little bit about Prester John made of that.
Yeah, you'll be echoing when Truth be talking like you Truth echo or something. So I'm thinking maybe you know what you're talking about, and so I heard you talk about Sierra Leone before, so I thought maybe
in some areas I do know what I'm talking about.
Hey, so what about
Sierra Leone? Some things I can add on to because I do know some things on it. I'm not well versed in everything because
well, give us a little on Sierra Leone.
Well versed. I don't know about Sierra Leone.
Oh, okay, then there you go. It might be interesting, though, Marie Shy, to look into that a bit. I mean, a bit. And you say you know something about it. What do you know about it?
Oh, gosh. Come on. Wally, why do you want me? I got to get off the panel. I'm not much of a talker, okay? I'm more of a listener. So.
Okay, there you go. Do your thing, baby. I'm good.
I didn't study Sierra Leone.
I know that free enslaved Africans, they've returned to Liberia and Sierra Leone. One is called the American Liberians or the Conquer people, which is in Liberia, and then the Creole people are in Sierra Leone. And the Creole people, they came from Nova Scotia because they said it was too cold there and they wanted to really just return home. So they went to Freetown, Sierra Leone, and the Timney King gave them some of that land in Freetown. So I know that, but and I know some other stuff, but I do need to do more studying. I'm not gonna lie. I do need to do more studying, so I'll just say that. But yes.
Now I could have
I
tried to
appreciate
make
that
up some
sentiment
shit.
you gave, which is
I could
I'm
have
not
tried to
gonna
make
lie.
up some shit, but I didn't try to make up nothing. I'm willing to say I didn't ever study Sierra Leone like that. I know about
There you go.
Freetown and a little bit because I heard about it and I heard about people settling there.
That's so beautiful.
Basically it.
So it's kind of rubbing off on you guys. She said I don't want to lie, so she don't want to lie. So it's
No,
that, and
I've been up here not lying. You the biggest
so
out on
this
the panel.
thing
You and Yogi.
that I'm hearing from both of y'all, and even right now, your proclivity towards speaking the truth. I think that's admirable. I think it's beautiful for you.
That's been my proclivity to admit my limitations and not make up shit and to go with sources. Like if I want to learn about Sierra Leone, I can study on Sierra Leone. Not that difficult.
Oh, I wasn't really referring to your
Study the
limitations.
history, but
I'm just saying.
that's an area I didn't study. I'm willing to admit
that. And there's the truth. And
Yeah,
that's what
and
I'm talking.
Yeah, and then there were some enslaved people from Brazil. They went back to Nigeria, and that's why in Nigeria you'll see names with you'll see like some names like some Brazilian names like when you go to sorry, in Nigeria, like you'll see people with like Brazilian names and things like that. So I do know that. I know we
You've been to
different.
Nigeria.
Huh?
So we got an album. We got another culture vulture on the panel. Let's see what the new culture vulture Yodi has to say about what I just read.
Marie, have you been to Nigeria?
I have. I've been to Nigeria and Sierra Leone.
Okay, beautiful. That's so beautiful.
All right. So what's up, Yodi?
Yo, what's up, everybody on the panel, man?
Hey, Yodi.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you giving me a chance. Yo, I was just browsing on the YouTube, and your channel popped up, and I heard Savio talking about one of my favorite books that I've read for a very long time.
Okay.
So I just wanted to, sit here and absorb the information Savio is delivering. So, basically that's why I'm here, man.
Oh, that's beautiful, man.
So you asked me to read page 148.
Yes.
What specifically on 148 do you think what is he saying? Because he clearly said
he's saying a lot.
Africa has always been considered their stronghold.
Yeah, in the book he also said America is a stronghold as well. I know you read that. I know you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm very familiar.
So he's basically saying black people was all over the planet. The planet.
He didn't say black people, he said colored people.
Well, I'm using black loosely. Trust me, I know black is a misnomer. I'm just using black for the layman conversation.
No, please don't do that because we don't have laymen in the chat.
My bad. My bad. So I'll just call them the Red Indians then. If that's
okay. So no, he clearly did not say
the Red Indians was all over the planet. Use the word that the man actually used, which was colored people, and leave it at that.
Yeah, because that's what he said. Colored people.
Okay, the color. So we're gonna use the colored people. No problem. I have no problem with that.
Okay, so when he said that Africa has been a stronghold of the dark races.
He also said America was a stronghold too.
No, he said the colored races. I could read it for you again.
Please
if you
read
would
it.
like.
Please read it. I don't know it.
Okay,
So read it.
okay, I'm going to start with, they are confined to no particular zone, but spread as it were from pole to pole, from the Arctic to the Antarctic. If the Lapps be a dark race, then the dark races exist in Europe as a race. Asia abounds with them. Africa has always been considered their stronghold, and unquestionably, from the Mediterranean shores to Cape Algujas, the thick-lipped Ascopt or Bozeman of all shades but the fair prevails throughout. But it is in America, the last discovered by the civilized European, where we find the stronghold of the colored race.
Okay, so who
So
are the
the
colored
dark
men?
races are confined. So the dark races are confined to a specific zone, and the colored race or the Native Americans are confined to where? America.
So black people wasn't known as colored people in the Americas?
Oh shit. You see how you want to conflate the word and try to use the word colored to now apply to African.
Is that your answer, or you just?
No,
What's your answer? Answer the question.
The answer is absolutely they were, but yet and still they knew. And at this time in 1850, we always have to take into consideration the context, the language, and what was being put forth for the audience. Because how many black people or African Americans or Native Americans were reading this? Not many.
You'd be actually surprised.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. Can you repeat
How
that?
How many black people, African Americans or Native Americans were reading this in 1850 and knew that they were talking this way and thinking this way? There weren't that many.
What does that have to do?
Because this has to do with their racist thinking, as I've been talking about, and how they were using their ideological framework to view, to categorize the world under the stratifications and ideas that they used, that they were raised under, going back to antiquity.
I don't think you proved that. So you're saying Robert Knox is using racial?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. You got
because
that
right here, because right here in on the same page, he goes, watch. I'm gonna show you how I know I'm right, because I studied this further than this. Watch, because after he continues, from the land of fire to the ice-bound polar sea, nature had darkened every race unmistakably, nor had the Esquimaux or circumpolar races escaped the coloration. So basically, everybody on the planet has color. Hold up. That ain't what I'm getting at. Hold up. But they're not having it.
I'm listening.
That ain't what I'm getting at.
Okay, I'm listening.
I want you to see how he's using ancient folks like their brethren in Asia, inhabiting the same zone though far removed from tropical heats. They also are deeply colored, a dark race with the indelible osseosis and other structural characteristics of the colored races of men. Hippocrates is an ancient Greek thinker, said, and modern physiologists have repeated his statement that intense cold as well as great heat, his statement that intense cold darkens as well as great heat, from which I long ago drew not the inference suggested by the great physician, but what I think a more obvious one, namely that Hippocrates and his followers, from Galen to Adeline, had disunited physiology and philosophy, and that to this day they remain distinct.
Yeah, so he's disagreeing with Hippocrates when he said, "Yes, he." No. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the floor. Go ahead.
He agreed. They separated philosophy and physiology, but physiology, just like he said, you can be dark in the cold as well as in the heat.
So that means black people not all over the world because how they got dark.
People are all over the world. No, that's colored people.
So what's the difference between the colored race and the dark race? What's the difference between the colored race and the dark race?
Now we're finna play word games with colored and dark.
I'm not.
So yes, we are. Yes, we are. Now we're playing word games with colored and dark. And we're only talking about the usage of the word colored.
Isn't the black? You said black people are known as colored people.
We're talking about your book. We're talking about your favorite book.
Yeah.
And one section that you had me reference, and I read the whole thing.
Yeah, but just because you read the whole thing don't mean you understand what you're reading.
I do. It means you don't, because we're talking about how he used the word colored.
And I asked you, was the colored man known as black people was known as colored people back then? Yes or no? You said yes.
In 1850s, yes, absolutely they were.
Come on.
Because they were enslaved.
Okay, so they were known as colored people back then. Yes or no?
Absolutely they were.
Okay, all right. So he said America was the stronghold of the colored race. And the colored race is the dark races as well. How can you confuse that?
So again.
How did you confuse that reading that book?
So again, there's no confusion with the word color.
I'm listening.
There's no confusion with the word color. And I appreciate that you understand that we're only talking about the word color. So let's separate the any other word. All right?
I'm listening.
When he's talking about the word color, he's applying it to all the melanated people on the planet. As he continued to say, as he distinctly said in the sentence, the nature has darkened every race unmistakably. So that means there's color all over the world. So even in the Americas, when up above, there was a quote unquote stronghold of colored races that wasn't Africans he was talking about. Why? Because up above he mentioned Africa and mentioned that they were the stronghold of who? Dark.
He mentioned Africa, races. He mentioned Europe, and he mentioned the Americas. Well, go ahead.
Bingo. So these different characteristics based.
I'm listening. You got the floor.
Which he also mentions. So again, he's clearly making separation. And he's letting you know that the people of Asia are melanated also. So are the Esquimaux. But they're not African because they don't come from where? Colored in there and try to say that because everybody's colored, they're black. No, it's not going to work. You're not that smart or that slick, bruh. Stop. And this is what you wanted me to read. So go ahead and you got the flow.
I got the floor. Yeah, Sabio, I heard everything you said, right? But I think you're misunderstanding what the book says, and I disagree mostly with what you said. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay, so how are the Esquimaux African or black?
Wait a second. I don't mean to interrupt. Sabio, I think this is who Sean's supposed to debate.
Yeah, me too. Dumbass Yogi.
Oh, so all right, so you know me well. All right, cool. So we you know where I stand at as far as my premise then.
So again, the question is, how are the Esquimaux black? Because they did not escape coloration.
Yeah,
Nor did the circumpolar races. So how are the circumpolar races black?
Like I said, you asked me the question, I'm gonna answer it. You said black is a misnomer, number one. You understand? Negro is also a misnomer, number two, right? Colored is also a misnomer, number three. I'm only using those terms. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm only using those terms for layman conversation.
Please don't.
Okay. All right.
Because
Cool.
We've been using the word colored this whole conversation. You're not going to try that shit.
Okay.
Nope. Answer the fucking question.
What was the question?
How are the circumpolar and the Esquimaux black?
They're melanated people.
Simple.
They're melanated people. I never said they were black. They're melanated people.
No.
All humans are melanated.
People got melanin. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, go ahead. What you said?
White people have melanin. Look it up if you think I'm bullshitting.
So white man is the colored man? Is the white man the colored man? Answer my question.
They got color.
Is the white man classified as the colored man?
They don't classify themselves as colored, but they got color.
How the fuck is they the colored man? Then?
They have color. They have melanin.
For order you to be classified as color, you're supposed to have a large amount of melanin, right?
According to who?
According to governments, according to society. Isn't the black man in America called the colored man? That means the black man got a large amount of melanin.
So
correct?
white.
Yes
So again, you said on white man science, like we all said on white man science, right?
Yeah, we all do.
That's what the white man say.
Yeah.
All people got color. That's
so
what
I'm
standing on.
So what you
all
say?
People got melanin. All people have melanin. Even white people have melanin.
Okay, that's not my question. My question to you is the white man considered the colored man or the Negro?
I told you they got color. So yes, they considered the colored man to me.
Bro, but I'm gonna ask you one more time. To
them and the rest of the world, they call themselves white.
Okay, so who's known as the colored man in the Americas then?
No, we're considered black.
Were we? So we weren't black. Okay,
we were considered black. We were considered Afro.
You're saying on record. You're saying on record.
Color. We're considered Negro. We ain't never been considered indigenous.
Black people was never known as colored people back then.
I said we were considered as colored.
Okay,
we were considered everything but indigenous. We were considered everything but indigenous. Why were we considered everything but indigenous?
The indigenous people had many names.
Why were we not ever considered indigenous? We were considered Negro. We were considered Negro. We were considered Negro. We were considered Negro. We were considered African. We were considered black. We were considered colored. Considered African American.
Right.
We weren't ever considered indigenous.
And they started calling us that. The first thing they called us was Indians, American Indians. That's what they first thing they called it. Then they changed it to Negro. Then they changed it to African in 1782. This is y'all words. Then they changed it to black, colored, and now we African American. Those are the names we were given. Most of those names were misnomers. And I know you know what misnomer is, right?
What you are? A misnomer.
Negro, the term Negro, the term black, and even the term African is a misnomer for the black, the quote unquote melanated people of the Americas. Let's say that.
How? The what?
You asking me how? I'm gonna answer your question. You're asking me how, right? How is they gave us adjectives. They turned adjectives into nouns. You know the difference between an adjective and a noun?
I absolutely do.
Okay, so you asked me how, I'm telling you how. They took adjectives and made us accept adjectives as our ethnical identity.
I don't accept black, the word black as my
all right, so you're agreeing with me then. If you don't accept black,
I am an African American.
Well, if you're an African American, you're basically proclaiming that you're a foreign national.
No. What?
You're basically
claiming that I'm claiming that my ancestors.
You're basically saying you have dual citizenship.
I'm clearly stating that my ancestors from the country of Nigeria and some other countries, which I can show you genetically, which you may not accept because you don't accept DNA. You like stories, use another mythomaniac, but I connect my stories with genetics.
What, DNA genetics, ancestry genetics? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, all that shit runs together.
It took you 400 years for you to base your history off a DNA test?
Hey, Tom. If they had DNA tests back in the 1800s, they would have used DNA tests in the 1800s. Let's not make stupid ass statements because you don't understand how life works.
You got it, bro. I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, please. Life works in ways that your mind can't seem to fathom. So the genetics that connects me back to Africa are still present in me today at a high percentage, between 84 and 94%, depending on the DNA company you use. So at that point, I can clearly say that I am an African American because I have my ancestry connects me to Africa, but I was raised and bred here. My family was on this continent. I don't have to try to connect myself to no indigenous Native American tribe here because it's 0.1%. I don't need to run from the transatlantic slave trade that my ancestors happen to suffer through to try to make myself feel good about my history or my life. That's what you want to do. You want to try to steal these people's culture and play word games with black and colored and Afro because you don't want to accept it. Accept what happened. That's you, nigga. Time for you to grow up and quit living in La La Land, dog. Debating about it ain't gonna change shit. Show us a slave ship from Africa. Show us a ship from Africa in the 13th century, showing us that came from West and Central Africa to the Americas and just kill Sean and win the debate and change the world. Nigga, that's all you gotta do.
I'm not here to win a debate, bro. I'm just here to convey information. That's all.
I don't know, but what makes it really sad because Yodi said on Mossy Warrior Clan's channel that he's Jamaican. He was Jamaican, born in America, or I don't know but all I just know is you're Jamaican, and Jamaicans know that they come from West and Central Africa. That's what makes it really sad.
Ma'am, you think
you can hit the link, Shasa.
I was just gonna
Of course you can hit the link, Shasa. You always welcome to hit the link, Sha.
Yeah, as far as that Jamaican comments, I talk to them. Some do and some don't.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. You think all Jamaicans believe they from Africa?
What?
Most of them do.
Every Jamaican I've ever met, every Jamaican I've ever spoke to, big up Africa. Every Jamaican I've met, and I've been meeting Jamaicans. I'm 46 years old. I've been meeting Jamaicans since I've been knowing The difference is about 5. And everyone in bigged up Africa.
All right. So the ones you met, big
Even
up
a
Africa.
white
You met the
Jamaican
ones
bigged
that
up Africa.
have you met the
The
ones
hell?
that don't? Have you met the ones that don't
Nope.
agree with that sentiment?
Nope.
Does that mean that they don't exist?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
I argue with one that tries to make himself a Hebrew, a Khan Hebrew, more Muslim, but he always bigging up Africa. He tries to make
Yo,
himself
listen,
everything.
thank you for giving me time. I'm gonna get ready
No,
for
don't
my
run.
debate.
Shahsan,
Is there anybody here that can do a
he
chess
finna
for
run.
me?
Oh no, what shot, son? All right, I'm here. I ain't running. I'm here. Go ahead, yo. Yeah, I got the floor.
Yo, peace to the
He
panel.
said he got to go prepare for his debate.
I ain't gonna be long because I ain't gonna attack you on the information, Yodi. I wanted to ask, and I know I'm gonna be compromising with my fellows like Sabio on them. I might sound like I'm compromising, but let's just say we granted you you know you're just Jamaican and you just have American lineage or origins. Why do you have to basically try to take out the certain parts of the history about like the Africans, like the transatlantic slave trade? Why can't you just tell you know why can't two things be true with you?
All right, Sha, I'm gonna answer your question, but I just wanted to say beforehand, bro, I respect everybody on this channel, on this platform, including you. And I'm gonna answer your question, though. But what I always wanted to say before, we had a little disagreement about. I remember you in the chat. We was going back and forth about degrees and shit and stuff like that. So I just want to let you know, bro. I wasn't disrespecting you about your college achievements. That's not what I said. That. So I just wanted to say that first, so you
Yeah, no,
understand.
fact. Now, fact.
All right, cool.
I think that we all qualify to learn
All right,
new
cool.
things. We
So
all
I
learn.
just wanted to say that because
Nah, you good.
you
You
ain't
good. You
really
good.
respond after that. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear. All right.
Nah, you good.
Now I'm gonna answer your question right now, right? I can't accept the African slave trade heritage because most black people in the Americas, whether it's from North to South America, accept that theory. But that theory was proven, it was challenged. That theory was challenged, not just out of the African theory, but the slave trade and everything, right? So that basically, hold on. Okay. Somebody you gonna say something?
Yeah, I want to know when.
When what?
Where was the slave trade challenge?
Multiple scholars challenge that. Multiple scholars.
When? Because there's too much information on the Arabic slave trade, the preceding slave trade. Right. So you're telling me that there was no Arabic slave trade.
No, I'm telling you that the
You're
Arabic
telling me that the sub-Saharan slave trade
you're asking me a
did
question,
not happen.
bro. You're asking me a question.
Go ahead.
Can we be civil? Let me answer the question. All right. It is my research that the Arab slave trade and the Atlantic slave trade is one and the same thing.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's not. No.
So hold on. So this is why history is very important. And I mentioned it a while ago on Sean's channel. You need to look into the fall of Constantinople in 1453 and the taking control of the Ottoman Empire, of the trade routes that the Portuguese were getting their goods and shit from before the Ottomans took control of the trade routes, the Indian Ocean and the Black Sea ports where they were getting their slaves and their goods from. If you don't know anything about this shit above your pay grade. I'm not here to teach you. I just gave you a direction you can look into and see if I'm making it up. If you don't, you will continue making these fallacious claims, bro. You're over your. At this point, I will be teaching you, and you would have to pay me.
That was a joke, right? All right.
Nope, I'm serious as a fat person eating a motherfucking pizza.
Listen, let me answer.
You should have got paid for what I should have got paid for what I just dropped, you nigga.
I hear you, bro. And listen, can I speak? Do I have the floor?
Go ahead. Try to
I'm not trying to do
argue
anything.
against anything I said.
Brother, sir, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro. All I'm here to do is convey some information that you might not be privy to. That's all I'm here for, bro.
Look, Yodi, that's the
Go
part
ahead,
that I
bro.
came. That's the part that I came up for that triggered me.
Yeah.
The convey information part. I think there's a way where you can convey, the indigenous history also, because there's just not one. It's not one story. Like I think that a lot of times the Aboriginals are trying to tell their story and replace it. Like there's ways to talk about Indian history or indigenous history, um, without removing another part of history. You get what I'm saying? So like even
I
like
get
some of
it.
the some of the Abels would be like, yo, it was no transatlantic slave trade, it was just the Barbary slave trade. Like both things could be true.
Did
And
I
that's
ever
all I'm saying. Like
did
I'm
I ever
not
say
trying.
that?
Yeah,
Did I
What
ever
that?
say there was no?
I
I
think I
said
think a lot of times you try to insinuate that no Africans came here, that the African slave use. I've heard you say like the Negroes was white, or you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of that. So, but
right. That's
I'm
what.
just saying like I don't think you got to do that or spin that to push this narrative, because we know about the Arawaks, we know about the Taínos.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Of
think you
course.
can push. I think you can push that without trying to denounce something else or some other people came there or something else happened. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Vice versa. I don't never hear this side saying, yo, only Africans came here. There was no indigenous people. There was no, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't remove the Indian to tell the
Right.
history that we know. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So
I'm
I
gonna
don't know. I
respond
don't
to that.
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Is there
respond to
anybody
that.
here
Right.
that can share the screen though?
The reason that I can't fully confirm or not confirm, fully condone the out of Africa slave trade story is because I've gathered information that needs to be challenged and questioned. What needs to be challenged is the slave trade, is the African slave trade the same as the Arab slave trade? And I have evidence, which I'm going to show later on, that is strong evidence for that. Now, we can't, no historian can speak in absolutes. You know what I mean by that, Shasan?
Yeah, like as if they was there. I get it.
Exactly. No, if any historian say, yo, this is exactly what happened, and I know that, yo, bro, that's first sign of falsehood, right? So I'm not here to say absolute truth. I'm here to say that the evidence that's been gathered is strongly suggesting this is what happened. You understand what I'm saying? And that's where I'm coming from.
So
I don't know if that answers your question or not.
I agree with some of the things that you're saying, especially when it comes to history. No historian can say things are absolute. We go by preponderance of evidence. So again, for you to say that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen would be a fallacious claim, because the preponderance of evidence says that it happened.
I'm not saying
There's
it
an
didn't happen.
overabundance of, and you to say that you can say it's an extension of the Arabic slave trade. Now
That's
that
what I'm
might
saying.
be now
That's
that
what I'm
might
saying.
be
I never said
more
the Atlantic slave
accurate,
trade never happened.
but to say
I
that
never
it
said
did
that.
not happen
I
would
never
be
said it never
fallacious.
happened.
Yes, you did.
Why you keep saying I said that and I never said
Shit.
that?
So you said
I said
there's
the Atlantic
you
slave
said the
trade and the
theory.
Arab slave trade is one of the same thing. And I
No,
said the
before you
African that you think is African ain't African. That's what I said.
no, they are Africans because they came from countries in Africa, and there's evidence of this. There's records of this. They talked about where they got these slaves from. There's documents, records kept by Jews, and Christians, and Muslims.
Can we confirm that all scholars don't agree on the same thing?
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, Vasa.
Is there anybody here that can share the screen?
I don't
Yes,
know
no, maybe so.
Deborah Q. I don't know if Deborah Q was around.
Well, I'm gonna put it in the back chat anyways.
Go ahead, Vaz. Go ahead.
Hey, Dev, toss this on the screen for me.
I can't. I'm out. I can't share. I'm on the phone.
Just go ahead.
This a video?
There's a painting. Let me see if I can get the exact date. They don't even have an exact date for it. It's somewhere in between 1675 and 1700. It's painted here in the Americas, and it's depicting the world as they know it. If y'all look at the back chat, you can see the picture. And it's a huge panel painting. The far left is going to represent America, and it's going to depict the people in the Americas. Your far right is going to be Africa. In between there, they try to, throw some Asiatics in there. Your middle is your Europeans. This was painted by a black man born in Mexico. Why did he not depict the Africans being from the Americas? Could it be that they knew where they was from? And they knew what the people of the Americas looked like? By the 1600s, they here for, let's just round it out and say a cool 100 years straight. From 1500 to 1600s. Why did they depict these Aboriginal people as Afro-wearing, as Uncle Truth would say, people of the jungle? If y'all always been here.
Yo, bro, you taking one picture from one artist and want to say
I
that's
can
the
get
whole
more
American?
and more
Like, come
and
on, bro.
more.
I got
Let's be
books
real.
on it.
I'm being
I got
nice right
books.
now.
I got pictures
I
too.
have maps and
Yodi,
pictures from libraries telling
Yodi,
you
I got
who. Go ahead, my fault, bro.
no,
But
my
they
man.
didn't answer the question.
Yo, hold on, Bias. I'm just trying to understand, Yodi. Like, are you saying like, because you saying that I heard you say like the African is not the African that we think, something like that, of that nature. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying like the Africans didn't come from like the Congo, Guinea, what Windward Coast, Rice Coast, like they were a con?
Okay.
Like, what are you trying to say?
All
Like,
right, this is
I'm
what
just
I'm
trying
saying.
to be clear.
This is what I'm trying to say, right? Where do you base your heritage on the slave trade story, right? That your ancestors came on a slave ship, right? That's what you. That's where your. That's the anchor
So if
of
I
your
was to pull up
ancestry.
my DNA test, and I was to
I'm.
show you,
I was asking
because
Shaka.
this
Go ahead, bro.
you're
Let's
asking
go.
about ancestry.
Yeah, he asked. Well, I'm saying, like, go ahead. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. You saying what we based on our ancestry on the locations and the regions. Okay, that's the part I heard. What are you saying about that?
Yeah, so you're saying that you basing your ancestry on the slave ship, and your ancestors came from West Africa. Is that the basic narrative?
Yeah, West Central. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now, the term African. What was the original definition of the term African? Which group of people they were talking about? Was it the whole Africa? Was it West Africa? Was it North Africa?
I see the problem here. So you having like a word. You having like a word game problem.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think I
So
told. I think
you
I think
call
I
that
think.
word games? You call
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna
that
show you.
word
I'm gonna show you.
games?
I'm gonna show you how.
Yeah,
Semantical
I'm listening.
problems.
No,
Yeah.
watch this. Watch this. I could throw away the African term because in the early writings of the 1600s, they're not even calling them African. They're calling them by the specific tribes, the Cremonti, the Akan. They're naming the specific places, Guinea. I could throw the African away on you. I told you this in Sean P chat. So you think that because later down the line they started using African to embrace all of them, that now you're trying to say, oh, well, they're not really, those people not really African. It was just a broad term used to group all of those people up coming from the continent. But I could throw that away and beat you up. I could beat you up with like I said, I got a source about the Cremonti being in Barbados. So you're gonna tell me that that's not African? I could show you slave ads that say Guinea, get new slaves from Guinea or from the Windward or the Rice Coast. That ain't Africa. That ain't saying Africa. It's telling you exactly where they coming from. So then you're gonna have to argue that the black people or the Negroes from the Windward Coast or the Rice Coast or the Cremonti aren't actually Negroes. You're gonna dig yourself in a deeper hole. I don't think you're gonna be able to prove that those people wasn't Negroes or black. You can't
Yep,
harp on the African term.
yep,
I'm sorry.
and oh, I'm sorry. Yep, and if you look, if you go to South Carolina and Georgia, and you look up the basket weaving, and then there's a certain song that they used to sing in Sierra Leone that the enslaved Africans brought to the South Carolina and Georgia, and if you look at the basket weaving, it's the same basket weaving that they done in Sierra Leone. So how can you say that we're not African, West and Central African?
Yeah, like I think Yodi, if you want to say
you want me to answer?
that if you want to say that black people are not 110% or 100% African, you can have that part. You know what I'm saying? You can have that.
Right.
You can have that. You know what I'm saying? But saying that or trying to allude to the fact that no Africans came here or there wasn't no presence in the Caribbeans all up and down the East Coast originally. We can even go to California. You know, if you want to say the conquistadors that was with them had Africans with them, I think it's foolish to just denounce the African that would be a Negro, you know what I'm saying, and say that there was no presence of them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's alluding to it. I just was reading Andrew Jackson's letter to the Seminoles. He's talking about the Seminoles and some other tribes, and he says, and then the runaway Negroes. They're all making distinctions, letting you know like the Negro is not these Indians. You know what I'm saying? So for somebody to just denounce them, and like I said, if y'all haven't, not you Yodi, but a lot of the abos don't understand that Negro term was the term that they were using for black people from Africa. So anytime you see that, you know who we talking about. Just like the Indian term, we know that Indian is a misnomer, but when we see it, we know that they're talking about a Chickasaw or any tribe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Navajo.
We understand that. Yeah, like we understand the terms and who they apply to. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I think you harping on the African thing a little too much.
All right, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond to that? All right. First, you said I'm gonna go off your words. First, you said that we could. You gave me the credit. You said, Yodi, we could throw away the African. But I'm gonna refute that. I said you can't throw away the African because that's what you base your whole heritage on. So how can you throw away the African? The reason why you said that. Wait.
I'm saying contextually. Contextually, Yodi, I can throw away the African term.
I understand what you're saying, bro.
Because y'all say that, we can't find African in the 1600s, right? That's what y'all say. We can't find a white person being called a European in the 1600s. But when I read a French or Spain or Spanish or Irish or Huguenot, I know they from Europe. I don't have to trick. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by that. I could throw that away. So when I see Cremonti, right? Where's that at? I don't have to wonder and guess if that's in Africa. I know where that's at. Those people are from where we call in the continent of Africa. So there's your African. There's really nothing like this. Is 1 + 1. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing to even debate about that. Just like I said, we could go to America. I don't have to assume that if I see, like I said, any tribe from America, I already know that they're not Americans. I mean, I know that they're from this continent. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by you could throw away the American term, and I'll see any pick a tribe, and I'll know that they from here. That's what I meant. Contextually, I could throw away the African term.
Yo, bro, I know exactly what you meant, and I'm telling you, I'm disagreeing with your argument. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You ain't let me finish, right? You saying that we could throw away the African and because of context, but you don't understand how important context is, especially when you're talking about history. That's one of the most important for you. Can't take things out of context when you talking about history. You're gonna confuse yourself.
That's what happens to you.
So no, that's not true. Wait. Again, there's no Europeans. But if we use your logic, there's no
finish, bro.
Listen, by your logic, there's no Europeans in the 1400s. They don't exist. By your logic, if I use the logic that you're trying to have, that's why I said you could throw away the Europeans.
Was France called France in the 1600s?
Listen to what I'm saying, Yodi. Listen to what
France
I'm saying.
called France in the 1600s,
Yodi,
bro.
listen to what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is the people still existed. The European term is just an overall term. We just decided, I'm saying we as human beings decided, okay, that just encompasses all of them. But we could throw that away and still, and we could use what those people are specifically called and see that they were called that in those times and know that they're from what we consider Europe. You trying to act like because when they started being called Europeans or Africans, they just popped up that day. That don't work like that. All of these
That's
American
false, bro.
tribes,
But that's inaccurate. What you just said is false. I'm
what's
not saying
inaccurate?
none of that. You're thinking
you
I'm
are, because I just told wait, Yodi, I just told you I can throw away the term African. I'm still gonna find what we consider today as Africans in literature being spoke about being in America. I just gave you the Cromanti. The slave as
what does that have to do with
because you
anything?
keep trying to again, you're trying to insinuate that no Africans came here. No,
I
Negro
never
Africans.
said that, bro.
Bro, I heard.
That's what I'm trying to
you
tell
say
you.
that. Bro, I seen you
are
say that
confusing
multiple
yourself.
times. And we had a whole conversation. You try to say Negroes was white people, bro. I seen you say that. I don't know why you trying to double talk. And you told Sabio, you just told Sabio he ain't here with you. Come on, bro. Let's have something.
No,
you can stand
bro.
on it. You can stand on it.
I try to
Cool.
answer. I'm trying to answer your question, and you cut me off.
No, what I'm saying
gonna
is
give me the
you
floor?
could listen. You could throw away the term Brooklyn, Harlem, them people, them motherfucking Shinnecock and all those other tribes in New York still there, nigga. They was there before they was called. Before you got a new name or a broader name that encompasses all of them, they still was there, Yodi. So you trying to make
that's not my argument. I'm not disputing that,
right,
bro.
cool.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I never disputed that. You're thinking I'm disputing that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
What's your contention, Yodi? If you're not disputing that, like I'll go back to what I said. Wait, Yodi. If you're not saying that, if you're not saying that, how you having a debate with Sean? The Africans came here, no matter how you slice it. Black people from Africa came here.
I'm saying Africans don't have to be melanated. That's what I'm saying.
Who arguing that? We know it's some white people that been there. We know it's some white people again, and that's Nobody ever said that white people haven't been in Africa so long that they could consider themselves African. That's cool, but when we talking about this conversation, you would have to show where white people are being called Negroes. You can't show that, and nowhere in history are they being called Negroes. When we look at them,
never said African.
Okay, so what's the argument?
I never said white people were called Negro. I said white people were called Africans. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and what's your point as it pertains to this context?
I'm gonna tell you my point. My point is most of the people, not all, but a lot of the people on the so-called Atlantic slave trade were Europeans being called Africans.
But here's where you fucking yourself up. Here's where you fucking yourself up at. Pardon my language. When we talking about the slave trade, again, the slave ads are calling people Negroes. The manifest has Negro, Black, mulatto on it. They're not white people.
Show me the manifest that say from the
there's tons of manifests.
From an African ship to the Americas. It says
listen. Again, if you don't know that they were shipping slaves all through the Caribbean or up and down the East Coast, that's on you.
That's called the intra-America slave trade.
Africans. I got a source in the back chat. I just put a source in the back chat about somebody writing about Barbados, and they're telling you that the slaves came from Africa, champ. That's why I said you can tell your story. You can tell your story. Right, you can tell your story without saying the African didn't come here. You trying to dismiss the African. But the point is this. But wait, nigga. You keep talking about the intercontinental slave trade. They're talking about me. I'm not getting mad. You playing dumb, because even if I granted you that, they're still talking about Negroes.
So why you keep granting me shit then? If you think I'm lying,
no, because
you keep granting the first. Hold on,
because you just said that the white people that came here. You just said that the slaves that came here or the people that came here that they call it African was white people. We can't find that when we look at what they're writing about. They're talking about Negroes.
You got it, bro.
What was they calling the white people, bro? What was they calling the white people? I don't see no white people being called Africans. I told you I could throw that away. Because
you're right in the exact, bro. You're right in the exact.
No, I'm just saying you making claims when we can't find no writings of no white people being called
Africans.
And
I'm making claims and I'm trying to express my claims, but
you
don't want to express my claims, bro.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, we do this all the time, Yodi. Like, I look at too many sources for, like, this is my thing, right? I do this every day. I look for what y'all be talking about and what we be talking about. When y'all say stuff like that and it just be like, yo, bro, I would have stumbled across that. I would have showed that. I would have spoke on that. You know what I'm saying? I would have brought that up if I found some white people. I would have said, yo, Sabio, we got some white people being called Africans that showed up in South Carolina. I would have brought that up, bro. So when y'all get up here and act like we not doing our due diligence, like when we researching, we not being biased. We just looking for what's what. You think Sabio gonna get on the panel and not mention that it was some white people that was African? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all say that shit like we not really looking these topics up. So I'm not gonna let you get away with saying, yeah, the Africans that was called they was white people. Like, we can't even find that nowhere. How you find that and I didn't? I'm studying this
because you ain't looking the right places, bro.
No, I am. I know the terms. I know what people was what y'all keep saying reclassified or renamed. You get what I'm saying? I know looking in the right place.
You can't believe in terms because
I'm reading the same source. Yo, what's crazy is I got one of his favorite books, but we not looking in the right places.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We got all y'all.
That shit crazy.
No,
that shit crazy.
Because y'all crazy. But bro, you just read America is a stronghold of the colored race, but you saying the colored race is not melanated or black people here. So what the fuck? You confusing yourself too.
Nah, what? The color is not.
I asked you if the black people in America was known as the colored man. You took like 20 minutes to
specific
answer that
to us. All people on the planet have melanin. Could be considered colored. Even white people. White is a color. I don't know why your dumb ass don't see it.
So you saying white people was known as colored people in the Americas?
You see how dumb you is? No one said that.
Yes or no, bro?
No one said that.
You just said that.
You jumped out. No, I said white.
People got color.
No, white. They do. They have melanin. They turn red. They turn pink.
Yo, Sha, you still there, Sha?
So they have color.
Yeah, I'm here. I get what Sabio's saying though.
All right.
I get what he's saying.
All right. So y'all agree
I'm saying,
on
like,
it.
I'm just saying, like, we can't. Yodi, what I'm saying is this, right?
It's not that different.
Said, like, I'm granting you things. What I'm saying is, like you said, you're not. I'm just a little confused now. Like I said, we're saying that some Africans that would be considered Negroes were brought over here and came here. Are you saying that's not true?
I'm saying yes. Most of them is not true. Later on, Africans came to the Americas, but not through the slave trade that you base your heritage on. That's what I'm saying.
So okay. So all right, yeah. So you saying the slave trade didn't happen? You saying Negroes wasn't brought over? And again,
I never said the slave trade didn't happen, Sha. This is what I'm saying.
No. Wait.
Say it one last time. Hold on. I'm gonna say it one last time.
You gotta be, because we're saying that the slave
bro,
trade.
You telling me what I gotta be, and I'm talking. You hearing from the horse's mouth? That's me, bro. I'm telling you.
So
what
you
I'm
saying that the slave? So when I read a slave ad that says new Negroes imported from the Windward Coast in South Carolina, you're telling me that those are white people in the 1700s?
I'm telling you that's the intra-American slave trade. I'm talking about the Atlantic slave trade.
The Windward Coast is not in America. The Windward Coast or the Rice Coast is not in America, brother.
Where's it at?
That's what I'm saying, Sabio.
You saying African?
Sabio, we can't have these.
Yes.
Yo,
you saying people wasn't transported from North America to South America to Central America? That didn't exist.
Hold on.
Is that what you're talking about, though? I'm just trying to.
I got you, Yodi. I got you, Yodi.
That's my fault. All right, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't know something simple as where the Windward Coast or the Rice Coast is, how we
you don't even need to be in these conversations.
Yeah, like how? You don't even know where that's at, bro. So that's what I'm saying. If I show you that, let's just say I showed you that slave ad in the newspaper or Gazette, pick a place, Maryland, Virginia. Now what? Now we stuck because you like, oh shit, it do say it is mentioned in Africa. It's not mentioning. I can show you a slave ad that's mentioning the Caribbeans or the West Indies, whatever you want to call that, or some slaves being brought up from there. I was just looking at a spot in Rhode Island, and Rhode Island at one point in time, they didn't take no slaves directly from Africa. They all came from the Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? But eventually they started getting some ships that came from Africa. But even in their letters, the governor's letters, he's still referring to those people as African. They know that those people are just being brought from there, brought to the Caribbeans first, brought up. You got James Moore, you got James, I think his name, James Lateef. He starts bringing slaves from up from the Caribbeans into Texas and New Orleans. Like, this is after when it start being illegal. These are all still Africans or people of African descent after the fact.
So and I disagree with that, bro. I disagree.
Again, so well, that's on you. But the people, again, I don't understand how y'all think that these white people that's facilitating this trade and doing this said business don't know where their product is from or know what their product is. That's weird to even think like that. You know what I'm saying?
You saying that nobody said that.
So you saying that they doing the inter-America trade and that they ain't African, but they know they African. You saying they not? You
that's coming out of their mouth.
That's what I'm saying, Yodi. Why would they lie about that? They know where they're getting their work from.
I'm trying to answer you, Sha. I'm trying to answer you, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like, where's the logic in that? If me and you doing business, Yodi, and we go,
so you asking
no, I'm just asking you. I'm just
let me know, bro.
No. I'm trying to see where your logic at. Me and you doing business. We know we going to China to get our work. We know it's coming from China. Why would we lie about that is actually? And then you coming down the line, you wasn't there. I mean, somebody else wasn't there with us when we did this business or made this business play. And they like, yo, they wasn't really getting their work from China. They lying about getting it from China. Nigga, we was in China. That's where we got it from. If we got it from Barbados, or I just told you in Rhode Island, the governor wrote the letter. I could drop that source in the back too. He know that the Negro slaves is coming directly from he know when they coming from directly from Africa, and he know when
they African or Negro. They say
making a stop, bro. The term Negro is applied to the Africans, bro. I can show you that law too, bro.
I know that, bro. I'm not disputing that. I'm asking.
Okay, cool. What I'm telling you, they calling them Negroes. I just told you the term Negro was the term for Africans.
Okay, I got you. I
just told you that. So what I'm saying is they know their dealings and their business. They know if it's coming directly from Africa or if it's coming from the Caribbean.
So you said those Negroes was coming from the Caribbean, West Indies, and all that, right?
Yes, because the ships that
they told you where they was coming from, but you assumed they was coming from Africa.
No, because the part you're not hearing is the slave ships was coming from Africa and going to places like Barbados first. That's why I gave you James Moore. You don't know.
Okay,
you know
so you saying they came from Africa,
They brought the slaves from Africa. They're going to the Caribbeans first, and then they're bringing them up from the Caribbeans. That's the intercontinental trade. It's still dealing with Africans.
So that will go into what I was trying to say, that those so-called Africans, you know what I'm saying? The Negroes were the Indians, and the Africans were the fucking Europeans that they claim that y'all say that y'all think is Africans, which were the Berbers.
What?
Mamluk.
No.
That's
wrong.
What it is. But you said that they have the complexion of the people on the manifest. Show me that.
This shit is crazy.
Show me that.
Real crazy.
This shit
I got
stupid.
it.
Show me that.
This shit just said.
Because I just told you that.
Hold on.
My fault.
So somehow, the white people were the real slaves of the Americas somehow.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
This nigga smoking crack. I'm gonna say it plainly.
So you think Sean P gonna debate a crackhead?
I wouldn't even know if Sean P gonna debate.
Nah, it's just a learn. Sean is taking this time out to teach and learn. I mean, he's gonna teach. It's good to have y'all here, like people like you, because it gives people a chance to really teach. We like when y'all actually. You see, a lot of your questions. It's good to ask, because now Sean could elaborate on things that you asked him. He could correct it and clean it up. So
this man just said the Mamluk Turks were slaves of the Americas.
Yes, I'm saying that. Yes,
died in the motherfucking man.
Wait, he used the term Berber. Sabio, watch this. He used the term Berber. Berber.
Berbers.
Right. You saying they white people, right? Watch this. Right. He said Berbers, right? If you look at the 1740 Negro law, it says Negro is confined to slave Africans. It got a comma in parentheses. It says Berbers in the parentheses,
Berbers.
And then it got another comma and it says and their descendants. It's still calling them Berbers Negroes. That's what I'm saying. Like even that's what I mean. But I could grant you that.
Saying that they call Negroes Berbers in that passage?
No. I'm saying the Berbers is
because they
so what they
had
call them? What they
African
call the
Berbers.
Negroes at then?
Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that Berbers.
What was you just reading, Sha?
The 1740 Negro law. You need me to put
Did
it in
they
the back
say
channel?
Negroes or Berbers in that passage?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why I keep saying even if I granted you this, even if I granted you,
you keep granting me shit. Don't grant me nothing, bro. Don't believe nothing I'm saying.
No, you know why I can grant you that? Because you're gonna fall in a hole every time, Yodi. We still can't find these said white people. You said they white. That's why I said I could grant you that. Because even the Berbers in the 1740 Negro law is called Negroes.
Berbers are all types of people in North Africa, bro.
Cool.
Some of them
Where's
came
the
from
white
Sudan.
ones?
Some of
Where's
them
the
came
white
from
ones
Europe.
in America?
Is a
Cool.
admixture of people.
Cool.
Berbers are admixtures. Both.
Cool.
We can agree. So we agree on it. So whoa. Shot. Wait. Let me just get this, bro. Let me just get this question, bro, because you've been talking. Let me just get this question. I'm gonna let you talk. You're saying you're agreeing that the Berbers are an admixture of Europeans and Africans. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not all of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Not all of them. Because North
sometimes
Africa,
you have some African Berbers.
Yeah, North Africa is close to West Africa. A lot of West African like places bulge into what we consider North Africa. So this idea that that it couldn't have been like no pure dark-skinned people there, that that would be like hypocrisy. They're close by and nearby. So they got people back and forth. So you got admixture people. You probably got a lot of white people there, like pure white people there. That's from Europe.
One last question, Sha. You versed in the Arab slave trade? Are you
said what?
knowledgeable in the Arab slave trade? Yes or no?
Yeah, I believe in it. It happens.
Okay.
I'm not denying it.
Cool.
What I'm saying,
that's all I want to know.
What I'm saying is with the Berber thing, you said that these Africans are white people. You call them Berbers. That's why I said even if you go down that line, I got a law that says the Berbers was Negroes. All I'm saying is where are these white Africans being mentioned? That's all I'm
about to tell you. You just said you are versed in the Arab slave trade, right? So where was the trade routes in the Arab slave trade?
Yo, bro.
Yo, Sha, you say you versed in the subject.
I am. What does this have to do with America?
Has everything to do with it. Answer the question. I'm gonna tell you.
How?
Answer my question, then I'm gonna tell you.
Why? I don't want to answer that because it's really getting off. Because again, like I'm gonna tell you why. I just had this conversation with one of the admirals, right? Because now, you know how they got this more talk, right? Now this admiral is trying to say that it was really like a black Christians doing all this colonizing, right? So my thing is this: y'all keep pushing this Arab slave trade narrative, but again, like where's the presence of that? We see a bunch of.
I'm telling you what I'm pushing. I'm not speaking for nobody else. I'm speaking for me.
I got you. But what I'm saying is, how are you doing this American? Y'all keep pushing this Arab slave trade as if it has any relevance to the transatlantic slave trade when we don't see no evidence. It's not being reflected in the trade. People are being baptized. No. How? You got people being back. The Portuguese
because there is information that you have not seen, Sha, and I'm going to present it.
What I'm saying is, wait. What I'm saying is all of the colonizers are Christians. All of them are Christians. Where is this Islamic?
That's not true. That's not true. The colonizers were all Abrahamic faiths: Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, brother.
In America?
Especially in America.
So it's the Muslim colonizers.
What group was Muslim? What group was Muslim? The French? Who? Which one of these?
The Spanish brought
the Spanish were Muslims
to the Americas, bro.
Come on, bro. This nigga's bugging out, Sabio.
What? They brought Arabic to the Americas?
The Spanish brought Arabic to the Americas.
Want me to grant him something else, Sabio? Want me to grant him something else? Again, even if I granted you that, right? Let's just say,
yo, Sha, stop granting me shit. I'm telling you, bro. Stop playing.
Look, Yodi, because you keep falling in the hole. Again, even if I granted you had the Spanish, right? Where is this Islamic presence or energy being
This
like
Islamic
shown anywhere
colony. I need an Islamic
in South?
colony.
Yeah, like where is this going on at? Where is this being shown?
In the 16th.
You know what vexiology is, Sha?
You said what?
What is vexiology?
Nah, I don't know. Educate me, brother.
It's the study of flags and coat of arms.
That's cool.
You know why that is important?
Yeah, you should show me a Muslim flag. You want to show me a Muslim flag?
Exactly. It's used for identification.
Where's this Muslim flag at? Where?
All over the Americas, especially.
No, I'm saying it would be in South America, right? You said the Spanish brought Arabic here. So
I have the source. I have a book for you that will show you all the Muslim flags in the Americas from the 1500s all the way up to the 1800s.
What colony? What states? Where?
All over South America, the Caribbean, and southern states of the United States.
Right,
where are you from?
You ever seen a South Carolina flag?
Yeah, I seen it, but that don't got nothing to do with Islam.
It don't have nothing to do with Islam.
No, it don't.
It doesn't have a crescent moon on the flag, and it don't have nothing to do with Islam. Yo, stop lying to yourself.
No,
bro.
Somebody just did a build again. Somebody just did a build on how a lot of the Abos just did a build on how Europeans was taking flags and misrepresenting them and using them for their own representation. I don't know why you think that they ain't do that or couldn't have done that. But that's neither here nor there. Again, the crescent, that's deeper. That's some religious talk. We could go into that because the crescent ain't just it don't just belong to Islam. I don't know where you getting that from. You know what I'm saying? But again, you dealing with Christians. All I'm saying is if the Islamic presence was so strong, then we would have black people who like I'm just saying the timeline. Islam ain't take no full effect in the black community until when?
That's cap. That's cap. Islam civilized the Americas. You ever heard of the Shriners?
What? Bro. Hey, Michael, you got it. Yo, you deep, Yodi.
No, I was just gonna ask you.
I'm gonna show all this evidence in the
Islam civilized the Americas.
Where are you from, Yodi? Where are you from?
Jamaica, bro.
Throw this nigga in the trash.
They call us the West Indians.
Throw this nigga directly in the garbage.
And black people, most black people in the United States, family come from the South. The South was also considered the West Indies, just to remind y'all.
What?
You heard what I said, bro.
Throw this nigga off the planet.
And I just picked up part of your argument. You're saying that
God in the middle of space without a suit. Like this nigga float.
What were you saying about Europeans being involved with the slave trade or being involved?
I was saying that most Europeans under the Roman occupation migrated to North Africa, and that's where the term African came from. It wasn't referring just to melanated people. It was all groups of people that was named African, not just melanated people. And I'm telling you, to answer your question, that the Arab slave trade and the Atlantic slave trade was one and the same thing. And it was mostly, not all, mostly European so-called Slavs or slaves.
No.
That's my premise.
No.
Oh, you're saying that the Arabs
that the transatlantic slave trade.
That's exactly what I'm saying, sir.
He's saying that the transatlantic slave trade. He said that the transatlantic slave trade did not involve Africans. It involved white.
I said that Africans you call Africans were really Europeans. So Europeans were called Africans too. That's what I said, bro.
This shit is retarded.
Same thing like a Chinese moving to America. Now you Chinese Americans, the same shit.
Oh shit! No, it isn't.
Okay, so
he just made Romans Africans. Somehow he made them somehow migrate to North Africa. Somehow, and somehow, that I don't see that nowhere in history happening.
None of the
we know
sources that I
Sabio.
read,
Like,
and I read
I
a
thought you
lot of
was,
shit.
I
Hey,
thought
hey,
you
hey,
liked the book of the Races of Men book. That's why I jumped
that book,
on. But when I
that book,
jumped on,
that
I
book is
found out you
pseudo. That
wasn't
book
with it.
is
So it's
that book is
crazy how that
pseudo
happened.
as you are. That book is pseudo as you are. I don't believe we were created by no Adam and Eve, no rib woman, no God spoke to
I
the
have
dirt.
sources for all this
Hey,
information.
hey,
That's
hey,
what I'm saying.
hey, 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 I'm telling you why I don't agree with none of that shit.
And I respect that you don't agree, bro. I
So,
respect, but that doesn't mean
so
I'm not right.
no, you're totally wrong, because if you think the races of men was right, you are
Yes,
so wrong.
absolutely. The Races of Men was one of my favorite books. I think it's very accurate. If you want to ask my, you know what I mean? If I'm gonna answer your
And he's
question.
talking about he talks about a creator, right? And a God created men with these characteristics in certain places, and we descend from Ham. Africans descend from Ham. Asians from Shem, and other people from
Abraham
Japan.
descended from Ham. That's why he's called
No,
Abraham.
Abraham is before Noah. What is wrong with you?
The three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and
They should be
Islam,
called. They
conquered
should be
the
called. They should
Americas.
be
That's
called
a fact.
They should
That's
be
a
called
fact,
the
and I have
Noah. They
sources
should
to
be
prove
called the
this.
Noahide
So,
religions,
bro,
because
we talk what
Abraham
you
is
want to
the
talk.
progenitor. Abraham is. I know this shit just as well as a lot of other shit. But Abraham is supposed to be the progenitor from Chaldea, Turkey, from Ur in Turkey, somewhere up in there. Nowhere
All
near
right, and
Africa.
Turkey
Hey,
conquered
that's
North
hey.
Africa.
No, what?
What? You heard what I said? I'm telling you facts, bro.
So again,
The Ottomans, the Mamluks, the Circassians, the Etruscans or whatever. Those are Romans.
there's
Those are
Truscan.
all Europeans that conquered North Africa. That's a fact.
Yeah, they did eventually. Egypt and certain areas over there. That's not what we're talking about. That had nothing to do with what we're talking about with
It's not what you're
Abraham
talking
and
about, but it has
none of
something
them.
to do with what the topic is about. That's what I'm saying.
So again, what I'm talking about is the book of Robert Knox and his leanings and why I don't agree with it.
You just read that it says the Races of Men book says America is a stronghold of the
And I
colored
read
race.
that
And then you said the
in
colored race is not
contrast
the dark
with
race, it's
another
not the
race, and I was
melanated race.
reading that,
Then I
and I
asked
was
you,
reading.
okay, is the black man in America is known as the colored race? And you said yeah. Then I'm like, okay, so how you don't consider the colored race the dark race in the book? And you
Because
took
all
20
people.
minutes to answer that. So bro,
No, I
listen.
didn't. I told you
Listen,
simply,
bro,
all
truth
people
is
have
always
color.
gonna withstand challenges, no matter
All
where it comes
people,
from.
all people have colors. I don't care if white people want to say they don't have color, but
You
they
said
have
white
melanin.
people got color, but then I asked you, are white people known as colored people in the Americas? You said no.
And that's because they wanted to separate
So all
themselves
people
from
got
who?
colored, but who is officially known as the colored man in the Americas? It's the quote unquote black man. Right? Yes or no?
If you want to go that route, but as I said, I call myself an African
So
American.
if I go that route, that means you're admitting that I'm right, right?
We all was right. I wasn't arguing against that. I was
Now we all
arguing.
right. Okay.
I was arguing. I was trying to get you to understand that when he was using the term colored, he wasn't using it to designate everybody as black. He was using it to say that the
Bro, you're
nature,
misquoting the
as
book.
he said, I'm going to quote him.
Everybody
I
in the
can read. I
chat.
can read. I can read what I'm going to
trying to
quote
cut you off, bro.
from.
Go ahead.
I can read what I'm going to quote. But it's that line where he said nature gave everybody color. That everybody, even the Eskimo and the circumpolar races. So that's why I asked you, are those
Can I
people
interject?
black? So that's why I asked you earlier, were those people black?
No, I never said they were black. The only black. I never said they were black. Eskimos are Asiatics, actually.
So
And
that
you
has,
have melanated
hey,
Asiatics.
hey,
Am I correct? Yes
so,
or no? Do you
hey,
have melanated Asiatics?
again,
Yes or no?
I'm going to say again, as I
Yes
said
or
earlier.
no,
So
bro? Like, come on, man.
until this
You
sinks
bet.
in
You know,
into your
stop
thick
being like,
skull,
stop
and
being like a woman and dancing
until
around
this
questions.
sinks in
Face the question
to your
directly like
thick,
a man.
all people have melanin. All, ALL.
And the darker the melanin means you're a dark race, right?
No, that means you're
The more
you're a
melanin
colored
you have,
race.
the more darker you are, right?
No,
Correct? Yes or
no,
no?
no.
Do
No?
peanuts? Do
You
peanuts
saying no
have?
right now, bro?
Do
Because
peanuts have melanin?
you can have some people with high melanin contents that are light as hell.
Who has high melanin content
My
that's light
sister,
skin, bro? Who?
my sister.
Then she ain't got no high melanin
Yes,
content.
she
What the
does.
fuck?
Yes, she does.
All right, you got it, bro.
You have people on Africa light skin as hell.
Hey, so you're basically saying that the people who were traded in the Arabic slave trade were Caucasian. Is that what you're saying? I'm asking. I don't know.
In the beginnings, they were.
That's Yodi.
No one would,
Yodi.
no
I
one
think
would
Yodi
deny
was
that.
saying
I
that.
wouldn't even deny that.
Yodi, were you saying that? Were you saying that the people in the Arabic slave trade that were traded as slaves were Caucasians?
Say that again, brother.
Yeah, I was asking if you were arguing or you were saying that the people that were traded in the Arabic slave trade were Caucasians.
Mostly Caucasians, absolutely. And
Where'd you get
Slavics.
that from?
And Slavics.
Oh, they were. Oh, they were.
Where'd you get that from?
Oh, I have sources on that too, Michael. The Arabic slave trade dealt mostly with Circassians, Slavs.
Damn, we finally agree, Savio. We finally agree.
The Arabic slave trade, which is characterized also as the sub-Saharan.
No.
Trans-Saharan.
No, we're talking.
Yes, Michael, you was right.
We're talking about we're talking about before the sub. You see, this is why you have to separate the slave trades, Michael. This is why you have to go further into history, back into
history. You was right
history.
the first time, Michael.
So
don't
the
let
trans-Saharan slave trade has nothing to do with the Arabic or the Arabic slave trade, or because once the trans-Saharan slave trade came into effect around 700, when the Muslims started rising and they started adopting the ideology that Christians were close to God and they could not be enslaved.
Yo,
it has
Savio,
to do with because this is a moment of teaching. Michael, you're a person who likes to read. I can give you books and sources on this, from Reuben Firestone, David M. Goldenberg, The Formations of Islam. That's Reuben Firestone. David M. Goldenberg wrote Black Enslaved and the Curse of Ham. Benjamin Isaac. What's his book? Shit. Something Antiquity of Races or some shit like that. The Antiquity, Race and Antiquity or some shit like that. I can give you, and you will see that what I'm saying with this, and they mention these slave trades because these things happen. But before they started trading in Africans, the Arabs were getting slaves from the Christian lands.
Yeah,
this is who they were warring and in contact with.
Well, the as far as the Arabic slave trade, that's also been referred to as the sub-Saharan slave trade.
Absolutely correct, Michael. Absolutely correct. Don't listen to him.
Michael, I'm trying to, and
And I know that when you talk about,
Jewish
when you look up
ideology along
Talk
with
about it, Michael.
Christian
Don't let him stop you.
ideology, with Islam, because the Arabs weren't Islam. They did not have a religion when they were doing these things. They were Tigris and other and pagans, and so they really did have a formation or an identity. Once Muhammad and his people started
Go with your gut,
solidifying
Michael. Go with your critical
under.
thinking skills. Don't listen to people.
So again, I got this. I gave him some sources he can reference. You can reference them too. It's not just me.
God gave you critical thinking skills for a reason.
Again, I don't know which God you're talking about because there's thousands of gods.
You believe in the Bible, Sabio?
Absolutely not.
I think the Bible is historical accuracy.
I think it's a bunch of bullshit that has no dates.
I disagree with that.
What
I
date?
disagree with that.
What date? What date? What time? What date does the Bible give?
Huh?
What date does the Bible give?
You said date?
Date.
You said date, D-A-T-E?
Yeah. Yeah, what date?
It gives
Or
dates in
any
there.
event.
I hate this word. Astrological dates, meaning that dates was told about the position of the sun in the constellation. That's how dates was told back then.
Again,
And but the Bible
I
have a
don't
whole
see
bunch
no
of that.
years.
So
I don't. So what
but the
years?
Bible doesn't give
So,
years as dates. It gives constellation dates, meaning that
huh?
it tells the position of the sun in the constellation. That's how it tells the
What?
date
It
in the
tells the
Bible.
position of the sun.
Yes. That's how time was recorded.
So again, this is why the Bible is not a historical book.
That's
We're going to throw
cap.
that
That's
one in the
That's cap.
trash.
That's cap, Savio. That's cap.
We're going to throw that book. We're going to throw that in the trash with all the other
Yeah,
gods.
okay, you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater? Go ahead.
I threw out all the other gods. You don't believe in Zeus?
Well, that's why your
Watch
intelligence
this.
is not
Let me
where it's supposed
ask
to
you.
be at.
Let me ask you this question. Do you believe that Zeus is sitting on Mount Olympus right now throwing lightning bolts, causing it to rain, and Thor is beating on the drum in the background, causing it to thunder?
You want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
Okay. No, but you know why? Because all people, its history is written in allegories, metaphors, and analogies.
So you know what you just did?
What?
I'm gonna show you
what I just do, bro.
I'm gonna show you the difference between me and you, because you throw those two gods out. I go one step further and I say the God that you think is real is just as fake as those.
What's your evidence for that?
You just said that you don't think those two gods are real. You don't.
I never said it wasn't real. I said it was written in metaphorical and analogies. That doesn't mean it's not real.
So is Zeus throwing lightning bolts? Yes or no?
You want me to answer that for real?
Yes.
Okay. So you know what electricity represents?
Is Zeus throwing lightning bolts?
Yes, he's throwing lightning bolts, and I'm gonna explain.
Game over. I'm not finna talk to you anymore.
You want me to explain
I'm
that
not
to you?
finna talk to you anymore.
Because I can
I'm
shut up.
not finna. You can talk to all the other mythomaniacs in the world. If you think Zeus is throwing lightning bolts,
is real, bro. I believe
game over.
Is real.
That's
yes,
why me and you cannot have conversations, because if mythology is real,
yes,
we're in two different playing fields.
Mythology is written in analogies, metaphors, and concepts. So only the wise person can decipher, not the dummy. So you calling me a dummy, but you don't even understand the Bible. So that means who's a dummy?
I know the Bible better than you.
I doubt that.
I know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John did not write those books that's attributed to them.
If the Bible was written metaphors and analogies and concepts, I doubt that you know anything about
I know the Bible
be honest with
you. I know the Bible better than most pastors.
The Bible was written so the wise can decipher it. I doubt that
the Bible was written. The Bible,
you don't decipher
the Bible,
you just
the
read
Bible,
it figure
the Bible,
for what it is and think
the
that's
Bible,
what it is.
the Bible
So you ain't
was written
shit,
for a
bro.
bunch of go-hers and idiots who tried to write themselves into history, who did a good job of writing a story about themselves that lasted to where you want to sit here and think this has something to do with you. And that God only was really for who? the Israelite people, as the book tells you throughout. Jesus said he came for the Israelite.
Show me
what
show the evidence.
It was Paul who told you niggas that y'all can be accepted into Christianity. All y'all got to do is accept Jesus.
So you gonna believe Paul? You gonna believe Paul just because
I don't believe Paul. That's the one who told y'all niggas this
okay.
shit. You the one who's telling me I don't know the Bible, nigga. I know the Bible better than your dumb ass, nigga.
I promise you,
don't.
Let me explain.
Nigga, you a
what I'm saying. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Try to tell me where I'm wrong, nigga.
Can I explain?
Go ahead. Try to tell me where I'm wrong.
Okay. So there was a division in the Roman Empire because let me state my premise when I'm in this context. My premise in this context means that the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico are all extensions of the Roman Empire. So I'm speaking in that perspective. Okay. Now the Roman Empire, right, conquered North Africa, Eurasia, and the Americas. The Roman Empire is basically 3 religions, the Abrahamic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
The Roman Empire has nothing to do with the Islam.
It has everything to do with it. And let me tell you why.
The Islamic Empire fought against Christianity and Judaism. They're fighting against them now, and the war that they have been fighting has been recorded.
So Sabio, you saying they fighting against it now, right? Where they fighting at?
Over in Palestine.
Okay, so you believe that that's a religious war?
I know it is.
I disagree with that. That's false.
Okay.
You know who's God in that war?
Not Yahweh or Allah.
You're right, and you finally spoke some intelligence. I agree with you.
No
it's
God
not
exists.
None of them. You know who's the God in that war? I'm gonna answer your question, bro, and I'm gonna give you the floor.
Man.
Exactly. And
so
and
no
man is,
so no gods exist.
Sabio, that's not true.
So no gods exist.
That's not true.
Because if that's the case, every God man ever created exists.
If God didn't exist, then why every civilization has a mythology that says that?
Because that's what people do. We can create stories.
So people just making up shit? You think people make up shit?
That's what people do. We make up shit.
But people build civilizations and invent computers and shit.
Damn right.
You on a phone right now.
Because those ideas help people coalesce and push civilization forward. Yes. So because that's what we do.
But that's inaccurate.
So no, it's not inaccurate. That is exactly what we do. I can tell you about a.
So we just make up gods for no reason.
So watch this. Yes, I can tell. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. So watch this. Let me test you. Let me test you. I want to see because have you ever heard of Darius Pater?
Yeah, you got the floor, bro.
Okay, so Darius Pater is an Indo-European skyfather that has the same basic characteristics of Yahweh, Zeus, and a lot of these gods. Look him up. Dyeuspater.
I'm not disputing that. That's not my argument.
So, but this is a proto. This is one of the early farmers, Neolithic farmer gods. Darius Pater. So this is what people do.
Hey, Yodi.
Yes, sir.
Yodi.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you, brother. First, what I would say is this. I would say you could talk about if someone doesn't believe that God exists, you could talk until you blue in the face. That's not going to change anything.
I
right?
understand that, brother.
Yeah, so that's the first thing. And and if you know your Bible, not to be demeaning to anybody, but if you know your Bible, you know what it says about people who don't believe God exists.
Yes, sir. What they say? Just repeat it for the audience.
The Bible says only a fool says in his heart there is no God.
There you go.
Okay.
So again, however, I'm going to reiterate the question: which God are y'all referencing? Because the Bible was written at a specific time, but you also have the Zoroastrian God that they had writings for that were destroyed. You got the Bhagavad Gita, and that's a God. You got the Hindu God. So which God are y'all talking about? Again, I'm confused when y'all just say the word God. So be more specific and clarify the God. If you're going to talk about the specific Bible God, are you talking about El?
I think
one of the things too. Hold on. Are you talking about El? Are you talking about Yahweh? Are you talking about Baal? Are you talking about Molech? Which God are you? Because that Bible mentions a lot of different gods. Don't just say the word God and think I'm supposed to know which God y'all talking about.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, Sabio? I'm asking your permission, bro.
Go speak.
Okay.
All I want to know is which God are y'all talking about. If you're not going to tell me which God y'all talking about, I don't want to soliloquy on anything. That's all I want to know is the God that you're mentioning, so we can talk about that specific
Well, I was raised
God.
on Christian values. I was raised on
Okay,
Christian
and which
values.
God?
I don't practice.
And which God? Okay, so is it Jesus? So you said you was raised on Christian values. So is it Jesus or is it Yahweh?
Women's mentality. Talking over
Is it?
I'm just saying it. I'm just saying.
Is it?
I said, you know
Is
what I mean?
it Jesus
Was
or
you raised by
Yahweh?
women? I
I'm
was raised by
asking
women. That's how I know
names.
women,
I'm
men were raised by women.
I'm asking names, nigga. I don't give a fuck about all that bullshit you want to try to throw out there. All I want to know is the name of the God you're speaking of.
How you gonna ask me a question? Don't let me answer it though.
You're telling me you was raised on Christian values. So are you speaking of Jesus and Yahweh or the Holy Spirit?
Are you gonna let me answer or no?
Go.
You jump in conclusions before I can open.
Go. Because that.
Do you know the difference between paganism and monotheism?
Please don't ask me no dumbass questions.
I'm asking you.
Please.
I have to ask you.
I absolutely
do.
I absolutely know the difference between paganism and monotheism, monolatry. I know the difference between henotheism. I know the difference between henotheism, polytheism, monotheism. Yo, you can't test me on something I know better than you, bro.
Everybody can get tested, bro.
Yo. You cannot test me on something I know better than you. So please, are you talking about Jesus, Yahweh, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity?
What's the difference between paganism and monotheism?
Monotheism is the worship of one God. Paganism is the worship of different gods.
So do you believe that pagans have less gods because they believe it's more gods?
Yo, I don't give a. It's not about my motherfucking belief.
You don't give a fuck.
My belief, my belief. In this is not relevant. All I want to know simply
absolutely relevant
is what God are you guys referencing? Are you going to tell me the God that you guys are speaking on? That's all I want to know.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
I know the difference between henotheism, polytheism, monolatry.
I don't know if Michael's a Christian, but I can't speak for any other Christian. I'm only speaking from my perspective. Homie.
All I want to know is the God.
That's why I'm asking you questions, bro.
You don't need to ask me no questions. All I want to know is the God.
Question: Are you above questions?
Yes, I'm above your pay grade.
I'm not above questions, bro. Even if
I'm above your pay. I'm above your pay grade. I am above your pay grade. I am above your pay grade on this. So can you please just tell us the God that you're speaking on so we can move forward? Because that's all I ask.
And I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
Don't give me no long ass diatribe. It just
okay. So can you ask the question? What type of God is in the Christian faith? Right. That's what you said.
No, I want to know the name of the God that you are speaking of, and I'm going to name him again. Is it Jesus? Is it the Holy Spirit? Is it Yahweh, El, or is it a combination of them?
God has no name.
Oh shit! So why are you talking about a God? Wait a minute. 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 Michael.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do the God that you worship have a name?
The Bible talks about God going by many names. The God of the Bible. It talks
about him by many names. Or let me ask you this.
The way I'll put it like this, man. I don't want to get into that because
I don't want to get into that because I'm trying to go somewhere.
If a person doesn't believe in God, they don't believe in him. But you'll see at the end. Because here's the thing.
Don't preach at me. Don't preach at me, bro, because I'm not afraid of none of those vague ass, weak ass
you don't have to
threats
be.
about I'm gonna see at the end.
You know
none
what?
Of that shit.
I could just
hey, Michael, I'm asking questions because we're having he's saying some things and I'm trying to get somewhere. So he just said his guy has no name. But the Bible mentions a lot of the names I mentioned, doesn't it? The Bible that he's talking about.
You talk about Baal and Molech; those are demonic. Those
hey,
are idols.
Yo. All I'm saying is that I also mentioned El.
Can I ask Michael?
I also mentioned
Sabio?
Hold on, because all this trying to throw shots at me. And what I'm saying, I'm trying to get Michael to at least admit that I mentioned El, I mentioned the Holy Spirit, I mentioned Jesus. Right? I mentioned the whole list of other gods and what y'all would call pagan, evil, demons, whatever. I mentioned a lot of them. But my overall point, what I'm trying to get him to do is at least name the Bible God that he's talking about so we can at least have a conversation on that.
Yeah.
But he just said God doesn't have a name. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, what I would say to that is I don't really get into that conversation because that could last for that's lasted for centuries.
Exactly.
So I'm not gonna get into that.
So why?
Here's my thing. Go ahead.
So why even mention when I asked what God are you talking about, and I gave you that list? Why would you try to ask me questions about paganism? No, he did.
Yeah.
What like he could have just said God doesn't have a name.
I can explain to you what God that I refer to when I talk about it. If you
go ahead.
If you don't
go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't interrupt me.
I won't.
Okay. All right. So the God that I'm talking about is a God when you a God when you study you study the Bible, you study physical phenomenon in our universe, you understand the planets, how they you understand the nature of the universe and how it's constructed, and you realize that it is a divine design. It didn't just happen. When you go out, I remember when I was when I used to be in the military, on those submarines, we'll surface the submarine at night, and you look up and you're in a dome of stars. And you look at that, the beauty of that, and the organization and the structure of that, and you can't do anything but acknowledge that God exists, that he's real. If you never reached that point in your life where you don't understand, you haven't studied enough, you haven't studied math, science, you haven't done the work to reach that end, then hey, I look at the God that I look at as the God, the creator of all things.
So again, you're giving me a vague definition of God again. You're talking about a creator, the beauty of life, what we call the beauty of life. What a worm might just be like, not even worrying about, but a worm is alive. Life at the bottom of the ocean that don't see sunlight is alive, but there's life. Are they worried about the beauty? Like, is it because we can attest these words that we call beauty and awe to the shit that we see, that we think some God created because you didn't tell me what God, you just said some shit about the beauty of creation. You used the word God. You didn't use the name. Hold on.
The thing is,
young brother, hold on. No, I listen. Don't stop with all the underhanded, weak ass threats. I don't care about none of you can't let me know shit, Michael, because
I'm not gonna let you know.
Michael.
But go ahead.
Michael.
Go ahead.
Mike, chill out.
Go ahead.
Because all I'm saying is that throughout all that, all you did was told me about coming up from
when
the
you look
bottom of the
one of
ocean.
the names that God is
Hold
called
up,
in the
hold up.
Bible is Yahweh.
Exactly. So
Okay.
so now it's Yahweh, the one God that
That's one of the
you were
names.
the one. So watch this.
But again, I'm not here to argue about
No
the history.
Yahweh written about. Hold on.
That's got to
If
be your own
Yahweh
personal.
was not the God
That's
that
your
was
own. If
written
you
about.
believe in,
Yo,
here's the
listen
deal.
real.
I wish you
Listen
would
real.
believe in.
Listen.
I wish you would believe.
Listen real quick,
But if you
Michael.
don't believe, that's on you, brother. I mean, you know, that's on you.
Michael,
You got to answer for that, not me.
Can you?
So I really
Can you
don't
hold
care.
on? Can you hold on?
Go ahead.
All right. All right, Sean. My bad. All right, my fault.
The only reason I came up is because I had an issue when I was listening to the brother talk. And he was saying,
Michael.
Go ahead.
So Michael, I heard you, and I heard all the underhanded weak threats. I'm gonna learn cool.
I'm not trying to underhand you, brother. I'm just letting you know.
Yo, listen.
I'm not here to debate whether God exists with you or not.
I've studied your Bible.
It's not my
From
Bible.
front
I
to
didn't write
back.
it.
Yo, it's the Bible that you. It's the Bible that you live by. That you think that the God created.
I can't say
the
I
world,
live by it. I try to live by it.
Okay, well, you attest to it, and you think Yahweh. You think Yahweh, who popped up 6,000 years ago, created an Earth that's been here for 13.4 universe that's been here for 13.4, and an Earth that's been here for about 5.6 billion years. Somehow that shit equates to you. That's another conversation for another day.
That may be,
but,
just like I said, that may be an anthropology.
Yo, I let you get off what you were saying.
Go ahead.
Somehow that
I'm not going to argue with you about whether God exists, brother. That's on you. If you don't believe it, you don't have to. I don't care.
Yo,
you know what I mean?
We're
I really
not
don't. But go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Because what I was distinctly trying to do was show that the Yahweh that you're speaking of isn't the God that Yodi was speaking of, even though he was trying to use the Bible as it stands. I don't think you made that separation or you made that connection. But there was a clear separation because he said his God has no name, but your God has a name, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton.
That's one of the names that the Bible calls God.
From the Canaanites. That's the God who took over the pantheon. He took it from El in Psalms 82. Huh?
Yeah, I'm not. That's not really what I called in to address. Well, the problem that I had is when the brother was saying that the people that were involved in the sub-Saharan or Arabic slave trade were Caucasians. That's not.
So
that's not
and see, that's where I'm trying to get y'all to see that.
But he's
there
off
was a
now,
separation.
so he's not going to be in
Yeah, and see, that's where I was trying to get you to see that there was a separation. There was a time when Circassians, Caucasians, Slavs, and those people from those areas were the majority of the Arab Muslim slaves. A time, but this is before the Crusades. When the Crusades and the trans-Saharan slave trade started happening, they started using those same Circassians and making them Muslims. The Mamluks were ex-Christians taken from those areas. And so
Yeah, I think you went out. So Yodi, I don't know if you're still listening. I think
Yodi's not listening. Yo, I'm here.
I don't know if you're still listening.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So what I was saying was, if you look into the history, Michael, you would see that there was a time when the slaves were coming from those Christian areas. from those Caucasian areas, from the Caucasus areas, or the Arabs. And even some Christians had some of those slaves too. Jews had some of those slaves too. You would just have to read up on it to see that I'm not making this shit up. That they
Yeah, I
had
mean,
white
I've heard
slaves.
of things like that, the Slavics, whatever. But at the same time, what I will say is that
But
we
there was
talk
a
about,
separation. I'm trying to show you there was a separation. And when that separation happened, it started happening when Islam started becoming a major player on the scene. So when they started defeating Christian kingdoms and the first crusade started happening, they started going getting Africans with the trans-Saharan slave trade because they needed those Christian countries and things as allies. So instead of enslaving them, they would conquer them, make them vassals, and take pledges and shit, sort of like Trebizond. And you can just go through the history and see how many. It's numerous. If they didn't wipe them out, they let them be Christian, let them worship, made them pay a tax, and made them wear special clothing and shit.
so I'm gonna read this real quick, and I don't know if Yodi's still listening, but I'm gonna read this. It says the people enslaved and traded by Arab and Islamic traders during the trans-Saharan slave trade were overwhelmingly Black Africans from sub-Saharan Africa, particularly from the regions south of the Sahara, such as West Africa, Central Africa. Basically it says the tribes that were there. I won't. Arab traders captured or purchased individuals from a wide range of African ethnic groups. West Africa gives groups there. It says captured during the interkingdom conflicts or sold by rival tribes. In Central Africa, in Chad, Niger, the Sudan, East Africa. Talks about different type of people, Bantu speaking groups, Swahili.
I don't think.
And then the phenotypes. It actually gives the phenotypes of the people who were traded.
Mike,
during
I don't
this.
think I'm
It
denying
says
any
it's
of
like,
that, but we're not talking about the trans-Saharan slave trade. That's the fallacy, and that's the fallacy that Jody was trying to get across, and that's what I'm
the
trying to
phenotype.
get you to stop making. They're two separate slave trades.
Yeah,
and there's times when these things happen.
This particular slave trade that I'm referring to is called specifically. It's called the Sub-Saharan Islamic slave trade, or Trans-Saharan slave trade, or Arabic slave trade. This is the one that's being described. And you look at it says the phenotype of the people who were traded in slavery were dark skinned to very dark skinned, tightly coiled, kinky hair, broad facial features, full lips.
And what time frame are they talking about? I guarantee you they're talking about from around 900 to about 1500, somewhere around there. They might start a little earlier, maybe 800, somewhere around there, but no earlier. Because I can go get a source.
Yeah.
Showing
them, so time frame
showing Arab
7th century, 7th century, 610 Common Era. The peak though, the peak, it peaked between the 9th century and the 19th century.
You see,
right, between the 9th century and the and the 19th century.
You see,
yeah, I mean, so those people that were, and now that it's been estimated that there were more of an impact on the African continent and the population of
how do I know
the population of people there from the Arabic slave trade than there was from the transatlantic slave trade. And we already know there were tens of millions of people traded during the transatlantic slave trade. So the devastation to the continent.
They hadn't been that far into Africa. They hadn't reached past a certain part until a certain time. And once they did, that's when they started going down there. But this goes on with Dawood Moore and all these other little tales and shit. They was chasing stories.
So
and shit,
so I wonder. I just wonder why. Yeah. So I was trying to get a good understanding what he's talking. What was his
what
he
was trying to do?
European.
He was trying to say that the slave trades are one and the same. The trans-Saharan slave trade was basically the Arabic slave trade. So the white people that they were enslaving during the Arabic slave trade were actually Africans.
Oh, okay. No, I don't agree with that. Okay, then the other thing is when he mentioned Muslims or Islam being involved with the transatlantic slave trade, I didn't really. Well, when he stressed it to say that their impact here in the United States was related to the South Carolina state flag, and when you look at the symbolism on the South Carolina state flag, it has absolutely nothing to do with Islam, and it's even documented which each of those symbols mean, like the crescent. What that crescent means.
We know Islam has nothing to do with
it talks about what that crescent means, and it has nothing to do with the Islamic faith.
But they were fighting against the Portuguese and all that.
Yeah, that crescent that they talk about, or the crescent that's in the on that flag, when you look up the meaning, the meaning of that crescent, it has absolutely nothing to do with Islam or the Islamic faith. Nothing to do with that.
Well, none of that even. When he mentioned that, that didn't even
the crescent,
me, Michael.
The crescent,
Michael.
the symbol.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when he mentioned that crescent shit, that didn't even move me, because me knowing the history of Islam, I knew that Islam was fighting against those people settling the Americas at that time. So how were they going to be over here? I know Islam didn't ever settle in the Americas. So
you fading out a little bit.
The crescent to me. You don't have to read nothing about the crescent to me. That's
okay. Time. All right. Hey, I'm gonna let you go, partner. You have a good one. Hey, you know what? But if the dude, what's that brother's name? What he was calling himself, Yodi. Okay. Yodi. So if you're listening, that's really the reason I came up, is because I was trying to figure out what you were trying to say with saying that Europeans were subject to the Arabic slave trade, the transatlantic, the sub-Saharan slave trade. So I wanted, because that didn't really make sense to me. So that's actually what I came up for.
If I gave you a book, Michael, if I referenced the book for you, Christian and Jewish slavery in the 1600s, in the 15th, 16th century, from the 13th. Let me see.
What would be the purpose of referencing that book?
The book. Would you read it?
No.
Would you?
I wouldn't. But what is the purpose of you referencing that book?
Muslims started enslaving Africans. They were enslaving Christians and Jews.
No, I'm asking you, why would you reference that book to me? Why would you give me that as a reference?
So, because it'll show you stems from.
Because of what?
From the where Yodi argument stems from, how the Muslims were enslaving Christians and Jews at one point.
But what is the purpose of bringing that up? I mean, what is the overall purpose of bringing that up?
Because his argument is that the people that were enslaved continue to be those Circassians, those Slavs, those Slavic people.
I mean, that's been talked about and documented to some extent.
But I have a book here that goes into
when you talk about the sheer magnitude of that that
I have a
particular
book that goes into
part of
that
history.
specifically.
It doesn't match up with the transatlantic or the sub-Saharan slave trade.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying. So that's what I'm trying to get. That's why I will reference this source to you, because it shows you that they weren't the same people.
Right.
It tells you the land where they were getting these slaves from.
Yeah.
How many they got? That they were
Yeah,
mainly getting women.
And I'll go ahead and just say why it bothered me, because whenever I hear people bring up stuff like that, I automatically, and maybe it triggers me because it makes me feel like they're trying to minimize what happened to African people, our people, black people, what happened to us. They're trying to minimize it by saying, oh, well, this happened to whites as well. And there's no comparison. There's no comparison between the transatlantic slave trade and the sub-Saharan African slave trade to whatever happened to the Slavs. There's no comparison. So when people bring that up, it's almost like they want to minimize. He may not have been doing that. I'm just saying.
No, he was trying to erase it.
It triggers me to make me think that they want to minimize.
So his stance is that we was
like
always here. So that's why when I read From Races of Men, the first book that made him join the panel, he tried to conflate the word colored and use the word colored to say that Africans was already in the Americas, when it clearly said that the stronghold of Africans was Africa. But he tried to say that they were here because of the word colored.
Yeah. All right. Well, man, I hate that I didn't get a chance to discuss that with him, because if he is listening, though, I want him to know that hopefully he wasn't trying to minimize
in a debate
what happened to. Well, hopefully he wasn't trying to minimize what happened to black people in the
trying to
transatlantic slave trade or the sub-Saharan African slave trade or the Arabic slave trade. He wasn't trying to minimize that. Hopefully he was not.
Was trying to erase it.
Because if he was, I'm offended. I'm definitely offended, and that's the only reason I came up, because what happened to our people is beyond anyone's imagination.
In his mind, it didn't
mental
happen.
Capacity.
In his mind, Michael, it didn't happen.
So in his mind, what?
It did not happen.
Oh. Well, I'm not gonna. You're saying that, but I don't think he's that. I don't think that. I hope that's not what he's saying. I hope that's not what he's saying.
White people were the slaves in the Americas. He said it.
He said that?
Yeah.
Mike, I was doing some work yesterday, and I come across this guy that opened up a school in Georgia.
Right.
A colored guy opened up a school in Georgia in 1812. And they went on to say that he not only did that, but he graduated students who also opened up different schools. And are you hearing me okay? Because I'm hearing this thing blink.
I can hear you.
So a lot of times when people think, and this was 1812, well before this Civil War even got started thing, right? 1812. The first one they say had opened in 1757. 54, 57, something like that. The first one had opened in 1757. And they didn't say exactly, but they said it was the guy that opened it had a French name. But they didn't say necessarily whether he was French or not, but they did say he had a French name. And it was for colored people. And another guy opened the school. I want to make sure, see, when people think in terms of slavery in America, they think in terms of a holistic situation that everyone went through, which is not the case. Enough people were not in the same condition that you would think of when you say those words or think in terms of those times, because even then, up until 65 or something like that, Juneteenth or whatever you want to say, officially slavery wasn't over, but people were still going to have schools. They had communities, stuff like that in the South. So I don't know if people are going to say, okay, I'm going to go with the movie thing, because that's mostly what we got to go by is the movie thing. And we got some not autobiography, some people talking about their own story, their stories were recorded and stuff like that. You got some of that, but mostly it's a movie thing that most people have in their mind, and they think it was continuous and contagious all over the place, when actually just by the records alone, it wasn't even half the states, or about half the states anyway, and not all the states. So that kind of gives another shed a light on this whole idea, which is what it is, of slavery. And I have more on it, but I wanted just to describe.
That. Because somebody opened up a school, slavery didn't happen, huh?
Nobody said, we didn't say that. You had like a hearing disability or something?
No. I'm listening to everything that you're saying.
Maybe you had a comprehension disability.
No. You're talking about a school that somebody opened.
Yeah, this guy, I think his name.
He opened it before slavery ended.
Okay, that's another thing. You have
and what does it have to do with slavery though? Because there was some free people, because there was some free black men, some free African men that opened up schools. It happened.
And he had some of his students, because they paid for him. Some of his students were children of enslaved people.
And this happened in the South.
No one denying that.
I can give you in Georgia, man.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting at, sir. I'm gonna be honest with you. What I would say to all of that is, okay, I kind of parallel what Sabio just said. But for me, when we look at, when I get into details of things, like when people start stating facts, details of things that may or may not be verifiable or or they may not be true. I may not know whether they're true or not. One of the checks, basic common sense checks that I do, is I try to put those details within a larger context that I know existed at that particular time. And at that particular time, the federal law of the land was that chattel slavery was legal. And there were certain laws that made sure that the Slave Fugitive Act that was passed, that if actually someone under chattel slavery, would escape to the northern states or the free states, they were returned back into the institution of chattel slavery, and it was illegal to assist them. I'm looking at so what you're saying is, I understand the particular fact that you've given me. I cannot verify at this particular moment if that's true or not, or any other, particular facts that are given that I don't know off the top of my head. But I do know the general context in which that fact that you're mentioning would have existed in. And at that particular time, the law of the land was that chattel slavery was legal and constitutional. And I also know the trillions of dollars that was made off of the centuries of enslavement of Black people in this country. And so based on that, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I've got to call that is just an anomaly and not a indicator that that institution was not widespread, collectively approved and supported and profited from to the order of tens of trillions of dollars due to the suffering of our people. So yeah, great information, but it still doesn't do anything in regards to the historical context.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
I give information, I give the truth. You do with it as you will. If you want to compartmentalize it within the narrative that you already have and dismiss it or keep it, yes, I said that. And the rest of that, please be welcome to do so. As I said before, I simply present the light. What you do once the light comes on is up to you.
Okay. And then here's the thing too, sir. I'm gonna tell you this, not trying to, what I would say, the other thing that goes on, I've lived long enough and I kind of understand the nature. You ready to go to dinner or something? Okay. So I understand the nature of the environment that we live in. For instance, prime example, right? This is 2025.
According to the Gregory calendar, yes.
I'm sitting in one of my places now. And I remember when I first moved in here, I had retired from the military, and this is a white community. As soon as I moved in here, they started destroying my property.
Wow.
Okay. I had to call. I called down the sheriff's office, the local sheriff's office. He wouldn't even show up. Right. So what I had to do, because I'm one of Uncle Sam's boys, officially. Okay. I had to call down to the FBI, and had the FBI call the sheriff's department, and then somehow that clown was able to get all his meetings done and be out there to my house at my coffee table the same afternoon. Once the FBI contacted his ass. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't just go off of historical. His history is you need historical history because you need to understand your past to be able to look at where you're at in your present and navigate the present and then chart a path for the future. You need to understand history. But I don't really need historical facts. I done lived it. So you can't tell me the way that Black people are treated by and large in this country right now today. The mass incarceration, the things that we go through economically, financially, the things that, the oppression, lack of opportunities, and especially with the KKK in the White House right now. You can't tell me, given that, and it's actually really illegal to do all those things now, that it wasn't happening to a unimaginable extent when it was legalized. And, so I mean, I don't know. I understand what you're saying in regards to your specified examples of things that were an anomaly at that particular time, but the land, the law of the land, and the culture was all about the dehumanization, the rape, the murder, selling. We weren't even allowed to read and write. That was law. 3/5 of a human being by law. So so I hear what you're saying, but I can't do anything with that in regards to changing my mindset about what's going on in this country and how it affects how we live today. So
that's beautiful, man. That's why I was saying, for me, just on the real, that I don't appreciate thinking of myself being, or any man being treated. I think when a guy puts himself in a predicament where he say he's being treated, it's a victim mentality, and it's not very manly. That's how I see that particular circumstance. Meanwhile, the Fugitive Slave Act, which you mentioned, that's the only reason I looked it up, because I wanted to see the date, and the date was 1850, a full 38 odd years since after what I had mentioned about the guy with the school thing. So you put them all like they happen all at the same time, and I'm saying that's what a lot of consciousnesses have in their mind, where they have that kind of consciousness, like all of this was one thing all the time, everywhere. It was not.
Well, that was the second one. Obviously, that was the second. one.
Okay. Where's the first one? Because that's all I got.
The first one was in the late 1700s. The late 1700s.
I got it right here. You said it one passed by Congress because you said something about federal, and Congress wasn't in the 70s. Well, anyway, I looked up Fugitive Slave Act, and it gave me. And and like you said, it might not be the one you're talking about. I'll go and see if they got it.
It's included. The one you're talking about in the I think it's 1850.
That's all I see. I don't see no 17 something.
Yeah, but there's one that was before that in 17. I think it's 1793.
Okay, I'm looking at something. I'm looking at a YouTube thing that mentions 1793 Fugitive Slave Act.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to ask you how old you are, but what I am going to ask is how long you've been have you been in the States your whole life?
Roger that. No, my whole life. You know, I'm an international nigga. I move around. So for years, I'm not in the States, and for years I am. But yeah, I grew up in the States, man. Why is that a problem? Of course. Why is that a problem or something? I don't understand.
No. What I'm asking is if you grew up here, then you understand, you know, the nature of this whole thing. What I mean is,
I think I do.
A big part of this thing that we call the United States and the hierarchical nature of it, the social structure, and where different people fall within those hierarchies. A lot of that has to do with not telling the truth. It's about deception. I mean, even the acquisition of the land here was built on, you know, a countless number of broken treaties with the people who actually own this land. It's never been something that's been about truth telling. It's always been about lies and deception. And when you look at things that, you know, were referenced, the Fugitive Slave Act, the first or the only one is 1850, you know, 15 years before 15 years before help me out with the proclamation. Help me out there. 1865 is when he signed
the Lincoln Joint.
The proclamation, you know,
emancipation.
Yes, thank you. That's 15 years before, right? So 15 years before that, that's when they mentioned the first Fugitive Slave Act. But there was one earlier. But
you said there's one earlier, and I have found, because I looked for stuff, I found a YouTube thing that says 1793. I just haven't looked into it because I want you to talk. I don't want to be watching. And then I looked down into history.com, and it said, which one do you want? 1793 or 1850?
Right.
And that's at history.com. So I'm able to read that, which I had planned to do while you were speaking. I don't want you to feel like you have to limit yourself to something. I'm finding what you're talking about so we can talk about what you're talking about, man. No sense in running away from reality and truth.
Right.
I don't agree with that.
I only got a couple more minutes. I got to get off here, but I was just going to say that, you know, when you look at that, one of the things that, you know, there's a lot of history is basically, you know, we heard this before. History is his story. So there's so many things, you know, that are written out of history or not mentioned or actually just changed, just lied about in order to kind of clean up the image of the institution of chattel slavery, which existed longer than that the countries has been alive, really. The chattel slavery was you know, existed longer than the United States, you know, from official 1776 to now has existed. So it's more foundational, and that's why there's so much racism here. I mean, you know, and you know, and I don't think you really have to get into reading a bunch of books. I mean, it's good to look at that historical. You can just being Black in America, you experience that. I mean, you know, you experience that. I mean, especially with the type of individual we have in the White House right now, who has, you know, generally racist, prejudiced white people believing that they can do whatever they want to Black people, and it has no consequences. They don't feel like they have to answer for anything they do immoral, or most things that they do immoral towards our people. Not all white people are that way, of course, but there are a huge cadre. Many of them do feel that way. And you know, So you gotta ask yourself, where's that come from? That comes from a history of that mindset, that we're somehow subhuman or not worthy of being treated fairly.
May I ask you a question, because I have a perspective, and I'll give it to you before or after you answer the question. Okay, doesn't matter to me. I have a perspective in everything that's different. Let me ask you the question.
Yes, sir.
Were your ancestors slaves?
My ancestors were thrust into slavery. Yes. We were my ancestors. When we got here, we were in Louisiana. The plantations that my people came from were delivered to and sold, that were in the plantations of Louisiana. And then we migrated north from there to like the Midwest.
Are you under the impression that slavery was a bond issue?
Bond issue. Help me out with that.
Issue of bond. You're not familiar with what I'm saying?
No.
Oh, you say no. Oh, beautiful. Okay.
No, I'm not.
I think maybe you haven't put it together, because a lot of times we know stuff we don't know. We know, and to put into context, and oh yeah, I know that kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. There was and just to bring it right quick to you, so we can jump to that part, and then I'll go to the part that we actually talking about. There was a bondwoman who had a child for a guy named Abraham. You remember that?
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sarah. We're talking Sarah. Sarah's
a bondwoman.
Is that Sarah's help? What is it? Go ahead.
Sarah was his wife. Sarah was his wife, I think.
Yeah, but Sarah's. I don't want to call her assistant, but Abraham had two. She had one with Sarah, and he had one with her. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, and I'm saying the one that he kicked out.
Yeah,
the one he kicked out was the bondwoman. That's how I read. That's how the stuff read for me, bondwoman. When I read it, they may be using different language these days. I don't know. They changed so much stuff. Right. But I was just trying to get you to see the idea of a bond, what a bond person is. Now, when somebody can be bought and sold, anything can be bought and sold. That's a matter of a bond. And you're buying and selling the bond, not necessarily the person, but the rights of the bond. Do you understand what I'm saying now? I'm talking about bond and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Several people, even the ones I just mentioned earlier in 1812, they were able to, in the time, in different places, slavery had nothing to do with the kind of slavery you're talking about now. It was demandatory work based on bond, and a lot of times it ran in parallel with you know what I'm thinking, servant.
It was called indentured. It was called indentured.
Yeah, indentured servant. Yeah, it ran in parallel with that at times, even for the first 50 years, of Virginia and stuff, as Virginia, because the land been there for hundreds of years. But I'm saying from the time that the settlers came, the colonizers, whatever you call them, they came until 1680. It was pretty much running in parallel. People would do their indentured servitude and get out, and they were either it wasn't even racist at that time, and people would do their slavery time and get out. Sometimes they bond kept them enslaved for 11 years and stuff like that.
Indentured servitude,
yeah, but some of it was slavery, which is different than indentured servitude, but they ran in parallel forms, being that even the enslaved person had a right to judiciary, to bring a person to court. They had a right of grievance.
Sure.
They had a right of person. They had a right of being able to grow things for themselves and make things for themselves. And
that's different from chattel slavery. Completely different.
And I'm saying now, so and I'm all the way up to 1680, right now, for the generally speaking. Not everybody now. Some people were being mistreated and all that kind of, what do you call it? Abused and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, this is the way the law read. And then they start making laws. Okay, now this is what I ask you. When a guy comes anywhere around you, or you go around him and he start making laws about you, does that make you the law? Because I read in Virginia, when they said everybody in Virginia that's colored, Indian, or Muslim, I think it was the next word they called it, mulatto. That's what they said. They said that this is the law they enacted in Virginia, and because they said this is our their territory now, and they want to, start forming laws for it. And they say anyone caught in their territory that fits that bill will be taken as a slave, point blank, period. I don't care where you came from, where you got to be going, or what you thought you knew. That was their declaration. So a law is really a declaration of war. When if you really look at it. Anyway, they didn't have to accept that, but some people said, you know what, I'm gonna just get out of Virginia. And they did. They just got out of Virginia. Where's the border now? Oh, it's over there. Okay, I'm going on the other side. And they did until that started coming over the border, a lot of that Bacon's Rebellion stuff.
I mean, yeah. I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying there was a lot of things that occurred that wasn't generic or everywhere all the time. That's what all I was saying.
So what I would say is that, and I appreciate the information, because that's good. And as you mentioned, as you spoke more about what you're trying to communicate, I was able to make reference to things that I've already known about that. So yeah, you're right. I did kind of understand where you're coming from. I'm just glad you explained it. So now we're on the same page. But what I would say is that when you look at stuff like that, I always look at it as revisionist history.
As what?
Revisionist history.
Go ahead. Let me hear.
History that's been revised by those who wrote it in order to minimize culpability, responsibility, liability. That's what I look at it as, because I just like I said, when I don't know all the details, I just go back to just a logical, fundamental understanding of, and wisdom of what the heart of man has to look like, of a man has to look like in order to deny another person their rightful place as a human being on this planet.
But they didn't think of you as a human being on this planet.
That's what I'm trying to say, and because of that, any type of mind or heart that can look at another human being and be more than willing and actually seek out to put them in a position that's dehumanizing, just for their own personal gain or greed or satisfaction. Can you really trust anything that man says or he writes or records? That's a devil. That's a devil in human form. And so what I'm saying is that all this stuff that we read a lot of times, that minimizes the culpability and liability associated with those types of demonic actions towards another human being for no specific reason other than they belong to a certain, group, ethnicity, culture, heritage. You have to realize that that's not a sane individual that operates on universal principles of righteousness and justice. That is a devil. That is an individual who is out for selfish gain and deception. And so when they do right things, you have to assume that those things, especially things that don't make sense, that are not consistent with the realities that we see from a logical standpoint, you have to realize that those have been altered in order to provide a revisionist history that reduces their culpability and their liability for the things that have been done. So that's kind of where I look at that. I don't think that you have a person that's able to steal your freedom as a human being is going to allow you to somehow be separate from their impact or their influence in your life just because you cross an imaginary line. Imaginary line that says, okay, you're no longer in Virginia. The bottom line is there was a place that was a place of horror It was a place of horror for our people.
What, Virginia?
Huh?
What was a place of horror, Virginia?
The place in which we were thrust into chattel slavery for centuries.
For centuries?
For centuries. Chattel slavery lasted for centuries.
Hey man, I don't see that, but I guess you do. Ain't no problem. That's
You
why
don't
I
see
say
chattel slavery. So chattel slavery didn't last in this country for centuries.
I didn't see that nowhere that I looked. No.
All right, so
not on a whole. Not on a whole. Like I said, yeah, of course. Because like I said, they had even coming into the states as a United States, there was free state, slave state, free slave state. You remember that kind of deal they made?
Where did you get that? I mean, where are you getting? Where are you getting? I'm just wondering where you getting the information that somehow minimizes the institution of chattel slavery and its impact on our people. Where are you getting that information from?
From you.
From me?
Yeah.
How is that?
I was simply telling you what has happened and what I know, and you are saying that it does these things about reducing culpability. All that stuff is in your head. Ain't none of that. I ain't saying none of that stuff. But okay, when I tell you what I do know and what I do say, and I'm aware of, you say that's what it means. That's in your head. If you when you interpret it in that fashion, la-di-da, you're doing your thing, cousin. But I didn't say that.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, it was a pleasure. Have a good night. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, here's the thing with me. I'm okay with just to agree to disagree. But I will have to say I have to disagree with you, sir. I mean, you know, I don't look at the things that have happened to our people in this country and try to minimize those things. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I think there's so much untold that's been washed away. And you know, if we get little tidbits of truth that resurface that allow us to understand how inhumane that institution was and the impact it had on our people. I don't think that it's in our best interest to you know, and I'm not saying you're minimizing it, but I think a lot of people do try to minimize it. But I think, you know, when we do that sort of thing, we really are just refusing to look this thing in the face and face what it and understand the true nature of it. And then we're also respecting our ancestors and the things that they had to suffer. You know, so I'm just not in that place. I mean, I want to acknowledge the fact that, you know, the institution of slavery, not just what it did to our people back then, but even the remnants of what's going on now. I mean, look at what they're doing. Look at this stuff, man. It's ridiculous. I mean, I saw a woman on social media. She was a truck driver, a black woman, and she was showing this white truck driver that had all types of, he had the American flag flying, you know, Confederate flag, you know, all types of crap on this truck. And he had a black dog, he had a black figure that was the size of a, you know, 6-foot male hanging from the back of his truck and with a noose on it. And it had all types of hate speech. This is just like this weekend, hate speech all over the side. I mean, this is a real problem. And it is a problem that is in the soil of this country. It's something that the country was built on. It was built on human trafficking. And we were the people who were trafficked, and obviously genocide. So there's no getting beyond that. And so the minimizing of it, you know, you look at, I'm just not with that. I mean, it's hard to face the truth sometimes, but I think it's better to face the truth than to live a lie. And so that's and I, you know, and believe it or not, one of the things that motivates me is when I'm able to look at the truth in the face, because I understand the enemy, the system that's designed to dehumanize people of color, specifically Black people in this country. When you really take a look at that and you see what's going on, like even this dude that's in the White House right now, straight KKK racist individual, doesn't care about anybody or anything, especially if you're poor or if you're Black. He doesn't care about you. Same thing, you know, when you look at the people who are behind him with this Project 2025, when he lied and said he didn't have anything to do with that. But that's the vast majority of you know, a vast majority of the legislation he's tried to get through, you know, and the things he's able to sign in just based on being the president, a vast majority of that stuff has been in accordance with that Project 2025 agenda. So, and it's racist. Is you know, that kind of stuff. The sad part about it is that type of stuff is not necessary. I mean, what America needs to do right now is look at the history, acknowledge the history in full, and then declare officially that it's wrong and we're not going to do it like that anymore. We're not going to mistreat people based on their heritage or their color. You know, we're not going to do those things. You know, you can't change the past, but you can change the future and change the, you know, change the present and change the future. You make changes. So I hope that that's where we're going. But I doubt it, because, you know, the world is full of people who don't want to do the right thing. You know, I like the fact that stuff is a learned behavior. When you see little kids, you know, when they're you know, growing up, you know, 4 or 5 years old, 3, 4, 5 years old, they don't know anything about that garbage. They don't know anything about that. They just treat each other like, you know, of course they see difference in skin color, but they don't have any hatred in their heart as a result of that. You know, that's something that's taught. That's an evil, that's a wickedness that's taught that really does a lot against not only humanity, but the planet. When you have that type of evil that exists in high places, like in the White House, it doesn't do us any good. That's not where we need to be. We need to be better than that. Unfortunately, we're not. I don't think we're going to get there by minimizing the past. We need to look history in its face. No matter who it offends, look it in its face, look it for what it is, and then make the necessary changes to make sure that the future doesn't look like it. But right now, these clowns are in charge right now. We got a bunch of criminals running our country. Bunch of racist criminals. You know, the one thing about it is, I actually, the one thing I like about them is that they're so greedy that ultimately the only real color that means anything to them is green. So they're going to eventually start hurting their constituents. The people that they appeal to based on racist policies to get their vote, they're going to eventually start hurting them as well, which they just like they did when they stole this $1 trillion worth of healthcare. That's going to affect their constituents as well. It's you know, and hopefully that'll let everyone wake up and say, hey, this is foolishness. This is foolishness. There's no reason why we should have this type of racism and systemic racism in this country. There's no reason why that should be that should happen. So, but anyway, that's my thing. I don't like it, man. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it because I, you know, like, you know, I don't like if I do something for a group of kindergartners, I don't just do something just for the brown babies. If I buy ice cream, I buy ice cream for the whole class. You know what I mean? I don't, you know, I just don't believe in that stuff, man. I really don't. I don't like it. It's time out for it. And the people who practice that stuff are cowards. They're wicked cowards. People who practice racism and the mistreatment of others are racist cowards. And I think that really fits the description of a person who is doing the things that this guy in the White House is doing right now. And then the first thing they want to do is start raising the American flag and flying it like their racism is equivalent to patriotism, and it's not. Your racism is not equivalent to patriotism. Your racism is exactly what it is. It's evil, it's wicked, and it's cowardly. You're a coward. You're a wicked coward because you don't know how to treat other people the way you want to be treated. You're a fool and a coward. I don't respect people like that. And then most of those people who do those type of things, they haven't spent a day in the military putting their lives on the line for this country, but have the nerve to fly the American flag as if it represents their racist principles. Bottom line is patriotism is not racism. They're not equivalent. You got to own that. That's your thing. So it's a sad thing, man. It's a sad thing. A lot of these dudes flying these flags are draft dodgers, just like the one sitting in the White House right now. He's a freaking draft dodger. When his country called on him, when the country called on him and needed his service, he dodged the draft and then has the nerve to act like he's a patriot. The fucking coward, and a wicked one at that.
And with all that, he got like 70 million people to vote for him.
He's a hell of a liar and con man. I would say that if I would say at least 25 million of those, if they knew what they knew now about him and I mean, he stole $1 trillion worth of, he initiated the theft of $1 trillion of healthcare from people, from taxpayers. That's wrong, man.
Are you familiar with Johnson? I think it was Johnson.
Account using your phone number. If not you,
No, I'm
please
not.
press 1 immediately so that we can block. Don't worry. For security reasons, this call may be recorded or monitored.
Yeah,
In order for us to help you,
I got someone calling me trying to run a scam.
please enter the 6-digit code we send to your phone number.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna get off of here because I've got to. I should have been off here like 30 minutes ago. So I'm gonna get off of here. But I wish
your night. Well,
yeah. I'm gonna get off here. I got a couple things I need to do, but you guys take care. I mean, good talking to you. We just see it different ways. I look at what the country's done to Native Americans, to African American people. It's just unspeakable and unforgivable, especially when it's not repented of. You got to reparate, and you have to repent, and neither one has been done. So,
and you expect it to be done?
I would like it to be done because I like to see the country survive.
I was going with.
Do I expect it? No, I don't, because it's too many criminals running the government. There's too many criminals that are setting policy and setting culture. Too many racist criminals.
Yeah, one day we could kick it out to the end, man. We kick this can right on down the road, for real, for real.
Okay, all right, thanks. See ya.
That's so beautiful.
Y'all done yelling?
Somebody was yelling? Missed that part.
What it sounded like to me. I couldn't hear nobody. I didn't know what nobody was saying. I hope somebody gave you some information and learned something new. We'll try to bring on some educational and some stuff that they can actually use to move forward later tonight or sometime tomorrow. Hopefully, Q get better, and we'll push forward like that. So appreciate it, Psycho. Open this panel up. I can pop over there or whatever. Appreciate it. Black Power, we out.
One love.